I discovered something about commonly. This is a list of common physical constants and variables and their notations. Note that bold text indicates that the quantity is a vector.
Everyone, can you show me clear from Denver? The canines are going to look.
Your radio broke up.
Okay, you keyed up your mic, sir.
Yes, sir. I was just checking on the radio. It was still functioning.
Okay, 10-4.
Therefore, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I discovered something about refer.
The hoses are in the front cabinet. I'm back, sir. I didn't hear you. Therefore, my bad.
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens.
Hold on, 53.
Good.
If you don't want US 181 to Hampton Inn, it's going to be room 415. That's 415. In reference to a female and her 2 children at the location. They're requesting, correction, 3 children at the location. They're requesting a checkup due to drugs in the home.
10-4 being hot.
Yes.
.3047 is back in service. I'm assisting to 2025. Well, 4766.
Different.
Well, what can I do for you? Hey, when you get loaded, are you bagging in or are you driving straight in?
I'm driving straight in because if you continue going straight in the plant, there's a little turnaround area we can turn around at. 10-4.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
10-4, will do.
A truck pulled over in between the Flower Bluff Drive and Furnace Road exit. There's 2 cop cars right there as well. The cops are in the slow lane, blocking the traffic.
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
605-12-14.
605-12-14.
30-67 on an individual when you get a chance. Is this subject too early to drop off, Rush?
646.
10-4, who's standing by. Yeah, 10-4. Rush opens at 8.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Supervisor 28, can you call 30-67 on an individual, please, when you get a chance?
Is there any room behind Rush? Maybe.
35 is on my way.
I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Supervisor 28, can you call 3067 when you get a chance, please?
Amanda just texted me about another turtle, but this one's at South Jetty, so I'm headed over there now.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east, and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
You.
Oh, behind brush.
Attention fire and EMS, fire and EMS. Have a fall with injury. It's going to be 1310 Austin Street, 1310 Austin Street. 78-year-old female male complaining of hip pain. She is conscious and breathing.
What's using up? Eleven will be around.
Six two 11.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
Can you come over and get the grate off? The black house not coming out the back of 50. Uh, 3054, please, ma'am. Fine.
I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Patrol to dispatch.
Go ahead.
Headed north of the Ballard.
Probably 822.
Squad 2's on scene.
Copy, Squad 2.
One leaving brush, room for 3.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
To 11 on scene. To 11 on Squad 2.
I discovered something about refers.
Crash phone test. Crash phone test.
I discovered something about officially. An official is someone who holds an office in an organization or government and participates in the exercise of authority. The term officer is close to being a synonym, but it has more military connotations.
Come in.
Hey, Robert's gonna have some more parts for you over at South Texas Fleet. They're gonna have to be samples because I'm not gonna be able to look those up. So he's gonna need you to run up there and try to find them.
Okay, check 4. Put it on the board. I'm on my way back to base. I gotta unload this stuff I got.
Frank to compliance.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Route 42. Doing a 1070, all clear.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
One dispatch. We have an individual, please. One to dispatch.
They're going upwards of 60. I'll take a second right away. 48 traffic.
148.
4600 block of Lake with a white BMW, Illinois plate, Charles Victor 97543, CV 97543. They're going upwards of 60. I'll take a second right away. They're taking off, southbound Lake.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area.
8-4, I'm coming up Glendale from Glendale.
Turn the car off, now. Roll down your window and place your hands outside the car with the keys in your hand. Put both hands outside the car.
Burglar alarm at Van Horn Honda is coming from the showroom service overhead in southeast doors.
Yeah.
48, I got sticks at Glendale. I'll wait till 44 backs go.
10-4, she's just laughing in the car and just flipped me off.
She's putting her seatbelt back on. She might take off again.
44 to 48, I can stay in my vehicle while you approach.
Going into
10-4. 148 dispatch. I'll be approaching. 10-4. It looks like she threw either a small shooter or hand sanitizer out the window.
I discovered something about study. Study, or studies, may refer to
Get
out of the car now! Get out now! Get your hands up! Do it now! Get your hands up!
Put your hands
Out the window and shut off the car! Do it now!
Shut the car off! Do it now!
Hang on, Mike.
925 on Kensington. Do you want me here with 6 or do you want me back at the stop?
Keep your fucking hands up!
I got taser.
Out of the car, do it now. You're out of the car, do it now. Step out.
If you run, I'm gonna tase you. Face the car, hands behind your back.
We're at Highway 286 southbound at Kalahar, 286 southbound at Kalahar. For animal control to come out, it's going to be referenced an abandoned dog. They're being told that the owner was arrested. It's a medium-sized tan dog.
I'm on my heart.
I have the driver out. 10-4.
Get this one. You should be trained a little better. What are you doing?
It was stuck in the rock.
I'm not shaking.
Alright.
You almost ran me over.
No, that was a setup.
Copy.
Oh, you set me up?
Did you set this up?
Yeah.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Right over here.
4 down, 3 around, press 1.
710 on 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were both on our way.
Is there anything on you? Any weapons? Anything sharp that will poke
Does it
you?
look like I have weapons?
People hide things everywhere.
515, go ahead with the second.
Oh, Lord. I'm getting so mad. I'm getting left to my cop.
Alright, let's take her back.
I can't think now.
515 on 2. Subject allocated 25 to a 2022 WRX.
Is there anything in your mouth? Open your mouth.
Matthew Freeman out of River Hills.
Alright, tongue up. Alright.
Wow. This is so insane. I know. I just laugh. I just laugh. Come on, not again.
I know. Well, she was hysterically laughing out the window and was like, she asked me to
Drinking at all, or you think it's drugs?
I think it's just, I mean, who laughs like that all crazy?
Well,
And
take her vape. She was vaping on that. It's drugs. Vaping something. Man, I wish you just kept going a little more.
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
Place is unreal.
Actually, the fence line goes this right where the trees died on there. Yeah. And it goes up to
Is there a river or a bigger river? My plate compared to Alyssa's cracks me up.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
Offer 275.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Thank you. What lane is it?
269.
Jacob?
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
I have a reset meter for 2902 Sadiba Street, 2902 Sadiba, 4 quarters 360960. 360960 for a reset meter.
Ten four 17.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
Come in.
$6211, we'll be transporting one patient to Swan Shoreline, code 1.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
3064 is 1044.
I discovered something about term. Term may refer to
Eight o'clock.
All right, therefore, thank you.
Can anybody tell me how we pick up Javier Campos? It looks pretty narrow to go in the way they're saying on the instructions.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's by the front entrance. But I don't want to go down there. It looks like a one-way to begin with, and then it's real narrow.
Yeah, those apartments we usually just pick up there in the front. We don't go in.
Yeah, you pick up in the front. I think in his note it says door to door.
Yeah, he doesn't see it, right? So you got to go all the way, go inside to where the office is, go all the way down. Right before you get to the last building, stop right there. He should be right there in the corner.
Okay, 10-4. That's pretty much where I'm at. All right, thank you, guys. Yeah, just after Warren, he's usually outside waiting. Thank you. You're welcome.
If he's not out there, he's at first, I think, the first door, right after that corner.
The gate up by the stairwells where the parking is.
Well, I guess if you want to just go in there, he's right there on the.
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
Thank you so much. Hey, Don?
Go ahead, Melinda.
Hey, Don. Just checking on you. I know you had told me earlier, but we're right now, I don't know how far you are, but we are on Monette, and we'll be going to Chase Street. It's right in front of the King High School.
It's FM.
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
Basket 27, 1070, imagine.
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds. I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
AC Dispatch, did you advise it was left tied up to a shopping cart at the location?
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to
Execute complete on Bauer, 17 to 3226 Bordeaux.
301, 10-7.
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics. I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
6210 back in Portland available.
Board, I'm looking for a site that's available.
Three, 22. I'll take him in.
218.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
3054 Sabina Street, 3054 Sabinas, Sabinas. Work order number is 362888, 362888. That's one outside.
6211 arriving this line, shoreline. Three six two eight eight eight.
Yes, sir.
Can I get that address one more time?
3054 Sabina. 3054 Sabina.
3054 Sabina Street. 17.
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above.
Twenty-eight 1017, imagine all clear.
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
Miss, hold on just one moment, ma'am. We're still not on live. Just give me one. Okay, there you go, ma'am.
Good morning. At this time, I hereby call the meeting to order. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera is absent. Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu. Here. Gail Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson. She's going to be late, but she will be here. Everett Roy is absent. Mark Scott. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
Assistant City Attorney Lisa Aguilar.
Present.
Okay, we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public comment, and it'll be limited to 1 minute because we have a restraint on time. Captain Dave. Morning.
Good morning, Carolyn.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, summational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
I don't know if any of y'all did what I did, but I kind of followed the parade around just to see what the citizens' reactions were. And this woman is continually booed throughout the whole parade. And I'm trying to figure out, with that much dissatisfaction from her constituents, why is she still here? Why are we still putting up with all this? Why are we still putting up with this desal fraud? And we know this is a fraud. Why are we putting up with kangaroo crew surveys for far-field models of our bays when everybody already knew it was a fraud?
Thank you, Captain Dave.
This mayor's a fraud.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Good morning, and thank you for being here and, excuse me, following our city charter. All I am asking as the originator and filer of this petition is that we follow the city charter and we pay attention to the things that are being put forth in the petition and the impeachment. Willful violation of any code of ethics or conflicts of interest provision.
I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29.
In any performance of official duties. So I thank you for your time and also for following the city charter and doing right by this community. If we want honest politics, then we have to hold people accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Saldana.
Susie Saldana. I'm asking you to do something today. You want to follow the city charter and do what's right. And that is refer this to the ethics committee as you should have done in the first place. It is a circus. Everybody in town believes this is a circus. That's what everybody's calling it. It's time that you wake up, do the right thing, and stop acting as judge and jury and witnesses in this case. It is time that you wake up to what is important. Look who's sitting here. Look who started it. Look who's costing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the city. Open your eyes and see what the citizens of Corpus Christi say. Not the ones up here, but the ones that look at you every single day. They're asking you to refrain from doing this thing and open up your eyes and do the right thing for the right reasons. Don't be political. It's time for you to stop.
Thank you. Sandy Fernandez.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Many residents are looking whether this effort is truly about serving the public or whether it has been driven by political pressure, personal grievances, and influence of individuals with their own agendas. We have watched a disgruntled citizen who has repeatedly opposed this council and a hotelier with business interests in our city become central figures. Regardless of where you stand politically, the appearance of the outside influence should concern every citizen. Most importantly, City Council should not be acting as judge, jury, and executioner. That is not the role of this body. The people elected the mayor, and the people should have the final say regarding their future in office. If there's a serious concern, they deserve a fair and transparent process, but that process must be free from bias and conflict of interest. Thank you.
Can somebody tell me what building
Jared
number
Suarez.
it is for Louisiana Hotel?
I may have killed your name.
Notting Pines. Louisiana Hotel. Second Street.
Jared Suarez, District 2. We the people, Corpus Christi, Texas, have had enough of corruption from the top. I sit here today to tell the City Council that we need to set a precedent on impeaching the mayor so that future mayors may know that if they break laws, give way to corruption, take kickbacks, become highly unethical, or fail us as an elected city servant, you will be impeached. Gone shall be the days of just waiting to our next
I discovered
election.
something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
Immoral and unethical corruption. Do you want to be known in our city's history for doing what is justified or going to roll over on your backs, taking belly scratches by closed-door thuggery? Let us pray for the conversion of such politicians.
Thank you. Alberto
You want that
Certuche.
phone number so you can call when you're there?
Yes, please. I appreciate that.
The name is Ashley Romero. Ashley Romero.
Did I kill your name?
That's all right. I joined the Marine Corps, so they checked it up pretty much every day.
Thanks.
My name is Albert Sartuche, District 3 veteran known of Hard Lives Bait and Tackle and Team Hard Life YouTube. First off, I would like to thank Sylvia Campos for her many years of service and wish you blessings on your future. We are extremely happy to see our city council members following our charter to remove our mayor, who has been shown numerous times to be incompetent and a habitual liar.
Thank you.
Which has cost us taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue, which will be billions if we don't stop it now. We're always looking for transparency, and that has always been hidden from us by the mayor and her friends. Time to stop the corruption, and we the people have been woken up and more waking up to the corruption in our city every single day. I spoke to just 50 of them yesterday coming through my shop that had no idea how deep this is, and they are paying attention to y'all's vote.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer
The
to.
rules y'all follow, and we the taxpayers are paying attention, we're waking up, and we'll be making sure our mark is left when it comes November. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian Hernandez.
Hi, doing 1070 at Parkway, Davina Parkway, all clear.
Julian Hernandez, D3. I can barely get my thoughts together for 1 minute. But as Forrest Gump would say, you know, I'm not a smart man. And when I started coming here just to see the things that kind of unfolded and things that I've seen kind of go on and whatnot, but mainly for the citizens that are here that don't know about it, having to put up with it. And hopefully later on you'll see a lot more of my family, but what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel Sagidi. Are you here? Okay. Victoria Hernandez.
Go ahead, I'm here.
Okay. Mike. Sylvia, what is that? Gerslot. Sorry, guys, they're just really hard names. Not here. Darcy
I discovered
Leeton.
something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Hello, Alejandro Benavides, District 3. I'm here to say that I'm hoping the council makes the right decision today because this is bigger than just one little thing. This is a nonpartisan issue. This is saying whether or not we're okay with corruption taking over our local governments and our governments beyond that. Like they said, this will set a precedent, and that's what got so many people scared, because now we're going to hold people accountable. And when you're serving on this council, you should be above reproach. You shouldn't do things that create a conflict of interest or appear to have a conflict of interest. Attorneys know attorneys put up with more vigorous regulations than our council members. You shouldn't have conflicts of interest where you give yourself insurance deals for your business or contracts for your people. But if we're letting even a mayor get away with doing things that are corrupt, then why else would any other council member stop? Let's change that today.
Thank you. Mark Munster.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. The city charter is here, and from the deposition tapes that were released to the public as a concerned citizen, it seemed like there was a situation where there was malfeasance.
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
When they knew that there was fraud, they could have avoided this if they had voted on the other side along with other council members. And to deflect blame to the process of what's going on instead of what actually happened, the charter is pretty clear that 5 or more residents can bring something forward. And we're not the ones making the decision to remove the mayor. It's just bringing it forward to the trial. And the petition, there was not just 5 people, there was a lot of electronic signatures, and the petition had very clearly what was being signed. 5 people was just the fastest way to file it and start the process. It makes sense.
Thank you. Amanda Guerra. Sandra Sanchez. Melinda De Los Santos.
Good morning, Melinda De Los Santos, District 2. Public trust in government refers to the confidence citizens have in their government institutions to act in their best interests. There does appear to be a perception of corruption in listening to many public comments and watching the clips of videos that have been presented. This has led to a lack of public trust. How can we proceed with the issues, namely water at hand, if there is mistrust? It is very apparent your duties and responsibilities are challenging, and I, for one, would not want those responsibilities. So I applaud your contribution to our community. However, societal instability has erupted due to some nefarious activities which have been presented.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
Decision-making to act in the best interests of the citizens of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Councilman Paxton, you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor President. I'd like to make a motion for the efficiency of the pretrial hearings to authorize the Mayor Pro Tem to rule on motions and schedule dates subject to objections of the City Council.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Was there a discussion?
If you want to.
Yeah, I'd like to.
No, go ahead.
Yes, please. So what are we doing and why are we doing it?
I think that it would create an efficient structure for the hearing process if the Mayor Pro Tem, who is our presiding officer over the hearing, to be able to rule on the decisions. And then, of course, any objections from the council could be taken into consideration.
So is this the way, is this a change in our policies and procedures for this proceeding? Or you, I guess it came in with the idea that we all vote and takes a.
And there will always be a chance for you to have discussion.
I think that
reviewing. So you rule.
I rule and make the motion. Y'all can up or down. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I understand. I'm sorry. So the way
I'm over here and
what's going to happen is if there's a question, we vote on it.
I discovered something about something. Something may refer to.
We just make them. I don't walk me through.
I think that would be the structure. Reading some of the reading the material and the requests from both parties that have come in over the course of this event. I think what that does is it streamlines the process and it gives one presiding officer a little more order between the proceedings. Okay. And then, of course, with my motion, it says any objections from other council members would be heard and considered. So it's not a huge difference to the process.
It's a huge difference, right? So you rule, and if I oppose it, well, then it's just an opposition.
No. You have the opportunity to make a motion. Absolutely. If you oppose it, you can just say no. And if y'all all oppose it, we'll take a vote.
But you.
I'm just making a motion to streamline it, to make it go quicker.
And I didn't see, I might ask both parties, I saw the request from the Protestants law group, which is fine. You said both parties. I didn't see anything from the other party with a recommendation or a suggestion. So that my point is I want to be careful that it doesn't look like we're not being fair and equitable to both parties.
I completely sympathize. I completely
But
understand,
you said
Mr.
that
Scott. I
they
believe
both gave in.
some of the documents sent over by Attorney Mr. Flood had voiced some concerns. The mayor is seeking for the individuals that are leading the meeting she would like them to feel completely impartial and unbiased. And I know that we have some members up here that were part of the process 2 years ago, and I don't think that assumes.
I discovered something about refer.
We just have a motion and you have an objection.
Well, I
Duly
have a
noted.
strong objection because I think
Okay.
the recommendation came from one of the sides without the ability of the other side to address said recommendation. I don't know if they
This
could
was
share it
discussed with our legal.
Yes, ma'am.
All of this was discussed with our legal. So, no. No talk from the audience. We're not going to go there.
So it was presented by one party without the ability, and I don't know what a normal law judge would do. I would think that both parties would allow. I'm going to lose, but my point is I think this is a bad optics.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to comment?
May I be heard?
We have a motion. Oh, yes, sir.
I'm unclear as to whether or not this is a motion to modify the existing rules that have already been adopted by this body, which was proposed by motion, which I'm prepared to argue. I don't know if this is a motion to modify the existing rules or whether or not this is a motion to create some new rule, which I would then request some sort of opportunity to review and provide objections to, if any. So I'm just very unclear as to whether or not this is a motion to grant a motion that's already been filed by Mr. David.
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer
I'm just
to.
unclear as to what it is I'm faced with.
Mr. Allison?
Respond, yes. Thank
You want to respond?
Yep.
Go ahead, 79.
First of all, the way I heard it was that it's limited to defining the role of the presiding officer. Okay? And that's not the same as what I proposed are many different procedural changes. And I proposed those, quite frankly, to address some of the mayor's concerns about due process. I think we improved the rules from a due process standpoint. I submitted those early so that counsel for the city could also look at those. The city's lawyers are protecting due process. I'm protecting due process. It is the mayor's attorneys who've sued the city who are trying to stop these proceedings by finding something wrong with these proceedings. So I'm wanting to make sure we don't do that, okay? So I think the motion that I heard is very different than my procedural motion. In fact, it is different, and that's okay. There's a lot of different things in the procedural motion that I think is still pending, and what I heard in terms of the motion being made by Councilman Paxton was a very limited motion that is designed, quite frankly, it aids due process and streamlines the process.
Yes,
so,
thank you. Yes, sir.
Then I'd respectfully request to be heard on that.
I discovered something about Islamic Republic. The term Islamic Republic has been used in various ways. Some Muslim religious leaders have used it as the name for a form of Islamic theocratic government enforcing Sharia, or laws compatible with Sharia.
It is void right now. This proposed amendment does not get the council out of the Bradley box that it is in. This adoption would violate your own charter, actually, modifying this rule. And Article 2, Section 16P of the city's charter adopts Robert's Rules of Order, and it would violate core principles of that charter provision by removing authority from the deliberative body, the city council, and consolidating it into a presiding officer. Under the rules originally adopted by resolution, the ones used in the 1987 impeachment, those pay due respect to Robert's Rules of Order and Article 2, Section 16P of the City Charter. The council collectively retains supervisory authority over major procedural matters, including evidentiary rulings, witness participation, deliberations. This proposed change would fundamentally alter that structure by creating a new power, giving the mayor pro tem responsibility over things that are properly the deliberative body's decision. For that reason, and I'd be happy to be heard further, but for purposes of time, that is the essence of the problem that this proposed motion brings to this organization, in addition to the Bradley.
I discovered something about commonly. This is a list of common physical constants and variables and their notations. Note that bold text indicates that the quantity is a vector.
That'll come up, I think, when probably we get to the recusal issue.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Paxton, would you read the motion again?
Yes. For the efficiency of the pretrial hearings, I make a motion to authorize the mayor pro tem to rule on motions and schedule dates subject to objections of the city council.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. We're going to commence the pretrial hearing. We'll start by asking the parties to announce. Legal counsel, petitioners, and legal counsel of the mayor should respond.
John Flood, Mayor, Paulette Guajardo's counsel. Are you asking me to proceed?
Yes, sir.
As I stated a moment ago, this proceeding violates Texas law because it violates the Bradley decision. And let me formally restart. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I proudly represent Paulette Guajardo, the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi. And if I was in this exact same position, representing any one of you five, I would equally be proud. For the record, I do not have a financial interest in, nor am
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
Is a lawful and honorable off-ramp for this council. Councilmember Roy has recused himself in this removal proceeding for the stated reason that he is a witness. Councilmember Barrera has recused himself in this removal proceeding for the stated reason that he is a witness.
Councilwoman
Campos is a witness for the same reasons they are. The fact that they weren't deposed in a civil matter does not make any difference, doesn't change the fact. Councilman Hernandez is also a witness in this proceeding. For the reasons that council members Roy and Barrera have recused themselves is the same reason why Mayor Pro Tem, apparently under this motion that was just passed, this will be your decision, apparently, on this motion to recuse, which seems to violate the Robert's Rules of Order, in my opinion. Be that as it may, I would also ask the individual council members, the subject of the motion, to recuse themselves individually without regard to the motion that you would decide this motion. The Texas Supreme Court's 1999 decision in Bradley versus State held that individuals with personal knowledge of disputed facts cannot simultaneously serve as adjudicators in a removal proceeding. Simply put, fundamental fairness requires that witnesses to disputed facts underlying the impeachment cannot also serve as the tribunal deciding those same facts. It is a simple
I discovered something about refers.
It renders this proceeding unlawful. The council members who participated in the February 20th, 2024 and April 23, 2024 council meetings and also participated in executive sessions related thereto are witnesses. Among other things, the articles of impeachment allege that the agenda items considered during those meetings were fraudulent and that Mayor Guajardo induced council members to rely upon fraudulent information in approving the Homewood Suites incentive ordinance. Because those allegations necessarily place at issue what was presented to each council member, what discussions occurred in the executive and otherwise, what each member understood, why each member voted the way he or she did, the council members who participated in those proceedings possess personal knowledge of disputed evidentiary facts that are central to this impeachment proceeding. As such, they cannot serve simultaneously as witnesses, interested participants, and adjudicators in the proceeding. You have heard about the rule of necessity. The rule of necessity has never, in 250 years of American jurisprudence, been once applied to a witness, ever. You have excellent counsel in this case. Judge Shamsi understands.
I discovered
law.
something
I'm
about form.
confident in the
Form
advice
is
you're
the
getting
shape,
from him that
visual
this
appearance,
is
or
not going to
configuration
be
of
the
an
case
object.
where
In a
someone
wider sense,
decides
the
that
form
somehow
is the way something
witnesses
happens.
Can become judges or jurors, because you're both. By the language in your own agenda item, you are each today serving in a judicial capacity. It states it. It states this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. It tells you that you are serving as a judge and juror. The council members who voted on the challenged agenda items have already staked out official and personal positions concerning the propriety of those actions, and therefore possess a direct interest in the outcome of this impeachment proceeding. If the impeachment succeeds, it validates the position that the underlying ordinance was fraudulent or improper. If it fails, it vindicates those prior votes and decisions. Due process does not permit decision makers to sit in judgment over proceedings in which they are also material witnesses and interested participants. That is why this proceeding today is void. I respectfully request, in response to this motion, that those members on the council in 2024 by roll call indicate whether they recuse themselves in this proceeding or that the Honorable Mayor Pro Tem grant this motion to recuse such members. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Yes, sir.
You know, what he's asking you to do, what Mayor's Council is asking you to do, is to not follow your charter, to not do that which your charter says you have a duty to do.
I discovered something about Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
Don't even get to the malfeasance issues. Don't even get to the issues of incompetence or improper or misconduct. Stop now before you hear any evidence, is what he's asking you to do. And that's the exact opposite of what the charter asks you to do. The charter says in section 12, article 2, a removal action by the council may be instituted on its own initiative. So if you guys had initiated it, you may go forward. And then it goes on to say, or shall be instituted upon petition by 5 or more registered voters. Shall means you must. Then it goes on, and any final decision to remove a member shall be by the majority vote of all council members holding office with the exception of the challenged member. In that sentence, it tells you who doesn't get to vote, and it tells you who under the charter votes. You have a duty to vote.
When you come back, come in the first gate.
We've seen this flushed out. In a way, they did you a favor by going to a federal judge and making these same arguments. They went to the federal judge, and I mean, you can cite cases like Bradley, which he consistently refers to. The judge has rejected that, the federal judge. Citing cases like, and I know all of these cases, when you read them closely, tell us you should move forward and that the motion to recuse should be granted, really must be granted. the motion to recuse must not be granted. When you look at Bradley, it cannot
I
be
discovered
granted.
something
When you
about
look at
country. A country
Commonwealth
is a
Codings
distinct
Court,
area of land in
it
the world
cannot
with
be
a
granted.
government
When you
that
look at the
functions
Toomey
as a
case, it
sovereign
cannot
state,
be
an
granted.
unrecognized state,
Look at
a
the,
constituent
police
country,
case,
or a
for
dependent
example,
territory.
it
A country
cannot
may
be
consist
granted.
of
All
multiple
those
nations, a
cases
structure known as a
indicate
multinational state.
that the motion to recuse must be denied and that the proceedings shall not be stopped. That is exactly what the federal judge ruled. So you have the benefit of a federal judge having already considered these arguments. They made the same arguments, oh, you can't be a member of council and also, a judge or act as a juror, and you must recuse. They made all of those arguments in the federal court setting. The counter argument was quite frankly made by the person representing the city at that time, which was Hal George. And to some extent representing 5 of you all was Steve McMains in those same proceedings, and argued, Hal George for the city argued that the case, these proceedings must go forward and you should not be required to recuse. That is consistent with your city charter and it's the right decision. Therefore, to shine light, and that's at the end of the day what government is about, is transparency. To shine light, we respectfully ask that the motion to recuse be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Flood. You have something else?
Brief response.
Okay.
So to the extent Section 11 requires that the action shall be instituted, it has. It has been instituted. We are in it right now. So it has been instituted. What you do with it now depends upon what the respect given to the Constitution and to the Texas Supreme Court. The federal judge has not ruled, in fact, on Bradley and whether or not whether this judicial proceeding can go forward for that reason.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
At this time, are there any recusals by any of the city council members? Ms. Huerta, do we have any recusals?
The only ones recusals we received are the ones stated by Mr. Flood, from Mr. Barrera, and Mr. Roy.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will entertain Mayor Guajardo's verified motion for recusal and disqualification. I hereby find that Rule 18 of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure and Rule 605 of the Texas Rules of Evidence do not apply. Motion denied. Any objection from the City Council to this ruling? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward. On Mayor Guajardo.
I do object.
Okay. Thank you.
Caught me off guard.
3044 is ready.
On Mayor Guajardo's motion to strike pleading, I'm going to limit arguments to 2 minutes per side, and we'll entertain arguments from the mayor.
I'm sorry, if Mr. Scott objects, are we going to vote on that?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, let's move on. On Mayor Guajardo's motion to strike pleading, I'm going to limit arguments to 2 minutes per side. We'll entertain arguments from the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Council, I will say it again now that the motion to recuse has been denied. This proceeding violates Texas law and it is void. We have moved to strike the articles of impeachment because
I discovered something about one. One is a number, numeral, and graphing. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural
Before
numbers.
an elected official can be removed from office, due process requires that the accused receive clear notice of the specific factual allegations against her and a meaningful opportunity to defend them. It's the Matthews versus Eldridge U.S. Supreme Court case.
Looks like the amendment
The articles
are
fail to
taken
meet
over.
that standard, rather than clearly identifying the precise conduct alleged to constitute fraud, misconduct, perjury, or malfeasance. The articles rely on vague accusations, conclusory labels, and scattered references to outside materials and exhibits that are not actually incorporated into the pleading itself. Under Texas law, even ordinary civil pleadings must provide fair notice sufficient to allow the opposing party to understand the nature of the claims and prepare a defense. And fraud allegations are scrutinized even more closely because of their seriousness. Yet the articles repeatedly accuse the mayor of fraud and criminal conduct without identifying the statements, acts, legal duties, or facts that supposedly establish those offenses. Instead, the pleading attempts to bootstrap broad accusations through a maze of footnotes and unattached exhibits. Without knowing exactly what factual allegations are truly being asserted, I cannot meaningfully prepare witnesses, gather responsive evidence, or defend the mayor against a removal proceeding. This is not due process, and the articles should therefore be struck as legally insufficient. And I would note for the record,
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
In this matter has been through Mr. David, and Mr. David has been labeled and called a petitioner. Mr. David is not a petitioner. Did not sign the petition under the charter.
Thank you. We will now entertain arguments from the petitioners.
I want to make sure I kind of frame this correctly, because it's a very simple concept, but one that's been beat up in our court systems for decades. Due process just requires fair notice. You got to give somebody notice of what they're charged with, or why in this instance they would be removed or disciplined, okay? And under Texas, just as an example, in Texas law, you look to whether the opposing party can ascertain from, in this instance, the articles of impeachment and the petition, the nature and the basic issues that are in controversy. I would easily submit to you that you would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind to not understand what this is about. I mean, you're kidding me, okay? And I would be remiss if I did not say that the federal judge, the complaint in front of him is about due process, and so it is, again, his prerogative, and he could have stopped the proceedings and did not do so had he thought there was inadequate notice.
Go to start, then you're going to come back voting, then you're going to reverse in.
It's not like they're hiding the ball, or that there's,
Roger that.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
25 footnotes, it cites to evidence, it gives details of how it is that the petitioners have alleged that there is incompetence, malfeasance, corruption, breach of trust, fraud, aiding and abetting fraud. All of those things are put in there, not just in a, oh, I just said the words like I did right now, but 15 pages of detailed information and reference to specific evidence to not just give adequate notice, but give an incredible quantum of information to give detail so that mayor has full notice of what these proceedings are about. Respectfully, the issue is, do the articles of impeachment and the petition give sufficient information in order for the mayor to know? The answer is yes.
West Haven to the VA Cemetery in Corpus at 115.
Any other comments? Okay. Based on the arguments presented, I move to deny the mayor's motion to strike the pleadings. Any objections from the city council in this ruling? Can I have a motion and a second? Motion. Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. At this time, we will entertain the petitioner's motion to modify, amend city's rules of procedure for city council hearing for removal action under the city charter. We will entertain arguments from the petitioner.
At this time, just know that what
I discovered something about population.
Rules that were, many years old. I looked at them because in the context of, quite frankly, previously it was not the mayor that was the subject of the impeachment. And so that created a situation where, like you did on the first motion, you got to make sure who your presiding officer is. So I put some provisions in like that. They made complaints pursuant to Bradley, and so I made some changes in the proposed rules that I thought would address the Bradley issue. I made some changes to try to suggest that, quite frankly, where the city legal department had withdrawn from the civil lawsuit claiming a conflict of interest, it made sense to me that maybe they shouldn't be the ones so advising, especially since Mr. Shamsi's here now. So I made some tweaks in the rules to address that issue. I was trying to improve it, to the extent there are any issues that are remain where, due process concerns can be addressed and it be a better working document. I'm all in favor of it. The purpose of what I did was to protect due process, to make sure that our time is not wasted here. Thank you.
Mr. Flood.
I want to make sure I understand which motion it is we're referring to. Are we talking about the first amended motion to modify the rules of procedure? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I was arguing.
All right. So, thank you. I will say it again, this proceeding violates Texas law. It is void. The proposed amendments
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
And simply make this void proceeding even worse. Article 2, Section 16P of the City Charter adopts Robert's Rules of Order. The proposed amendments violate core principles of the Charter provision because they systematically remove authority from the deliberative body, the City Council, and consolidate that with the presiding officer. Under the rules originally adopted by the resolution, the Council collectively retained supervisory authority over major procedural matters, including evidentiary rulings, witness participation, and deliberations. The proposed changes would fundamentally alter that structure by creating a new Section 2, giving the Mayor Pro Tem sole responsibility for all pretrial matters, admissibility of evidence, how the proceedings are conducted. But Robert's Rules of Order is built on the opposite premise. The Assembly itself governs the proceeding, while the Chair merely facilitates the will of the body. By vesting unilateral procedural authority in the Chair, the amendments improperly convert the presiding officer from a neutral moderator into a dominant procedural authority over the hearing. The amendments further violate Robert's rules by undermining the neutrality of the chair. The original rules contemplated that the neutral city attorney's office would advise the council, but now the proposed changes would authorize the presiding officer to confer with legal counsel of his or her own choosing, which gives the presiding officer sole discretion.
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
Several more problems with them. The amendments improperly weaken the informational and deliberative rights of council members. The original rules expressly allowed council members to question witnesses and call witnesses through the chair. The proposed amendments would delete that. Under Article 2, Section 16, members of a deliberative body must be able to gather and test information necessary for informed deliberation before voting, which is why having two witnesses make those decisions under the city charter is such a big problem. Also, the problem of importing formal judicial procedures like sworn deposition testimony, attorney objections, references to the rules of evidence and civil procedure, documentary sworn testimony, and certified reporters' records, while simultaneously removing the procedural safeguards that are ordinarily associated with those things, is a problem for a parliamentary body. From a Robert's Rules standpoint, the result becomes structurally unsound. A quasi-judicial hearing without meaningful judicial safeguards and a parliamentary proceeding without meaningful assembly control. Taken together, the amendments fundamentally invert the relationship between the chair and the assembly that lies at the heart of Robert's Rules of Order and your own charter, Section 2, Article 2, Section 16P.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
To conform to what was voted on a moment ago in terms of how you do the procedure you've been doing so far, and that would only therefore amend a portion of Section 2, okay? In other words, I don't want what I wrote a week ago or 2 weeks ago to contradict what you did today. And so I'm saying I can work with city staff and city legal and Mr. Shamsi, I'm sure, to tweak that language. But as tweaked, I'm amending it and asking that it be approved. I don't know if there's any other specific provisions that the council thought should be removed or limited, but
Well, we're not going to approve all the ones that you gave.
Sir, ma'am?
If that helps you, we're not going to approve all the ones that you gave.
Okay, that's what I mean, whatever.
So you want us to go forward with what we've got before you make that decision?
The only revision that I'm making is to Section 2, so it complies with what you've already done. And I don't need to do anything more than that. When you vote on it, I think it's with that amendment. I've stated that on the record.
Okay. All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to make a comment about Robert's rules. So Mr. Flood cited that the provision on Robert's rules is in the city charter. It's actually in the city code. It's under council policies in the city code. And what it states is the most current edition of Robert's Rules of Order shall govern council proceedings unless in conflict with these rules or other law. Provided, however, council's failure to comply with Robert's Rules of Order shall not invalidate any
I discovered something
action.
about hostility.
So
hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
Proceedings. Mr. Scott did object, so to deal with that, the council did take a vote to make sure that the majority of the council, there was discussion allowed as well, so that does follow Robert's rules. So I believe that we are following the rules. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you for that clarification.
Route 20.
Four 537 Nicholson Street, Gray Cadillac, Mary X-Ray Sam, 9624.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development in
I
acting.
hereby approve the requested changes to the rules of procedure, except for proposed changes to sections 1, 4D, 6D, and 7, with the amendment previously made by Mr. Allison. Any objections from the City Council on the ruling?
I object.
Okay. Any discussion? Just object?
I won't take up too much of the body's time. I just think the current rules that we have provide a framework, and they're there to protect us. I think changing these at the dais during the proceedings provides a questionable air of propriety. And I think it's there to protect our due process. I didn't write the rules, but I think changing the rules at this point and this juncture in the proceedings gives rise to people that may oppose this, where this is going, to say, well, there's something more afoot. I think you all are voting your conscience. I just think it provides a perceived preference to the proceedings. So thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, may I be heard just for a clarification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There were two motions filed, and so when reference is made to changes to the sections, I'm not sure if that's proposed changes that were made in the first motion filed by Mr. David, or the second motion filed by Mr. Doggett. I'm not sure which one it is that we're making the changes to.
And the way you called it and the way I heard it, and you asked that earlier, and
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
To Robert's Rules of Order and preserved the tribunal's role. And so that's why the objection was made in that regard, and why I believe Robert's Rules of Order should be followed again, consistent with what would happen in 1987, and shouldn't be changed for this purpose, for purposes of this proceeding. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
I think, well, I agree with the Secretary as far as I think there's been full compliance with Robert rules and with due process. I think the point you are now is that there was an objection noted, and so you have to vote in order to.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Can I get a motion and a second? Did we already get it? Yes. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay, motion carries. Both parties have filed witnesses lists and requested subpoenas. I move to authorize the attorneys for the petitioners and the mayor to issue subpoenas as requested in their motions. The requesting party will be responsible for service of subpoenas. Any objection from the City Council to this ruling? Mr. Cantu.
Quick question. So, originally enforceable? Who's going to enforce them to come to council?
Well, it's not me.
I want to find out about that. Is it our own judges, like Judge Chapa, would do it, or how does that work?
I discovered something about West. West is one of the four cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east, and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
So it's on there. They have to show up, correct? Okay.
There's a city code that applies, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did we get a motion and a second for that one? Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same. Motion carries. For the scheduling of the removal action hearing, have petitioners' counsel and mayor's counsel agreed to some potential dates?
We have not been able to agree to dates.
Okay.
We have conferred, but we have not been able to agree.
Mr. Flood?
That's true. There are no dates that I have agreed to. That's true.
Okay. As the parties have failed to agree to dates for the hearing, I hereby schedule a removal hearing for July the 15th, 17th, 22nd, and 23rd of 2026 at 9:00 a.m. To address any additional pretrial matters, I hereby schedule June the 8th and June the 9th for pretrials. Meetings may be canceled if not needed. Yes. July the 15th, 17th, 22nd, and 23rd at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, David. Number 2806 Elizabeth Street, 2806 Elizabeth.
23rd. Yes.
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer
July
to
the 15th, 17th, 22nd, and 23rd. Boy, we're slow today, aren't we? Now, these are the dates that we think are available.
May I be briefly heard?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. When the articles of impeachment were distributed to the city council members in August of 2025, it received correct
There's like a little
advice from the city
green
attorney's office
dot over you
that less
guys.
than 45 days notice would not be adequate due process under Texas Rules of Procedure 245 and other cases interpreting that. To the extent any of those dates, and I don't know, I'm not looking at a calendar, are less than 45 days, I would object for that purposes. And so, I know the 22nd, 23rd probably aren't, but July 15, 16, 17 could be. I just don't know. And so for that reason, I have to level that objection in this proceeding. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Allison.
Sure. The rule of procedure, first of all, that he's talking about obviously doesn't apply But even aside from that, that rule of procedure doesn't cite to or say that it's a due process issue per se at all. And whether you had 45 days or 42 days or 43 days, I think clearly there's been more than sufficient notice, and I think those are reasonable times to proceed with.
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above.
To accommodate you, Mr. Flood, we're going to schedule the first hearing the 22nd and the 23rd, and then we will reschedule and add others as we go.
And I would just, and I don't mean to quibble. It's not to accommodate me, but rather the 14th Amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allison, anything?
No further comment. The only thing I will say, kind of shifting gears, I will try to juggle it, reschedule it if I can, but I may have a hearing on June 8th, so I may be I think I'd let opposing counsel know I may have a conflict on that date, but we'll try to address that informally and by agreement.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve those dates?
Was that at 9 a.m., Mayor Pro Tem?
9 o'clock, yes.
Careful with that ring, right?
9 o'clock. Yes. Mr. Scott?
So we don't know that we're going to need to meet on the 8th and 9th. That's just there. Or do we know that we need to meet on the 8th and 9th? And the only reason I bring that up is I beg the pardon of the body. I'm out of town on the 8th and 9th for work purposes that I do not think I can reschedule. So but I'm hopeful that we don't need to meet because I don't want to miss all the fun.
Well, we're hoping
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, seeing there is nothing further, this meeting is adjourned. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I would check both the sarcasm and the jetty now. I just don't know what the weather is going to look like later. No problem.
It's 10-4, over.
Can you do meter set?
Yeah, that's fine.
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
Again, that's 197 Kokomo. Kokomo. Well, phone number is 362004. 362004.
Tango Mark 17 out.
Please, Grandma 53042.
$39 status.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to
Six right now, 4. Sorry, you can go through.
Step 4, you can disregard the phone call.
I discovered something about term. Term may refer to
To be prosecuted complete on 4 to Santa Monica.
Unit arrest clear. Seven. How bad?
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
Everyone, wake up.
Is he supposed to show up? Usually he sends somebody.
Check 1 2. 2. Check 1 2.
742, come out for that dog at the high school.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Bravo 403 right, for sure.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, supranational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
This is 49s. Let me try something and I'll try another one.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Elisa Olson, Director of Communications for the City of Corpus Christi. We do appreciate you joining us today, and for those of you following us online, thank you so much for giving us your time. Our priority is to keep the public informed with clear and accurate information, and so thank you for helping us do that. We will start this morning with a progress report on recent developments, actions taken last week, and future developments. A summary of these updates will then be provided in Spanish, and after that, we will open the floor for questions from the media.
I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains, enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Thank you, Elisa. Good morning, everyone. I am Peter Zanoni, the city manager for the city of Corpus Christi, and also representing Corpus Christi Water this morning. So we want to thank you for being here at our briefing, either in person or watching remotely. In our audience today, we do have members of Chris 6 TV, including Michael Salazar and Stephanie Molina, also representing Telemundo as well. And so we thank you for being here, and we thank those who are listening online. Also joining us this morning is Michael Gibson from KIII, and we thank you for being here, Michael. So we do want to thank the community as well, who continue to follow these weekly updates. I don't have the number, but it's been a couple of months now that we've been doing these consistently each Friday, and we've had a few on Thursday. But they do help the community know how we're managing through this drought of record. And so, as Elisa said, today we'll be providing updates on our water supply projects. We'll talk to the community about our level 1 water emergency policies that City Council will consider. We'll talk about an important day next Tuesday. City Council has several important things on their agenda related to water. I do want to remind our community, and we'll get more into it later, about our water portal that was developed so our community can have access to information on how much water they use each day and also over the past 12 months. There's a couple of takeaways that you'll hear through this. I'll probably recap them at the end if we had like 3 bullets. One includes
I discovered something about refer.
It is over 100% capacity, or at least at 100% capacity. We're going to talk in this presentation about water rates because we're going to change the schedule this year to focus on water rates and increasing water rates and wastewater rates sooner rather than later. And then we'll also talk about the work that'll take place on Tuesday. Also the third bullet is actually the releases that we do for environmental purposes out of our Western Reservoir system. We want to talk about a proposal we're going to be making to the state to have a temporary reprieve on doing those releases. So that's kind of an overview of what we'll cover today. So let's begin by talking about lake levels, as we usually do. And so we have some great news this week compared to last week on our lake levels. Because of the rains, especially this past late Tuesday night, I guess, and early Wednesday morning, we know we had tremendous rainfall that hit right in the perfect spot of our western reservoirs. Choke Canyon Reservoir today is just under 8%, 7.9%. These are from this morning's readings from the Texas Water Development Board website. Lake Corpus Christi is at 18.2%, a tremendous rebound in Lake Corpus Christi. And so our combined capacity for these two western reservoirs is 10.8%, almost 11%. Let's compare it to last week. So last week, Choke Canyon was at 7.3%. So in 1 week, it's up. Lake Corpus Christi was at 8.5%.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
The takeaway from this morning is at 100% capacity. And that's tremendous. And so last week it was at 77%. I think it's been well over a year. At least if you look a year ago, it wasn't even at 100% a year ago. So this is a new record, I think, for at least over the past year for Lake Texana.
3A, over.
And so the rebounding is great, and we've had questions, early on, even when we have had those initial rain events the past couple of weeks. That included are we out of the drought, and is everything back to normal? And I would say no. Unfortunately, while this is very optimistic news, we still have to be very cautious and work as if things haven't turned around as much as they have, because we're still not out of the woods yet with this drought of record. And so that's why we're talking about our level 1 water emergencies, and we'll talk about that here momentarily. But because of these rains, we have pushed back the trigger date for this level 1 water emergency that we've talked a lot about over the past couple of months. And so in April of this year, we established a trigger date for a level 1 water emergency, and that was September. That was the initial date that we had selected. You may recall we had 5 potential dates, and we narrowed it down to 1 in April, and that date is September. But because of the rains that we've seen just 2 weeks ago, a few weeks ago,
I discovered something about Islamic Republic. The term Islamic Republic has been used in various ways. Some Muslim religious leaders have used it as the name for a form of Islamic theocratic government enforcing Sharia, or laws compatible with Sharia.
The first time you're hearing about this is that December would be 6 months from that point. Supply, water supply, would not be enough for demand. It's not that we run out of water or that or anything of that nature. It's just supply 6 months from December won't be enough to satisfy demand. But that December projection
They will tell you where to go on top when you get on top of the left-hand side.
This week that have tremendous rebound in our western reservoir. So over the next few weeks, we'll be updating the projection again, and we're pretty confident, we're quite confident that it won't be December, it's going to be in 2027 sometime. So it could be January, February. We'll have that update for the community and the city council on June 23rd. So we'll update that then. Now, also the media has been asking, and really a lot of concerned citizens have been asking that, as the western reservoirs begin to replenish, does that mean we have to start releasing water again for what we call environmental releases? And so our city, and we're going to get the facts on this because I think a lot of reservoirs that have been artificially impounded, through man-building dams, have what we call these agreed orders, and that they're agreements between a water entity or a city or cities or water districts and TCEQ that says because we impounded the river, we had to at least...
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area.
Way back, you won't have to get on the scale, just go right through it.
Dams that capture the water that used to flow freely along the river. And so the agreed order is an agreement with TCEQ that we have and others have at the Navidad River Authority similarly has an agreed order. And in fact, as recent as the last couple of weeks, they've been doing environmental releases. And so the goal is to try to mimic what nature used to be like prior to a dam being built. But in our case, the order says that anytime the reservoirs, the combined reservoirs, Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, are 30% or higher, we have to release water through the year. There's a schedule, it's not every day, but there's a certain amount based on certain conditions that we have to release. And so that background to say that we are, as of yesterday, we put correspondence out, we're going to be working with TCEQ, two other certificate holders, as we call them, on our certificate, which is the Nueces River Authority and the City of Three Rivers, with our consultant who we've hired to review this agreed order, which is HDR. So we're going to be working with the certificate holders and HDR to request from TCEQ with other state officials that we get a temporary reprieve from that 30% benchmark and from not 30% but 50%. And so essentially,
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
From TCEQ, they've been a great partner of this region, and we want to thank them here publicly, as well as Governor Abbott and his team in Austin, who have done a tremendous amount of work helping us get through this drought. So this is just one more tool that we could potentially use, which would keep water in the reservoirs between 30 and 50%, bypassing the agreed order. And then we'll do a comprehensive review of the agreed order. We know entities, we just received an email late last night, this morning, from the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, and we will work with them. I believe personally as a city manager there's some merit in doing these natural releases or these environmental releases, but the agreed order is a little dated. It's a couple of decades old, I think, right? And so it's worth reviewing it. Conditions have changed, the environment has changed, and so it's worth reviewing. Is this still the right program and environmental releases? But as we do that, we're going to ask for this immediate temporary relief to waive the 30% and take it all the way to 50% before we do any releases. Okay, great. So what we want to do now is run through 8 projects that either we're directly working on or an entity like the Nueces River Authority is working on. We refer to these as our water supply projects. There's 8 of them. It's quite a bit that we're working on to bring additional water supply into our system. And some of them are already online, like our Nueces groundwater program, and some of them are under construction. And others need votes. Like
I discovered something about knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical scale. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
On the permits, 53, go ahead. There was a hearing on standing. The 3 protestants, the City of Sinton, the Water District of St. Paul, and a farmer, Charles Ring, and board chair, coincidentally, filed protests to the drilling and or transport permits. Judge York said that they have standing, and so we're waiting on Judge York and the district, the St. Pat Water Groundwater Conservation District, to schedule a hearing. And the hearings is just not one hearing. There's a whole series of almost quasi-judicial, processes that have to take place. And so that's in the works. We're also continuing to evaluate a direct correspondence with John Hobson and the mayor of Sinton, Mayor Mary Spadell, to see if there's any new or any room to negotiate some type of a
you said after we pass the tires, we're going up to the concrete area, or
we're also going to work with
going to the left
in these coming weeks on emergency wells. There's been some talk that they may grant emergency wells where we could drill about 12 wells, but only turn them on if we trigger a level 1 water emergency. So, but despite the permitting process, we continue to work on site. And so, good morning. And we have about more than half of the pipe is on site right now for the transmission lines of the well field. There's 24 wells in total, and about 30 miles of pipe that will connect the wells and transport the water and ultimately put it in the Mary Roads pipeline.
I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action, or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
The Evangeline Project and our Nueces groundwater program that's one that's performing today. As of today, we have 13 million gallons of water going into our system from the Nueces groundwater program. There's a total of 16 wells that have been drilled. And if we just stop for a minute, because we've heard a lot of numbers and we've been up here quite a bit, but that's a lot of wells that we've drilled in record time, a total of 16 wells. These are not the small wells that you may see in a rural establishment. These are pretty massive wells, 800 feet deep, producing 1 to 1.5 million gallons of water a day. They're extremely commercial or industrial type construction. So that program's coming along great. We still have more wells to drill. And
there's a stack of forks here on the freeway.
13 million gallons, but by the time the entire
exiting
Nueces
Weber
program
on
is
the
built
right
out,
lane,
it'll be a total
outbound,
of
so be
36
careful.
million gallons, so almost double what we're doing today. And of
Is
that
that on
36 million
358
gallons
or
from the Nueces
386?
program, approximately 24 million of that will be treated at a brackish RO plant that we're building at our Owen Stevens treatment plant. And so it'll take out some of the TDS that we find in the well fields there. It won't be as intense as a seawater desalination. We'll be taking out just a little bit of the TDS or the salt, bringing the level down from about a 1,300 to an 800 level. And so it'll be a quicker, more
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
And it'll take it to Owen Stevens where it will be treated. And so the conveyance line, which is a pipeline, is about 75% complete in its design, and we expect it to be completed soon. And also the construction will be done in phases of the distribution pipeline, and some of that work will begin soon as well. We expect that the entire conveyance line will be done by the end of this year, by December 2026. And that's pretty remarkable, too, if you look at the timeline. It only just really began, right, in recent months. And so on the brackish reverse osmosis treatment process, about 8 months from July, we'll be beginning to clean up about 4 million gallons of water a day. That's in the February-March timeframe. And that will continue to grow to about 15 million gallons by September of 2027, and then ultimately 21 million gallons will be fresh water produced by March of 2028. Last night at our community meeting, we got a lot of good feedback from our reclaimed water project, and so we know we have 6 wastewater treatment plants, and we discharged about 30 million gallons of pretty clean water into our bays and estuaries in the Gulf. We have a project in place that'll reuse 16 million of that water, selling it to 2 and maybe 3 and maybe 4 industrial customers here, like Valero and Flint Hills and maybe Citgo.
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chalicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons.
Places in America we don't have to worry about that stigmatism or having to deal with customers' concerns. So we're going to reuse and sell to these industrial partners 16 million gallons. And that essentially frees up 16 million gallons of fresh water that we can sell to our residential and commercial customers. So it's a great project. It's a partnership project. Valero is spending $100 million on part of the conveyance system, pipeline system. And they'll also pay us along with Flint Hills and maybe Citgo for the treated water as well. So we'll be bringing revenue in when we sell them that water. They're going to help pay for 50% of the project or more. And then also it frees up 16 million gallons of fresh water that we can sell to residential and commercial accounts. Okay, so let's turn our attention now to some of our seawater projects, seawater desalination. We know that this city has been working on what is known as the Inner Harbor seawater desalination project for some time. The important notes here is that there is a consideration of a contract this Tuesday at City Council with a second firm. You may recall we had Kiewit under contract at one point, but Corpus Christi Desal Partners is going to be presenting, or we will be presenting with them next Tuesday, a 60% design contract to design the Inner Harbor project at 60%. And also in that package next Tuesday would be a contract to design and construct a demonstration site, a pilot project site as we call it. And then also they'll verify and provide a guaranteed maximum price. So all those
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory's sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
On Tuesday. And so we just concluded I think a 2-month, almost 2+ month process of looking at the far field modeling of the Bay system. And so we're looking at the environmental impacts essentially of a desalination facility in the ship channel. And we're seeing, does that impact the waters of the ship channel? Does it impact the Nueces Bay, which is behind the ship channel? And does it impact the Corpus Christi Bay? And the questions that we were asked to answer and that we had the consultant Spheros Environmental answer for us under a contract that cost $500,000 would the desalination facility in the ship channel cause an increase in salinity levels that could harm aquatic life and human life? And 2, would it cause a change in temperature? And so if anybody was at the concluding meeting yesterday, and you'll hear it again this Tuesday, the modeler essentially said no, that neither would happen. That TDS won't significantly change, nor would temperature to have an impact on aquatic life. And when you put it in parts or measurement, the salinity levels in certain areas, and predominantly in the ship channel, would only change from 0.5% to 2.0%. Given certain conditions. naturally, there's a huge swing in the salinity levels in our basin.
Joey.
I think it's plus 10% sometimes.
I
right?
discovered something about something.
So it can change.
Something may refer
The
to.
salinity levels can change from things like record droughts, heavy rainfalls can flip them the other way and have less salinity. And so already the Bay system has a very natural variance in salinity levels when you measure them. And so the measurement of 0.5 to 2.0 is somewhat subjective, right? But when you have swings of 10+%, when you in that relative context, the modeler said that they're not significant. So on Tuesday, the modeler will present his findings. The committee members, the meeting yesterday was with a task force of 19.
I'm on the way, dog.
And 5 of those community members, or 6, I think. It's 5? Okay, 5 of those community members, I asked them personally to have volunteers to present their reflections to City Council next Tuesday. So the city and Spheros telling the council what some people think we might want them to hear or believe. We want the committee members to give their reflections and their interpretation as well. They may not be experts at it, but that's okay. We want them to tell the council what they think. And so the modeler will present next Tuesday, and then we'll have 5 community members from that 19.
I'm right here, dog. It ain't raining.
Next Tuesday. Okay, so on the same track of seawater desalination, we're still working on the project. This is a very different project located on what is known as Harbor Island, close to Port Aransas and Aransas Pass.
I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
I think last week, IDE Technologies was selected as the partner to design and build and potentially operate a desal facility. The city is involved because we provided $2.7 million in participation monies, reserving up to 50 million gallons of water should that project come to light in the near future. So we're pretty excited about this project. Progress continues to be made. The Nueces River Authority recognizes the significance of this project. They in their meeting last week, decided to meet once a month now, instead of once a quarter, and put some other rigor in place as well to really focus on this project, including monthly financial reporting and so on. And so they're working on conveyance lines, and by the city participating at $2.7 million, we're at the table now with the designing and the locating of the conveyance line. This project contemplates taking water north to the San Antonio area. And the line could have gone more straight up, but by us being involved, it's going to swing over towards our city, and it'll be easier to tap into their transportation line and access water for us. So we have confidence in the Nueces River Authority. Obviously, the Port of Corpus Christi, the leading export of energy in the country, is at the table as well. So there's good reason to have confidence in this project. And it'll continue to progress. Just this week, we were at a TCEQ hearing that TCEQ held.
I discovered something about officially. An official is someone who holds an office in an organization or government and participates in the exercise of authority. The term officer is close to being a synonym, but it has more military connotations.
A small number of folks that were there, mostly from the Aransas Pass Conservancy, and TCEQ did a great job answering all the questions that were asked. I was there personally for that meeting. 2 other desal. One of the desal project, just to give you a quick update on, is the CC Polymer project. So we know CC Polymers is a polymer plastics plant here on the ship channel that was never completely built out, as well as the desal facility that was supply water to the plant that was never built out as well. But a company called Aquatech has reached an agreement with CC Polymers allowing Aquatech to finish out the desalination facility, and we're involved because we are looking into a potential contract to buy 9.4 million gallons of water from this facility over the next several years.
Heading south of the jetties, we also did a walking patrol, so we're just going to head south now.
Supply additional waters to us. The update on it is that we expect a term sheet in the coming week or weeks, either next week or the week after. The term sheet would talk about timeline and
oh, shit, you might want me to buy you dinner, so.
In the harbor, it's a relatively small amount of water, not 9 initially, going up to 5 or 6 million more on top
Have
of that
lunch after.
Expansion. So still a good project, and we're working on that one. And then Barney Davis Desalination is one other desal facility site that we're working on. We know that the Barney Davis power plant here on our south side is owned by CPS Energy of San Antonio, and we continue to work with their leadership.
Same part.
We have a meeting this Monday with the
if I haven't called back before you get to headquarters, give me another call, and I'll let you know what it looks like.
I discovered something about population.
Approved that water utilities could use, a public utility authority. Essentially, you partner up with several entities and have a different governmental entity that would manage and control the project. So we're going to talk about that this Monday, and then we'll continue to talk with CPS. And then the final project, the 8th project, is our 7 Seas project. 7 Seas is an international water provider. They recently put 5,000 acres of land under contract as a potential wellfield site for brackish water that would be treated. And we would be involved in that. We would buy the water. We wouldn't operate. We don't have the lease on the property, but we would have a direct take contract from 7 Seas. And so they continue their work. One of their next things they'll do is do a test well on the site.
I have a mic open for you.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about rates. So I mentioned earlier, there's a couple, we're talking a lot here, there's a lot of things in the presentation. So the first thing we talked about of importance is Lake Texana is at 100%. The second thing of importance was that we're asking TCEQ for a reprieve on our releases so that we don't have to release water from our western system at 30% capacity.
I just see, how far are you?
And then the third takeaway from this this press briefing this morning is our rates and budget. And so traditionally we present a comprehensive full city budget to council in late July, and it's ultimately adopted in September. And when it comes to water and wastewater rates, those take place in January if there's any rate change.
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
The water system, our CCW budget, and handle it separately and handle it 2 months sooner and potentially have rate increases 3 months sooner for the system. Because all these projects I just went over cost money, we know that the City Council has approved nearly, or I think actually a little over $1 billion in projects, and that's before any desal, either project or contract is considered. So with the funds have to come from our rate payers. We are looking at federal monies, grants, and state monies, but still the majority will come from the rates, and that's how the system works. It's a utility system, not any different than any other water system in America, and maybe internationally as well. So the news is that we are going to begin work on the budget, the operating budget now, and we'll be ready to talk to City Council in July. And so in the second week of July, the first week of July is around the July 4th timeframe. The second week in July, we're going to see if City Council members might have questions on the process or rates or the budget. That'll be the second week. The third week in July, we're going to have a workshop here. It'll be a City Council meeting to go over the budget for just CCW. And remember, we have water and wastewater. It's two big systems in what is known as CCW. And then the fourth week, we will then have a City Council agenda item to consider the budget and also consider rate increases.
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
In July, it'll be an ordinance. We'll probably do a second reading will be that fifth week. So the first reading will be the fourth week, second reading and adoption the fifth week in July. And then the rates would go into effect on October 1. And so it's important we talk about it now. We don't want to surprise any of our ratepayers. We know some of our larger ratepayers, like school districts and the military base and industry, as well as our own families, need time to prepare and plan. And so we have plenty of time between now and October.
Unit 909 is going to be making a less than a cruise right in Navajo, right in airport. It's going to be back on regular route. I'm going to go check back there.
Yeah, we'll get that for you, but it's several months. So the message, how many? 5 months? Okay, so we have 5 months to talk about this and prepare, and it's just it's it's we can call it unfortunate or unnecessary in a family's, mind, but it's necessary to run the system. And while we have rains and our reservoirs are looking better, it's so easy to forget what we've been going through in the past 5 years. It's just too easy to forget that. So the system we have today is not robust enough, and it's not strong enough to withstand droughts. And this drought proved it. We've seen it before, but we forgot, and we just kept doing what we were doing. But this drought should teach us that the system's not resilient enough, it's not robust enough, it's not diverse enough, and so we have to significantly invest, and that means all our ratepayers, our residential customers.
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
The city manager, and I think the community is pretty fed up with it as well. That being, you can't even water your lawns. You have to worry about curtailing at home. You have commercial accounts and large volume users on pins and needles about, can I open today? Am I going to run my business? So anyway, all that to say, rate adjustments will be necessary. We'll have more information coming.
The vehicle expires August 2026. The 2011 Ford SUV vehicle clear. Insurance is confirmed.
July will be the focus on just CCW with rates, and hopefully council will approve rate adjustments that'll go into place.
For one more pass south, and after lunch we'll reevaluate. You're going to see maybe some darker clouds south and to the,
a little bit about it already, but just to summarize,
whatever that side is,
so this Tuesday's
west
the
of
city council
you,
meeting. The agenda is a full-blown council meeting. There's a few items on there of significance, including several contracts dealing with our overall business. But three real important things.
You guys are good to do one more pass down south, and after lunch we will reevaluate. You're going to see some darker clouds south of you and to the west. If anything changes, please let me know.
Just this Saturday, we wrapped up yet another meeting with the
Perfect, thank you.
With the Corpus Christi Apartment Association. And I think they have a big, I don't know if is that their name, the Corpus Christi?
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens.
So I think the apartments are good. We're not going to classify any multifamily apartment as a commercial account. They'll have their own classification, a multifamily account, and how we develop their baseline, I think we have agreement with the Apartment Association. That was one holdup, and then we've continually met with with one of our wholesalers who want us to develop a different methodology for baseline setting, and I think we've pretty much worked through that, which is the baseline that we're recommending to council is much better than what's in the current plan, and it will provide baselines to wholesalers equivalent to what their usage is today, and that's the whole purpose of a baseline. So they should be good on that side as well. So on Tuesday, before the desal consideration, will be consideration of these level 1 water emergency policies that we want the council to finally adopt. So the certainty in case we have to go into a level 1 water emergency. This is pretty groundbreaking work that we've done. We're much better for it as a region. We're hoping to never have to go into discussions about a level 1 water emergency again because of all of our water supply projects. But if we ever have to again, now we've done months and months and months worth of work to where you can just pull the policy out this next time if we have to do it. Also next Tuesday will be that presentation, as I mentioned, on our far field modeling, and the company will be here, Spheros Environmental.
Oh,
and then of course the vote on the design contract for the Inner Harbor desalination will be on Tuesday as well.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
We're doing a lot to keep information flowing to them, including community meetings, and we had a second one last night in City Council District 2 at the Greenwood Senior Center. A week from next Wednesday will be another one. This will be in City Council District 5 at the Police Training Academy on Yorktown. anybody can go. Just because it's described as a District 5 meeting doesn't mean you have to live in District 5. And so you can go to that one. It's at 6 o'clock is the time. And so that's at 6902 Yorktown Boulevard at the Police Training Academy. And those will continue. We have a total of, I think, 8 or 9 in total we had scheduled. They'll continue. And then finally, our water usage portal. I do want to give, we're going to double down on our communication, because I think still, as much as we're communicating, I'm not sure our customers know we have this free tool for them. I personally think it's great, and I think we should submit an award application for it, because it was very innovative. Our IT department, Peter Collins and Holly, developed it in record time. It's so easy to use. But to date, the site has only had 11,000 views. 11,000? And that could be somebody going in 2 or 3 times. So we have about 90,000 customers and 11,000 views. So you can see there's a lot more times we want that thing to be hit. People should be using it, weekly, maybe daily. And so it's real easy to use.
Yeah,
that'll tell you how much water you use to date in the billing cycle.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
This free tool doesn't cost any of our customers anything. So I encourage people to go to it. We want that view number to go way up. We should be 100,000 soon. So we'll keep talking about it. All you have to do is go to our homepage. It's right on the home page of the city's landing page. So go to corpuschristitx.gov. So just type in corpuschristitx.gov and just scroll a little bit down. You'll see it. There's a real big box that says Water Portal. Click on it. All you need is your home address or your business address, and then your water account number, and that's on your bill. And so if you get your bill electronically or by paper, just get that. Those 2 ingredients, those 2 pieces of information, you can have access to that information to help you understand how much water you're using in the billing cycle and what you've used over time. And I think that concludes it. I think that's it. So we will be here again next Friday, and we'll have more information next Friday. Hopefully, we'll have some of the feedback from the important council meeting by then as well. And we'll provide additional updates on these water supply projects. There is rain, and we do have the meteorologist here from Chris 6, but we know there's rain for next week. I even saw in one of our weather services a disturbance that's heading more towards Houston and Louisiana, but still there's more good chances for rain. So next week, hopefully, we have even better news on our reservoirs.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to.
Reservoirs. So with that, we're going to turn over to Gabby, who's going to do a Spanish translation, and then I'll come back up to answer questions.
Sobre el suministro de agua actual y los niveles de los embalses. Las lluvias recientes han mejorado la capacidad de los embalses. Chow Canyon se encuentra actualmente al 7.9%, el lago de Corpus Christi al 18.2%. La capacidad combinada de los embalses occidentales se encuentran al 10.8%. El lago Texana se encuentra al 100%. Las proyecciones para la emergencia hídrica de nivel 1. Debido a las recientes lluvias, la fecha de inicio proyectada se ha pospuesto para diciembre del 2026, a la espera de los datos actualizados de precipitaciones del 23 de junio. La actualización sobre la orden acordada de la TCEQ o Comisión de Calidad del Medio Ambiente del Estado. El Departamento de Agua ha contratado a la compañía HDR para reevaluar la orden de la TCEQ referente al flujo de agua dulce a través de la presa Wesley Seal, solicitando una suspensión temporal hasta que los embalses alcancen el 50% de su capacidad. Contamos con 8 proyectos de diversificación de agua. Estas son las actualizaciones de esos proyectos. El proyecto de aguas subterráneas Evangeline. Trámites de permisos en curso, la construcción ha comenzado y ya se ha entregado más de 59,000 pies de tubería. Aún están pendientes procesos judiciales. Sobre el programa de aguas subterráneas de Nueces. 16 pozos se encuentran operando con una producción de hasta 13 millones de galones diarios. Se proyectan
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
Proyecto de infraestructura de agua recuperada. Se
I told him this morning, dude, this one gets fast if you're not watching it.
El diseño se encuentra completado en un
Oh, no.
60%. 16
Yeah.
millones de
Saying
galones
a good
van a
day
ser
for us
vendidos a la
today. Today was
industria.
not it.
Sobre la desalinización de agua de
Yeah,
mar en el
10-4.
Inner Harbor. Se está finalizando un contrato y se avanza
Yeah,
con el
everybody's
estudio de
here is
viabilidad.
pretty much blaming
Esperamos tener la próxima
each other
semana
now.
información sobre el modelo de estudio de impacto medioambiental en el puerto interior. Queremos saber si habrá un impacto salobre, así como si habrá un cambio en cuanto a la temperatura. Estos resultados serán presentados al concilio el próximo martes. Sobre la desalinización de agua en el mar en Harbor Island, IDE Technologies ha sido seleccionada como socio de desarrollo para potencialmente construir un proyecto de desalinización. Sobre la desalinización de agua de mar para CC Polymer, Aquatech proporcionará los detalles de contrato en breve. Esperamos escuchar de ellos para potencialmente contar con una planta desalinizadora a futuro. La planta de desalinización de agua de mar Barney Davis continúa con la ciudad continúa la colaboración con CC Energy.
No, I wrote it up yesterday and then today
Las negociaciones
I got lucky with this one.
se están perforando un pozo de prueba para evaluar el acuífero. En cuanto a las cuotas de cargos de agua fiscal, se requieren ajustes en las tarifas de agua comercial y residencial sobre las aguas residenciales debido al aumento de los costos. La presentación del presupuesto está programada para el mes de julio. Los cambios
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to
aprobadas también en el mes de julio. Si son aprobadas por el concilio, entrarían en vigor para el mes de octubre. La ciudad se ha visto en la necesidad de contar con diversificación de las fuentes de agua, por lo que estos ajustes son necesarios para solventar todos los gastos y contar con más agua y evitar vernos en esa posición debido a una sequía. La próxima reunión del Consejo Municipal es el 2 de junio. Se espera que en esta reunión el concilio vote para sentar las políticas de la emergencia hídrica del nivel 1 y sobre el contrato de desalinización en el Inner Harbor, entre otras medidas. Sobre la participación comunitaria, continuamos con las sesiones informativas sobre el agua. También les recordamos que se ha lanzado el nuevo portal de uso de agua en donde cada cliente puede ver cuánta agua se utiliza, ya sea en su residencia o en su negocio diariamente. Esta aplicación es completamente gratis. La próxima sesión informativa para los medios será el próximo viernes.
Great, thank you, Gabby. Okay, at this point, we're going to open it up for media questions, and we do have our team here that will help with microphones.
Morning, Peter.
Good morning, Drew. Yes, sir.
Drew Bishop, Channel 6 News. So I know you addressed a little bit about the level 1 water emergency and some of those multifamily homes. I know that's been a sticking point and why we delayed the vote. You talked about not treating them as a commercial customer, but I had a representative of the Corpus Christi Apartment Association reach out to me with some concerns. I want to relay those.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development in acting.
Entire property, not per household. As a result, apartment residents could end up with less water per family than those in single-family homes. Families living in different types of housing should be treated the same. A fair solution is a per-unit approach so every household is treated equally. And I know in your comments earlier you said that those won't be treated as commercial properties. You've worked out some type of deal with the apartment association. Could you give us more details on that and how apartment residents are being restricted?
Sure, yeah, thank you, Drew. So, Drew read off some concerns from somebody from the association or somebody that owns property, but the key message is this, is that families living in a multifamily apartment or multifamily community, there's many variations of that. You have big communities, you have a fourplex, a duplex. They will be treated just like any other family living in a single-family home. And so it's going to take us a little more effort to make sure that actually happens, and we're committed to that. And that's what we told the president of the apartment association. Today they have most of these communities have 1 meter that feeds the entire community. And so if you have a large apartment complex with, say, 400 units.
Is leaving right now in the Kia.
And so we have to rely on that data from that 1 meter to determine a baseline. And that's the approach we're going to take. That's the one that they were fine with using.
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to
COVID years. That was one of the, initially we had years that would have included COVID years, and the apartment association said a lot of the renters moved to
the white Kia with the female is still in the parking lot at the housing authority.
And so conversely, water use was probably down as well. And so we're not using those years. We're going to use more current years, 23 to 25, and then we'll take out 12 months of the lowest month. So by doing that, we're essentially giving more water to the properties. But we've also told the apartment association president and their leadership that we're going to work with you very closely. We're not going to say, here's your allocation and don't call us, no matter what happens, right? So we're going to work to fine-tune this one.
Yeah, guys, the white Kia is heading towards Wheeler.
Because every apartment community is different. You have some that have higher vacancy rates, some that have higher lease rates. You have some that are bigger. You have big families living in some of them. And so we're going to start with that methodology, and we have 5 months to kind of verify, is it going to work? Will each family in the complex have enough if we set a baseline for the unit, for the community, and then it's distributed out? And so that 5-month period with us looking, not us waiting for somebody to call us and say, hey, this doesn't work. We're going to be calling them first, most likely, to say, okay, based on this methodology, it doesn't look like you'd have enough, so we're going to do this to get you a baseline. And so a key message is this, is that if a family or a person is living in
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
And I want to ask, the rate increases. People hear that and frustration kind of boils over. Obviously, I know that's something, your team doesn't want to do, but you may have to do. Can you explain in simple terms, if I'm a resident and I'm upset, I'm saying, hey, why is my rate going up?
Yeah.
Where is that additional money going? You talk about all the water projects we're taking on, but explain to me, step by step, that additional money that I'm paying for my water, where does that go as far as city funds and where that's distributed?
Right, okay, great. So Drew's asking from Chris 6 about how's the budget work and rates work. And so the city has 28 lines of business, and we have numerous funds like property tax and sales tax. For our water, wastewater operation, all the funds that we get through the monthly billing process stay in a separate account. And the monthly bills are only paying for water and wastewater, that's it. We don't take that money and hire police officers or build streets. And so the system, we try every day. Nick's not here today, but Nick, the leader of Corpus Christi Water, and the over, I think it's over 700 employees, if I'm not mistaken, care every day about keeping costs low. And it's an all hands-on approach. But to deliver water and to clean wastewater takes money. It costs. It's not a free service. Property tax doesn't pay for it. Sales tax doesn't pay for it. And so the utility rate pays for the system.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
Here in Texas and across the country, maybe, if we want to focus more narrowly, the cost for new water supply projects are always more than what you had yesterday. And they're expensive. And this council, this city council that sits here today, they have taken generational votes and approved $1 billion worth of new water supply projects, not because we just wanted to spend $1 billion, but because our water supply was in jeopardy with a drought of record and a system that is not robust enough to handle it. And so we have to pay, everybody has to pay for that $1 billion worth of new water supply projects and just ongoing increases in our operational costs. We're at the mercy of the private sector. We buy a lot of chemicals and parts and equipment and systems for our treatment process and distribution processes. Those costs go up. We don't control the private market. And so to recover the cost for that and new supply projects, we do have to increase the rates. So we're mindful about that. We're also mindful that the $1 billion, as I mentioned, that's going to take several years to issue that revenue, that debt. And so rates will go up, but it'll be over time. But I think what we're seeing across America, I was just on a panel in Washington, D.C., and it was an infrastructure panel. And this is something that Texas is going to grapple with. You see it time and again with news stories. And the nation is going to have to grapple with it. And that is that costs for water are going up. It's not just something happening here in Corpus Christi, Texas. It's nationally.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the four cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
Nationally, and then the cost for that goes up when you have to have more supply. So that's what happens. So the key thing is that we're only increasing rates to pay for the projects and to pay for the service. The monies that we collect stay within the operation, so we don't commingle that with other funds that are used for things like public safety or airport services or the Hilliard Center. So whatever we collect, we save and use, and if there's monies left over, we keep those in those funds and use them the next year. We'll have more detail on the rates. They will be increasing. If we look just up the road to San Antonio, Texas, their water system is contemplating, I think, a 30% rate increase. So it's just a couple hours away from here. Similar water system is doing the same thing that we're going to talk to council about in July. And they're not even bringing on additional water supply projects. That's just paying for their overall operations. So. Yeah, good question, though. Thank you, Drew.
Sir, I have 3 questions from Colleen at the Texas Tribune. The first question is, when is the city's wastewater recycling project projected to come online?
Okay, our effluent reuse project?
Yes, sir.
Right, yeah, so the Texas Tribune, thank you for following us. We read your headline story today. It was a good report on what we're doing here. And so that project will come in phases, but the first 3 million gallons of a total of 16 will come online later this year in December, and that will be with
I discovered something about one. One is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Saturday and Sunday to bring the system online. They have to put some reverse osmosis type equipment in at their expense.
6501
so
and 1044.
3 beginning later this year, and then as we complete the system of moving water from Oso to Greenwood and then Greenwood to Valero, later next year, the remaining 13 million or so will come online as well.
Thank you. Her next question is, because of the good news on reservoirs, is the city looking to further delay projections of a level 1 water emergency? And when is the city expected to make that announcement?
Mm-hmm. Right. So from the Texas Tribune, they're asking what's the latest on the level 1 water emergency dates because of the rain. So we already moved the date from what was September to December based on rains from weeks ago. The rains that we received, especially this
Lord, I want to turn around somewhere up here and then head that way.
Haven't been factored into the new model. So we're going to be updating the model over the next 2 weeks, and on June 23rd, we'll show an updated level 1 water emergency forecast to the community, the city council and the community. We know it's going to be later than December. We have tremendous amounts of water gain now in our western, and as I mentioned, Lake Texana is getting the gold star today with 100% full. So that helps a lot. So we'll have a new forecast on June 23rd on Tuesday, and most likely it's going to push that level 1 water emergency date to 2027, probably early 2027.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Could the city manager talk more about the findings of the Farfield study? Did CCW make any changes to the Inner Harbor proposal because of it?
Okay, great. The final question from the Texas Tribune is the Farfield study that I mentioned in today's briefing did cost money. We hired a consultant, and but it's worth it. The community has always had that question, which is, will an Inner Harbor desalination facility have environmental impacts negatively to the bay system? There's been at least 6 or 7 studies that have been done over time, but they've looked at just sections of the bay, like the Ship Channel or the La Quinta Channel or the lower part of the bay. This one did a comprehensive study of what we call the entire bay system, and so that's the Ship Channel, the Nueces Bay, and the Corpus Christi Bay. It did cost $500,000, and our ratepayers are paying for it, all of them. And it provided consistent information that we've seen in the prior 6 reports. And so it pretty much said the same thing, which is that the change in salinity levels would be only a range of 0.5 to 2.0, depending on conditions. And that's what we've seen before in these prior reports. So there was no new, shocking information. It was pretty consistent with what we've seen before. but it validates the work that's been done and it validates it in a comprehensive way. And we've never done that before. I personally asked that it be done and that we invest that money, and I think it's a good investment. Of course, some folks think that it's still going to have issue to the bay, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is a pretty robust report that was
I
done
discovered
by,
something about states.
experienced
State most
professionals
commonly
in
refers to
materials
state
environmental.
polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
And it used the worst case scenarios like drought of records and no inflows to moderate scenarios where rain's happening and there's some inflows. But in all cases, it was a range of change of 0.5 to 2.0. The final question from the Tribune is, did it change our design or our approach to the inner harbor? And I think that answer would be best done by the firm Corpus Christi Desal Partners that have a leading desalination expert worldwide, Acciona. But I think I'm fair to say the answer would probably be no, right? Because that's not a shocking difference. And they probably already had that in their business model anyway. So, but they'll use that data to see is there any refinement that they need to do to the plant and the design if council approves it. And we'll also be testing our waters through the process. It's not that we build this and we never put foot in the water again. So we're going to be testing water. It could be that the plant, even after being built, if council approves it, needs adjustments, either in the dispersion and oxygen that's introduced to the dispersion and flows of water, how fast it goes out. So we're very committed to the environment, and I think the fact that we asked for this study and we spent time, hours and hours, and that we put a 19-member panel together to hear things we might not want to hear, proves that, and we have the results, and additional work can be done over time. It doesn't mean we're done studying.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
Have that in its scope of work. But there's more work that can be done, and we have some of the leading professionals here at the Hart Institute, and Texas, UT Texas has a facility here with very leading doctors in both institutions, and we want to partner with them to continue to work on our base system because we care about it just as much as they do. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Peter.
Hi.
Nice to show up here. You have both Stephanies from Chris 6
yes.
today. But, I'm the chief meteorologist, so I come to ask you some weather questions.
Okay.
A little background. Yes, we've had wonderful rainfall. That's very encouraging. And I've gotten a lot of questions because of it now, so I bring those to you.
Okay.
So I believe it was on the 9th you had mentioned that we needed 20 to 40 in a short period of time to really get things back where they need to be. And that is an accurate number. It's something that you all have been working very closely with our partners at the National Weather Service to get those briefings. And the briefing that came out on May 18th, our combined capacity was around 8.3%. Today, we're happy, clicking our heels together because we're around 11%. So now come the questions. Given that we're expecting a very strong El Nino this summer, which would be in the next couple of months, and versus what you might call a regular El Nino, a strong El Nino actually doesn't tend to give us as much rainfall. So given all of those different climate tidbits, how is that going? Can you shed some light into how the city and CCW are factoring these changes into projections, and how can we get some peace of mind that we're not perhaps overestimating or perhaps celebrating too soon?
Right.
I discovered something about refer.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie from the lead meteorologist with Chris 6. And so earlier on in the conversation, my opening remarks were that while we have seen some rain now, I think 4 to 5 weeks in a row, we are not out of the woods. There's still a lot more rain that we need, and while it helps relieve some of the tension at the home or here at City Hall and running this business, we still need a lot more rain. So that question was just asked again recently: how much rainfall would we need to have the western reservoirs rebound to a decent level, like a 50% level? And I don't have it. I don't have the report here in front of me, but it's anywhere from 20 inches to 40 inches of rain. And Esteban is agreeing with that, one of our teammates on water resources. So we need a lot more rain. The rainfall we had this Wednesday morning here locally and over the recharge area was anywhere from 2 to 4 inches. And to move the needle a little bit, our combined level, as we mentioned, went from 8 to 11%. But with that massive amount of rain and just the storm intensity, it just barely moved the needle. So we are taking into account in our business the weather. Every week, we're fortunate that the National Weather Service, that has an agency here or an office here at Corpus Christi International Airport, spends a good half hour to 45 minutes with us every week, and we're thankful for that. It's a free service. They have great meteorologists that give a very detailed assessment of what happened the last week or so and a forecast going up to 90 days. Their information is what we rely on.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
That come across the mountain ranges and almost come right over the western recharge areas, and that's what we saw on Wednesday. So if we can get a few more of those through the what is the second wettest month in our forecast, which is June. May and June are pretty wet months.
Test 1, 2.
And then the hurricane time, I think September, October, is the highest month when we traditionally see hurricanes. But if we can get a few more storms to get us through what could be a drier summer with the El Nino phenomenon, and then we hopefully with El Nino, the forecasts say that in the fall and winter, it'll be much wetter than normal. And the forecast is talking about a super El Nino, and so it could be even wetter than normal, than the normal El Nino. And so that could help us. So in this water situation we're in, it's just trying to prolong time, buy time, so to speak. And so these rains that we have will help get us through these next couple of months. And if it's dry in the summer, that's okay, because the reservoirs will be at a decent level, not where we want them to be, but better than where they were. And then maybe we pick it back up in the fall. So we can't run the weather. You know, we wish it would rain a lot, but I think the information we're having on the El Nino and the rains we're seeing now is very different than what we've seen in the past 5 years. And so it gives us hope. I think it gives the community hope. And because our system is 100% today, except for our groundwater program, 100% reliant on rain, we need the rain to get through this drought of record. But thank you.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Not create any additional health risk tied to those forever chemicals. It is right there in the channel.
Right.
And have we tested for the forever chemicals? How much do we have in our water? Would it be able to filter it out?
Okay, Michael Gibson from KIII is asking about forever chemicals. One of them is PFAS, PFAS. It's a forever chemical product that was used in firefighting agents and things like Teflon, I believe. So there are some traces of Teflon in our water systems. I think I've heard somebody say that, or many people say Teflon, not Teflon, but PFAS is in just about everywhere. Right? In today's day and age, given the prolific use of it before it was scaled back in its use, and it doesn't go away. That's why it's called a forever chemical. Seawater desalination is I think the only treatment process that can safely remove PFAS from water. And so while there is PFAS in the water that's in the ship channel and probably in the bay as well, the only thing that'll remove that is the project recommended for the Inner Harbor, which is a seawater desalination facility. And so the filtration system is robust enough to remove, I think it's 99.9% of the PFAS out of the water. And it doesn't add any more PFAS back into the water. Some of that will be removed with the solids that get taken to the landfill. And then some will go back in with the water that's mixed with the brine and goes back in. But we'll be taking out more PFAS.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area.
My partner's telling me that it might be a test, so I guess the school called up here to advise us, but they didn't advise the alarm company because they're the ones calling me.
So what is the city doing just to address the mosquitoes? If you have any updates on that, I know the city sent a press release last week.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you, Stephanie, for bringing that up from Chris Sick. So I planned on talking about it, but I didn't have it in my notes. So today, probably it may have already gone out. We're putting out a media release, and we're updating the city's website because our common cycle, our business program with mosquitoes is right there when we get rain, and so we will begin spraying in 2 of our quadrants in the city, the south side, the City Council District 5 area, and then the North Beach area. And some may ask, well, how come you're starting there in my backyard? And my neighborhood's even worse than that, right? So the way the city's health district manages mosquito and spraying is there has to be proven traps that have the mosquitoes and the mosquito larvae. And so it's based on a surveillance and using traps that they decide where to go first and second and third. But the media release that's going out today on our website, and for all listening public, every quadrant of our city, all areas will be mosquito or vector controlled. We'll start next week for the whole week, Monday through Friday, in the south side and North Beach areas, and probably by then all these other traps will be
dispatch.
I'm
in the yard.
full of mosquitoes as well, and so it'll be a cycle moving around the entire city. So that begins next week. Our website, which up to this point has not been
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Thank you. Heading into zone 1.
Goes down, there's more minerals. We have seen this in other areas in the past where, because like in Nueces County Water Control Improvement District 3, they have the Nueces River. And so when the water was really down, there was arsenic levels showing up. So with this recent rain that we're getting, how can that impact our water quality? Especially since you mentioned the water rates, because we have to treat water, it costs money. I mean, how can all of that impact the water quality?
Stephanie from Chris Six is asking about water quality. So what we have seen is that less water in our reservoirs can introduce what can be harmful constituents like arsenic, and it's not harmful but can increase TDS levels. More rain or more water introduces other things less harmful, but things that we need to treat in the water. So total suspended solids like dirt. If you see some of the pictures of the rivers in Texas with these rains, they're brown, right? They're not clear.
Wants to make a report over the phone
that we've been doing for 100 years is removing all that sedimentation from the water.
She is on
we have a great team up there that knows how to do this and has been doing it for decades. And so when it does rain like this, there's a lot of turbidity in the river systems. And essentially our job becomes one of removing those solids, the mud, sand, and particulates, and we have a proven way of doing that. It's a proven robust technology using...
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
For the system. So it does take a little bit more time. We did see a story on, I think it was 3 rivers that one of the news stations did here. That was the focus on that news story. Which is that water that is now more turbid, that has more turbidity, takes a little bit more time and focus, but it's done. It's not unusual. And so our treatment plant is probably doing something very similar with this water. But I would say more rain does not necessarily cause more concern for constituents we don't want to have in the water, like arsenic. It actually helps to dilute those, which is a good thing. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Young 346.
Thank you all very much for coming and asking your excellent questions today and providing good, accurate information to our community. Our next update will be here next Friday, June 5th at 10 a.m. A full recording of today's briefing will be available on our YouTube channel in just a little while this afternoon. Any follow-up inquiries can be sent to Communications Department at corpuschristitx.gov. And that concludes our briefing. Thank you.
I discovered something about term. Term may refer to.
Am I getting another road? So apparently the cell phone sucks. I've been putting out a group text, get another load, so get another load. I don't want to look at my phone because I've gotten in trouble way too many times for being on my phone, so I don't even want to look at it when I'm in the truck, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next bill is 14468373, repeating 14468373. Warren. Vehicle is clear. Insurance is confirmed.
Four two nine. Removing the keyboard. Individual, please.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
Thank you.
That's that phone we see in the office. On the Q23. When you talk to. Sorry, 49.
One 53. She's not on location. Do you want her public service? Therefore, we'll send it to you. Or are you clear to copy?
Clear to copy.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
960-5449. That's 361-960-5449.
Temper.
Not anymore. Easy.
24042.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'll be 22.
I discovered something about Islamic Republic. The term Islamic Republic has been used in various ways. Some Muslim religious leaders have used it as the name for a form of Islamic theocratic government enforcing Sharia or laws compatible with Sharia.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I got instructions from Rudy to assist Jesse with his meter sets. Can you give me a 17 to 1918 Citation Drive? That's 1918 Citation Drive. Work order 361957. 361957.
Meter set for 1918 citation, 44361957.
That's correct, ma'am.
Hey, 291 man, 32, if you want to smoke. Okay.
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
See the workers behind you that want you to move. Somebody else. Okay.
I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
48 traffic. Working Outlet, Texas, George Lincoln X-ray 6185, George Lincoln X-ray 6185. 448 code 4, copy FDO.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
36, 21, 74, 66, Leo.
Receive. Yes, I have a call for a white female in a pink tank top and black sweats with brown hair walking in and out of the street at South Commercial and East Johnson. Caller said she will be traveling down East Johnson now.
It's probably going to be anorexic. Enforcement 2, leaving 3A, headed to Wake Up.
448, Leo is eligible. Class Charles expires 2033. Restrictions, Adam. He is clear. Vehicle expires September 2026, 2016. Chevy pickup. Vehicle is clear. Insurance is confirmed.
Alright, James, you're ready.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, subnational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics. I discovered something about population.
694, Tom George Lincoln, 1694.
Receive.
Tuesday, prosecute 23 at 209 Buccaneer Drive.
Code 4, cocktail deal.
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer of Corpus Christi Water. This is our seventh Farfield Committee meeting, so thank you all for being here today. We appreciate the support and the input. And I know we've got a longer meeting scheduled today at the request of the committee, which is good. We appreciate that. There's a lot of material to cover. So with all that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Katya to get us started. And then I know Spiros has a lot of information to cover, so we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Katia Elizondo. I'm here in representation of Jose. You all know him. He will be here next week, but unfortunately, he couldn't be with us this meeting. So very quickly, the idea is that we just start and review the model calibration update and the scenario results. The review the model calibration update is to review the current model calibration, the improvements, and the discussions from last week. The idea is that we take approximately 40 minutes, 20 minutes for Pradeep to present and explain everything, and 20 minutes for the questions. We're gonna try to be very, very mindful of the time, so we have time to really dive deep into the scenario results that we want to see today. So as you guys did last week, the idea is to let Pradeep present everything, hold the questions, write it down. You have something so we can cover the model.
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
The rules of engagement, you all have known them. The idea here, everyone will have their time to talk. We'll do the best to really follow it, have everyone respect the time, and, well, explain everything as clearly as possible. So with this in mind, we will jump now to Pradeep's presentation. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand. I just want to confirm for the people on the WebEx, is everything okay? Can you hear us? Please be mindful, keep your mute on and raise your hand or interrupt when the questions are time for. So we're ready. Pradeep, I will give you the floor and the space. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everybody. All right, so let's get going here. So today we're going to look at, we'll start with the model calibration update like Katya said here, and then we'll dive into the scenarios. So we'll pause for questions after the presentation of the...
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, witch spiders, and vinegaroons.
Underestimation of salinity within U.S.C, right? Everywhere else it was doing a pretty good job of matching the data. So we went back and took a hard look at what were some potential issues that we could improve in the model that would help bridge that gap in salinity. So one of the things that we've presented in the past is that a lot of the models' open boundary, the ocean boundary, is based on baycast outputs, right? And so wherever we had data, we compared baycast, and it turns out that it's and also we had HIMOD, which is the ocean model, the broader Gulf-wide ocean model, not just the coastal model, that provides salinity estimates as well. So if you compare the two of them, baycast is always lower in terms of the boundary, in terms of the coastal salinity in the Corpus Christi area, by about, not by much, by like 2 to 3 ppt or so. So what we decided to do was then, use HIMOD where we have HIMOD, and then where we don't have HIMOD, we'd fill in with baycast, but upscaled to a HIMOD, right? For the periods where they have paired data, you can calculate like sort of a correlation between them, and then you can upscale it. So that's what we did. We'll show a figure shortly that explains that. And then for the north and south boundaries, this is...
I discovered something about government. The government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics.
The Manor Station provides boundary at the north side, and the Southport Station provides salinities on the south side. So we use those to scale up baycast wherever we had, based on paired information. So those were the primary changes from what we had last week. Oh, and of course the big one is in the bottom, right? So we also incorporated the dynamic salinity withdrawal and discharge. So now the model actually represents like inner harbor conditions real time for the intake of NBPS power plant, and then that salinity gets discharged into U.S.S. Bay. And then actually that helped to, previously we were using a static boundary condition of 30 ppt, right? So it was always 30 ppt, but now it's it changes in real time essentially. So and that actually did help with the salinity as well. So those are the main sort of updates in terms of the calibration itself. So if you can, we'll dive into the results here. So just on the salinity piece there, what this figure here shows are the raw baycast outputs. That's the bottom. So the top two panels there are the salinity for Packery Channel and the Aransas Pass, ocean boundary, essentially. In the middle panel there is for the...
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
And then the top line is, in the top two panels, we have HIMOD outputs, the green line, I think. I'm not able to tell the colors from here. I think it's green. It is green. And then the last part, where you see towards the end of 2024, that's when HIMOD stops. So that's the scaled baycast model output. It's scaled up based on the previous, the paired period where we have HIMOD and baycast. So for the most part, we have HIMOD and baycast paired, so it's a pretty good record of pairing them and scaling it up. And the middle and bottom panels, of course, it's baycast scaled up, but based on data, actual data where we had data. And so that's how we derive those.
William Robert Paul, 4805.
Okay, so as you can see here, this is important to highlight here that the baycast does underestimate salinities in the coastal part relative to HIMOD, and that was one of the issues too in the past. It's like, we were using the unscaled, the gray line as our boundary condition previously for the ocean boundary. And so that went up here based on the HIMOD, which is actually closer to the 35 there. So, okay, so now we'll get into the results. I'm not going to go through the full suite of results that we went through in the interest of time. I'm going to focus on the areas where we needed improvement. Which is
I discovered something about something. Something may refer to.
Look at Inner Harbor to see, did anything change because of these changes? So, and we'll confirm how the model is doing.
Guys, what's happening? You haven't loaded up yet?
What we presented I keep saying last week, 2 weeks back, was this blue line that was run 9. And then we had a partial run complete as well, like that we presented, where we switched from the USGS Mathis gauge to Cal Allen gauge, right? So that's the Cal Allen is closer to the Nueces River mouth and more representative of the freshwater flows coming in. So that itself was probably the biggest improvement in terms of like the salinity. But once we switched over to dynamic withdrawal and also updated our ocean boundary, now you can see that that green line, which is our current run, so that's run 19 here, that pretty much tracks the salinity very closely throughout. Like the only place it starts to deviate is towards the end where we switch back to baycast. And so that's the only period it sort of like deviates down a little bit. But it does a significantly better job of capturing this rise, and then it stays with that relatively consistent pattern that we see within Nueces Bay. Under the red. Oh, Nueces Bay CBI Salt 1. Oh, sorry, yeah.
I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Then we also have, but the top panel of course shows the water level between the model and data. Again, the water level differences between these three are very, very minuscule, not a substantial difference between the three of them. And then the bottom panel temperatures, of course, like more or less the same predictions in temperature, so the changes to the ocean boundary salinity didn't really affect the temperature as much because baycast was already giving pretty good temperature outputs. It was the salinity that it was underestimating. Okay, so this figure shows the daily average of the, so you get to see that without all the tidal noise there. And you can see better here that on a daily average basis that it does line up with the data very closely here for the salinity and temperature. So the errors in salinity went down significantly. It was of the order of what, 7-ish before, 7, 8-ish before. Now we are at less, bias of like 1 or less PPT, 1.5 PPT though. So it's like actually a significant improvement overall for the predictions in Nueces Bay. So this is at Salt 3, same story, right? So we were significantly this is where the underestimation was even more substantial because this was even closer to that freshwater boundary.
I discovered something about Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
2 weeks back, that simulation completed, but then of course we subsequently improved it even more. So now the green line, which is our current run, lines up pretty closely with the data. Again, temperature-wise, no real issues. The model is doing a pretty good job of getting the temperature right, the seasonal dynamics, as well as the fluctuations that you see with changing weather patterns. There's the same information shown as daily average, the tidal noise removed. So again, significantly improved error statistics for Nueces Bay. So the last one is CBI NU-185. I think this is closer to the shoreline, a little further north, I think. Oh, sorry, west. This doesn't have salinity data, but this gives you an idea of like actual difference between that pink and the green, right? So that's sort of the improvement we got by switching to that ocean boundary. So and the dynamic discharge from the NBPS power plant. Okay. So how did this change the conditions in the inner harbor? So this is the NOAA USS Lexington station. So again, the water levels really didn't
I discovered something
change
about
a whole lot.
territory.
It's
A
more or less,
territory is an
identical
area of
to
land,
what we had
sea,
before, maybe
or
with some
space
subtle
belonging
numerical
or connected to a particular
differences.
country, person,
But you
or
can see
animal.
here, the differences in salinity predictions. So we're already pretty good, even with the around 9 that we presented, 2 weeks back. Again, there's no data here. This is just a model comparison at this point. You'll see the data comparison, the USGS one coming up. But this illustrates the differences in the previous model and the current model. It's important to note here that when we fix some of those changes really don't propagate into the inner harbor and the Corpus Christi Bay proper. It's very USS Bay centric change, but then the change to Baycast propagates throughout, right? That's an ocean boundary. So that's why you see some differences here. So this actually shows a comparison to the data itself, and so you can see that we're actually doing even better on the inner harbor now at matching the USGS salinity data. Temperature-wise, not a substantial difference. It's more or less the same. The subtle positive bias that we had last week, that's still there in the model. But for the most part, it's like tracking the seasonalities well within the variability, both the diurnal and the seasonal variability. So, this is showing the same information as daily averages here.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Okay, so we also built the profiles that we presented last week. Actually, these depth profiles, I don't have a comparison of before after. This is just the current one. So if you all can jot back to your memory, we were doing a decent job, but we were actually this part, the data was relatively slightly lighter than the model. And last week now they actually line up even better.
Gray shirt, shorts, black shoes, walking in the middle of South Immersion near the country store. She's walking in the direction
even better because you saw that bump in salinity in the inner harbor rate by 1 ppt or so. So now we're even closer to the data than we were before, and that's directly a result of that ocean boundary that we made. Again, the temperature patterns, we really nailed it with the seasonality of it. We saw that in the time series, and the depth profiles basically is reflecting that. There's not a whole lot of stratification that you see, but again, these are just a fixed point in time, right? That doesn't mean that it doesn't stratify in the inner harbor. It's just on the days they sampled, it was not very stratified. Okay. Oh, my apologies.
It's pretty high, this one that you showed, right? It's like, is it 30 to 35? Brad, can you put your mic on?
Oh.
Yeah, I just get the number right, so it's about 35.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
So this part here, the paler part, is the winter cold temperatures, right? And the middle part here is darker, and that's the summer temperature. These are the brighter red colors. Yeah.
Property was down by.
I tried to do line styles in different, solids and dashed, but these are always a challenge to distinguish. Anyway, so just also confirmation that farther out in locking the channel, we're doing more or less like how we did before, maybe slight bump up in salinities because of that update to that ocean boundary. That's the only significant change farther out in Corpus Christi Bay and then, in other areas closer to the ocean, closer to the Gulf of Mexico. This again is the Texas Water Development Board location. We have some of the data here. Now you actually see that the model lines up with the data even better.
Manny, come back on
And that
3046.
predominantly had to do with that ocean boundary condition there. That gave it that bump that helped. So HIMART actually is a pretty good estimator of salinity for the ocean than it turns out than BayCast, even though BayCast is much more resolved spatially near the coast and calibrated to various locations. So, okay, let's see here. I think that's all. Okay, so that's all the calibration slides I have. So maybe we could take a pause here for any questions before we dive into the application.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
If we could read it, and I apologize for how small those fonts are. They look great when you look on your screen.
Maybe you can zoom in.
1 David Victor 6883.
Yeah.
1 David Victor 6883.
Thank
No need
you.
for a return.
So, let's see here. So the raw baycast salinities are about 28.5 on average, right? And then the HICOM nearshore predictions were matched to the raw baycast output on a day-by-day basis. And we compared like what that scaling factor needs to be so that we essentially, well, when we had HIMART, we used HIMART. We didn't need to use baycast. The scaling really only applies for that last part in fall of 2024. And that's where we scaled it up. And the factor by which we scaled it up was about a 17% fixed factor, right? And so, which is not perfect, but you don't have data, you have to come up with a way to scale it up, right? And so that's what we came up with.
And so on the last model, did we use baycast and HICOM for the boundary conditions, or was it more based on?
Primarily just baycast. It was using the gray line, I think. So for the north and south boundary, we did scale it up similarly with the observations. That was done even before. But for the ocean boundary, we don't have any data to scale it up, right?
I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29.
It is a very, Amin's on the call, on the line. He was closely involved in developing and validating that model. He can probably speak more to the baycast's overall predictive capability. Overall, my understanding is that it's a pretty accurate model for the coast. It just so happens to be like right at our boundaries. It's a little underestimating the conditions a little bit.
Cool, thanks.
I have a quick question. So HICOM is a model that is really developed for deep water circulation, not so much shelf. I can't remember if it incorporates freshwater inflow along the coast.
I actually don't know the details. It does provide a depth-based prediction, like it provides a vertical profile of salinity. And by looking at it, like you can't really, the gradients were not appreciable. So it was relatively consistent near the.
Yeah, because
shore.
we've seen lower salinities in the near shore compared to the offshore. Basically, the influence of the Mississippi that during certain times we use to transport is down coast, so we see it here. It's a good model. It's a very good model, but it's not necessarily a coastal model. That's why.
Yeah, which is why we used baycast to begin with, right? That is the coastal model. We thought that'd be more accurate, reflecting all that fresh water, but it just happens to underestimate our
18.9.
Or we think.
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
That one has salinity measurements continuously. So that's one thing that you could compare.
Okay.
Those data are readily downloadable.
I think maybe Jason and Sharon get what you did, but I'm still a little confused. I was wondering if you could kind of put this in layman's terms, how you took the modeled ocean salinities and how that then was used to adjust the EFDC model salinities. Just give it to me high level. I'm sorry, but I
Yeah,
don't
no
understand
problem,
what you
of
did.
course. So the model, at the edge of the model, you have to tell the model what the conditions are, right? Like you do that for the pressure boundary, the water level, you do the same for temperature, and you do the same for salinity. We have imperfect information at the boundary for salinity. We have good temperature data, we have good, water level data, because those are, we have good high frequency data for those. So we took the estimates of baycast initially, that's what we were using before, and used that at the ocean boundary. Whatever the model, the baycast model predicted at that ocean segment, those grid cells in that bigger model. So
I discovered something about officially. An official is someone who holds an office in an organization or government and participates in the exercise of authority. The term officer is close to being a synonym, but it has more military connotations.
It's a Gulf-wide model, not just for a coastal model. So you had to get the near-shore segments of HIMOD and then pull those outputs from that model, right? So that's what that top line in that figure shows. So now we're telling our EFDC model, hey, we have an estimate of what that salinity is when you get to that edge of our model domain. And that's that top line. And where we didn't have that HIMOD predictions, then we had to we have to patch it up for that last period in 2024, right? So what we did, we essentially scaled the baycast outputs by 17%. If you line them up, that was roughly the difference needed to get baycast as close as HIMOD as we could. And that's how we scaled up that ocean boundary for that last, fall of 2024.
So if you were to run this model in different years, would you still use that sort of correction factor then? If you only had baycast, for example, would you just?
Yeah, because if there is specific data, we could probably scale it up again for those using those data, and to the extent that it may, but it's available and relevant for that location. If not, this would be one way to do it. We have paired predictions of the two, and then we are assuming that when you project it out into another period, that 70%.
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to.
You can do other fancy correction factors like seasonalities and so on. But if you really look at the salinity range in HIMOD, right, it's not that variable, and that goes back, to Dr. Herska's point, there are maybe freshwater events that's causing that salinity in baycast to dip. So maybe that is real, but we do not know that, right? And so that's something that, you can look at. But the proof is in the pudding on this, right? If that freshwater signal is coming into the bay all the way, you'd see that in the USGS salinity data, right? And so, so to me, if the boundary conditions are wrong, we would overall, the model would underestimate salinities everywhere, and that's not happening.
So, the last meeting you showed us the data. It looked like Nueces Bay was really the location where there needed to be some adjustments, and it sounds like what you're saying is with just correcting this ocean forcing, that has basically brought us where we need to be with regard to Nueces Bay salinity?
Yeah, so the ocean boundary gave us maybe a 2 ppt bump. The biggest improvement in Nueces Bay came from the correction to the freshwater inflow itself. We were overestimating the freshwater. Gotcha. That was the biggest improvement, right? Okay. So it was already there. We showed these results halfway through, maybe up to May or so of 2023. That simulation was still ongoing.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
So this improvement was already achieved even before we corrected the ocean boundary. So from here to here, that's the bump that we got from the ocean boundary. And this change you actually got everywhere, right? Like you see that difference even in other locations. So like that, I think so overall, I think, it's, the ocean boundary had some effect. It helped us in some locations, including U.S.'s Bay. The freshwater inflow was the biggest factor that actually helped fix that.
Brad, you had a question. You raised your hand.
648.
It's kind of related. I was wondering about, from a physics standpoint. So you can go in and, well, I'll try modifying a diffusion coefficient. There's many variables that you could do to try to get it matched. And I guess you've kind of answered, but I'll put it this way. What led you to look at the ocean boundary? Was there, well, let's try this, or did you have some intuition to say, I think this might be?
Well, you look at all factors, right? Like, the first thing that you want to fix in the model is the boundary condition, right? Like the less degrees of freedom you take for calibration, the better it is. If you get your boundaries right, your bathymetry right, the physics and salinity is mostly a tracer. It should take care of itself for the most part. And whereas if it's a biology, then that's a different story altogether, right? Like it's much more complicated to get the biochemical reactions and, if you're trying to predict primary production, for example.
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Reports that wind could affect and did affect Nueces Bay pretty strongly. So when we were looking at Nueces Bay, I thought, well, maybe this is happening. And some people I know that live up there, and they say it's always driving in their experience, people live there. So, but this would say, I guess, again, coming back, I was concerned about one change of a linear 1.17 to everything. Did that, I guess the proof in the pudding is that it worked throughout Corpus Christi Bay and the other locations to get this disparity lined up.
Yep.
So I think you answered my questions, but I just wanted to ferret out it's usually important, the three legs of not just tuning knobs, but was there a physics basis for that intuition?
Yeah, the physics basis was like the salt balance is off, right? Clearly. And so and we're trying to get that salt balance right in within U.S.'s Bay.
Right.
Yeah. And also, one of the aspect of it I'll mention is like, that
it's probably important, it's not apparent
here,
Durfee over here
the dynamic
3032 Peach Street.
withdrawal from the inner harbor and release into U.S.'s Bay for the power plant. We didn't have that in the harbor. So that is also incorporated now. So previously, we just had a static 30 ppt discharge for the U.S.'s Bay power plant. But now if you actually look at the, let's see, so here, right, so roughly it's actually coming at closer to 34 or 35. Right? So you have the power plant discharge was coming in at 30 before, but now it's actually time variable.
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Otherwise, we can have more time and discuss this.
401A, full bus.
Has there been any enhancements to the vertical grid resolution inside the inner harbor?
The models, we have not changed the vertical resolution from what we had before. It's the same.
So it's the same as the port's model or previous?
It's the same as what we had 2 weeks back.
It's the same as, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions? No? Well, Pradeep, you can go on. The same dynamic, we will let Pradeep talk about the scenarios, complete the presentation, and then we'll open the floor. Hopefully we'll have time. The idea is that at least 1 hour for questions, so no worries, we'll have enough time for discussion, so thank you.
Yeah, and so I'll note that it's going to be very dense no pun intended. We're going to be talking a lot about density, and the presentation is going to have a lot of different figures and lots of different comparisons. And I'll say ahead of time, if you're lost in some of those, and it's important that you track what I'm saying in those. So if it is completely I have no idea what you're saying there, please do stop me. But if it's more oh, did you try this? Did you try that? Let's maybe have that discussion in the end, right? So, and I want to, even I was really
I discovered something about west. West is one of the four cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east, and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
I have no idea what that means. Just stop me so that you can, I'll go over that again. Okay. All right. So let's get going. So our original plan for the modeling scenarios, and that still is the plan, is to finish what our mod 1, our mod 2s and 3s were, right? To simulate it for existing condition without, ship traffic, and then simulated with ship traffic, with and without
61.
Desalination discharge. Then we received the
Negative, not yet.
The committee's request for a series of scenarios, and then one of the requests that you all had was if you can prioritize one, do the hypothetical worst case. So we got that through.
Okay.
So that is also completed. So we'll present results on that too today.
So
essentially for the base, for the existing conditions, it's relatively straightforward. Right? So what you saw is the validation in the previous slides, the run 19. Without that's our existing.
And there's an unresponsive theme.
Then all we did was we added the desalination plant's intake and return, right, at the permitted capacities. But it is dynamic, and so we so it will, similar to U.S.'s Bay, it'll reflect the changing.
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to.
That needs to be sensitive to what it's pulling out, right? So that's the dynamic discharge component of it that's been added to the model. So that part is done. We'll go through the results. That's the one we'll spend a lot of time on, and then we'll go through the hypothetical worst case, which is essentially the same set of figures, but we'll focus on ones that are more meaningful in terms of what are those differences. So for the hypothetical worst case, the way we set that up, I think the request was 1.2 degrees Celsius temperature increase at the ocean boundaries, and then 120 millimeters level, essentially higher water level and warmer water coming in.
38.4,
we zeroed out U.S.'s river flow, so the flows were completely zero, so no fresh water inflow from U.S.'s river. We added CC polymer desalination discharge.
61, 10
The assumption we made here is that the water right will be fully utilized, and that there'll be 50% recovery of fresh water, right? So it's a consumptive use of 50%, right? So you have half the flow, which means that you're doubling the concentration of the salt coming in. We also removed OSO facility discharge and Allison facility discharge, right? And so, although my understanding, Nick, I don't know if you want to say anything about that, we kept that in here for the purpose of the request. The only thing we didn't add here was the 10th percentile wind. To me,
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
We can look at our wind draw sets and then, maybe identify periods where things are calm, and then we can, narrow down the results for those periods from both of these simulations, both sets of simulations.
And Pradeep, there were minimum discharges there.
For this simulation, I just removed yes, the worst case, yeah. So it is hypothetical, we all acknowledge that, it's unlikely that all these combination of factors will be true at once, but it does push the system considerably. So.
Well, with OSO and Allison being transferred into the industries, wouldn't some of that flow then end up into the ship channel?
Possibly, yes.
It would. We do need to remember there's an that's not additional water for them because they're offsetting their take of the potable water.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. Also on CC Polymer, don't they have a discharge permit?
Yeah, they do.
So why not use that instead of just assuming the 50%?
So the discharge permit flows higher than their water rights, and I didn't have information on how much desalination they actually do, so I just wanted to, assume like whatever they took for consumption.
It's my understanding that somebody could correct me, but the CC Polymers was not going
I discovered
to
something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
smaller desal plant for their
potable
water needs. That was my memory of that permit.
That's correct. Also, their discharge permit calls for the return of the wastewater from the plant into the waste stream. So it's not, it's not a 50%. And I don't know how much they lose to evaporation, but that's why that looks weird compared to the other ones, because it's not a potable and it's not for offsite transfer.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. So of course, CC Polymers is through Aquatech negotiating with the city on purchase of water, so that operation may change. To David Loeb's point, the discharge from they can treat the water for potable purposes and discharge it. But if they're discharging from the manufacturing facility, they absolutely have to have the brine with it for that facility to even operate. Yeah, that's part of their discharge permit. But all of those things, it's all being reworked and it's sort of in flux. So Pradeep, I can get you more, because we just received some information from them this week. I can share that with you.
Okay.
And maybe that would
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to
CC Polymers, it's not confirmed. I mean, we still don't know when it may or may not ever come online. We just don't know yet.
Towards the courthouse, 6 miles to the jail.
Hello.
Pretty from the jail. Yeah, the office.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the clarification, Stan. I think that one I just had to make an educated guess of like, in the interest of getting things done for this meeting, but we can certainly refine if something needs refinement. Okay, so for the purposes of this presentation, so I'm going to use the locations that Sharon provided, right, in the bay. So these are all the different locations within the Inner Harbor, the Ship Channel, U.S.S. Bay, and then going out, farther out into Corpus Christi Bay and one in Redfish Bay, right? So there's a lot of locations, so we'll go through it in some detail for some of them, a subset of them, to get a flavor for what does it look like in the Ship Channel versus the open, shallow waters versus deep water. And then, of course, eventually we can, we'll have all of these in our reports for all of these locations. We'll publish the results. So the way to take a look at this was to essentially start with, salinity and density really are the two components here, right, for the concern on stratification. I mean, temperature has an impact on stratification, but for the purpose of this discussion, it's really these two.
I discovered something about refer.
And density, the way the presentation is. We will show time series of temperatures so you get a flavor for how, if at all, temperature changes. But mostly the comparisons are going to be on, the differences for salinity. Then we'll look at depth profiles of both salinity and density at the deeper locations where it's more meaningful to construct these depth profiles. And these were constructed for some specific tidal windows, and I'll explain how we picked them in the next slide or so. And then I think the stratification itself was estimated as, just as a first cut, the bottom salinity minus the surface salinity at each of these locations. And then we also calculated density at each of these locations using the UNESCO equation, which is a function of both salinity and temperature. They both go into the calculation of density, model predicted temperature, so it's model predicted salinities. And then we similarly take the bottom density and the surface density, and then we subtract the two out to get a measure of stratification, right? So that's for each of the simulations by themselves, without decel and with decel. Now the interesting part is, how does that change between the two, right? If you have a certain level of stratification under existing conditions with decel discharge, how does that change? So there is that different species.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
When we get there. And again, I'll explain this one more time because it's a lot of differencing going on, and so it'll be hard to track in the sign conventions and everything that comes through. So, okay, so for the purpose of developing vertical profiles, and we said we'll look at the tidal cycles, the spring neap cycles, and pick periods in the tides where you have freshwater inflow, where you don't have freshwater inflow, where the tidal amplitude is at its maximum, so you have the highest tidal energy for pushing it one way or the other. That's sort of the basis here. So what you're seeing here is, so this is for 2023. We did it for 2023 because it actually lined up quite nicely with freshwater inflow and dry, but we could also pick another period in 2024, but we have the full results. So if there is an interest in looking at specific profiles in other times of the year, we can do that too. So this period here is, this has the highest tidal amplitude in the year, so that's sort of the second line there. I'm actually going to zoom in so I can read, sorry. So the second line is the spring cycle, so here's the neap tide and then the spring tide. And what we did here was for the neap condition, that's, the
Do you have that information
we also took the low water. So this is when you'll have the most energy for that
I'm gonna need an
to come out of the inner harbor, right? Or rather, not energy, but more like, so there's less
I discovered
forcing
something
from the
about
ocean to stop
humans.
it,
Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, carelessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
And then it comes out, then you have a lot more energy for that to mix and also come out. So between these two, we're kind of enveloping the different sort of energy regimes that we'll face within each tidal cycle, right? And the reason we picked this date here is because, this has the highest tidal amplitude, which means that the most energy fluctuations that you're going to have from the tides. And also, this is a period with a pretty decent amount of U.S.C. River flow. This was when the releases were still happening, right? So there's fresh water in the system. So we picked a second period here, similarly. This is in summer of 2023. So August 28th, so right here is the new moon.
And there is a ramp in the back of the
and right before that new moon, you can see the tidal cycles, the spring cycle start, and then the neap comes a little later here. But this period coincides also with relatively high tidal amplitudes, but no freshwater inflow, almost no freshwater inflow here. Sorry, this one is the U.S.C. River flow.
461.
CFS. So that's kind of the rationale for picking these. Now this is just, we're going to present results for the full time series, but all the differences and everything will be for the entire 2 years. This is relevant for the depth profile analysis, where we took a very detailed look at the depth profiles. It's not like we only looked at this period, but this is just context for the depth profiles and some of the specific analyses that we did.
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
I'm just going to stop there. There we go. So this is just to give you a big picture view of how things changed. This is from the summer, so this isn't on neither of those title windows, but the reason I picked this one was because, sorry, I'll get back to that in a minute. I just wanted to show something here. So it starts on July 1, and so July 1 is when you still have freshwater inflow, so it transitions from this freshwater inflow period and goes to August into this dry period. So I wanted to also show the transition. So that's why I picked that period for that one, and the animation. There are a few animations, but that's the only spatial animation we're going to show today. Okay, so before I start this animation, so just a caveat throughout this, we're still doing quality control on all of this. This work is just hot off the press. These results are like 2-3 days old. We're still digesting it. So just keep in mind that, as we work through this something could change, or if we have perhaps like a CCP polymer should be like this, then we may rerun the model. So keep that in mind. But for the most part, I think this should be reflective of the actual conditions and predictions of the model. So this animation is going to show salinity. So the blue here is what, 20-ish to 40, I think, red. And then the pale colors are roughly seawater salinity, right? Like a little lower than seawater salinity. Is that what? Okay, thank you.
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
Without desalination, there won't be any freshwater inflow from Nueces Bay. But then in the previous slide, you had some inflow, like at the beginning.
Oh, thanks for that question. This is we're looking at two sets of results. One is the existing condition as it is, not the hypothetical worst case. So existing condition as it is, without ship traffic, we need to add that is ongoing, and then with and without desal, right? So this is our sort of realistic, conservative existing conditions without accounting for ship traffic, which would mix that. So this is more like a realistic condition that is as it is today. And then the hypothetical worst case is a future-based environmental scenario to say, like, if conditions change, then how would that discharge affect the conditions from the brine discharge, right? So yeah. So what we're looking at here is the existing condition. And so thanks for that question. The left side is the RUN 19, I should have put a label on that one. So RUN 19 is the current condition without desalination discharge. The right side is with desalination discharge. And so what you're seeing here is at the start of the period, this already reflects operations for what, like this is July 1st, so this is about
I discovered something about
6
within.
months.
Within may refer to.
Discharge has already happened. And this is just midway between that simulation. So it's worth noting some similarities and maybe also some differences. For the most part, the color patterns are not that different here at the start. But you do notice, like, maybe if you pay attention to this part in Nueces Bay, you'll see like it gets a little darker with the tides. As the tides go out, you'll see like slight darkening of that. I just want to point that out before I play that so you can pay attention to these things. It's really difficult to tell what happens in the harbor from this. That's not the intent of this. This is to show more a holistic picture. We are going to have some very detailed, profile comparisons within the harbor where you'll get that idea of like what's happening in the harbor. Okay, so I'll go ahead and play this. I think it's about 4 frames per second. So bear with me for maybe a minute here, maybe 30 seconds. We'll see how long it goes. So you can see here that the tidal, forcing like where you'll see the salinity push in and out of Nueces Bay, salinity push in and out of Oso Bay, and Laguna Madre. So you're also seeing higher, salinities in Laguna Madre. Partly, that's the observations support that too, right? If you look at the Southport Station, you'll see like some pretty high salinities there. There's a lot of evaporative loss. It's very shallow. And then, yes, in U.S.'s Bay, now you see that freshwater signals. Sorry, I should have pointed that out. So let me go
I
back here
discovered
for a
something
second.
about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars.
So here you see
Its
that
length
there
is
is
31
freshwater
days.
signal early on in the simulation, right? So this is when that freshwater news reservoir discharge was still coming, and when that goes down, you're seeing that this starts to get paler and paler, closer to the ocean salinity.
Now you're good.
So I think we
Robert's
paused
guiding you right now.
about here, so I'm going to start here again.
And this is as we get into the drier.
Yeah, so there that flow's dropped off, yep. And then, yeah, so like I said, this if you really squint, you can see that this area is maybe a hair darker, and you'll see that in the time series much more clearly. That's why I don't like animations, because you always have to squint and look at things in real time. It's a challenge to pick things up. But it does show the overall circulation patterns going in and out. Like, are there any fundamental shifts is what I was looking for in this. And generally no is the answer. Okay, so that's the current condition. I didn't run this animation for the hypothetical worst case, but you'll get a pretty good idea of what those look like
What
from
happened
the
now?
other figures
What are you
that we're
doing?
going to look
Get
at.
back
But
in the
I
truck.
just
What are
wanted
you
to give this
doing?
holistic picture here to say, like, how does this change with that freshwater inflow? Do we see, any appreciable circulation differences in circulation patterns?
Sorry, I was just gonna point out that Redfish Bay is mislabeled up there.
Pardon me, say that again?
Sorry, Redfish Bay, it's not in the right location.
That's looking to channel. What's labeled red. Bay.
Oh, I see, so.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I discovered something about Islam. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
So there's no plume of doom?
Pardon me?
Where's the plume of doom?
Well, nothing obvious. And, you're not seeing like doubling of salinity.
The
Right,
address
if that's
is
what you're
going to
looking
be
for, that didn't happen.
9762 11th Street, repeating 9762 11th Street.
I think we need to look at the point data and vertical profiles
Yeah.
with the resolution of the values, and we can actually look at the salinity increase like you're gonna show before talking about what the outcome really is.
Description
Yeah,
of
we're gonna
the
look at all of
topic,
those. It's
and the
coming up.
owner is not
So.
there.
All right, so let's go to the next one. So let's start with the inner harbor locations. Right, so we're going to look at Vela Basin all the way up, the central part of the inner harbor, and then right at the harbor mouth. So we'll start with, time series. Actually, let's just, they're right here. So I'm going to open a series of PDFs here. We'll switch between the PDFs and the PowerPoint. It's a lot easier to organize it this way than looking at a presentation. Okay, so we're going from the mouth of the harbor in. So keep in mind this is downstream of the discharge. The discharge, or whether it's downstream depends on how much flow we have in.
I discovered something about
what
population.
tidal phase is. What these figures are showing, and I'm going to zoom in here let's see. Where's the hand tool? There we go. So the red line, the solid lines first. All the solid lines go with the existing condition, and the dashed lines go with decel. Okay, and then the red, blue, and green here. So the red is the surface.
Where's the location?
Blue is the bottom. And then
210 Highway 181, 210 Highway 181.
So these are actual model predictions of
Going
salinity
back
and
the alleyway.
temperature.
You
And
get
densities
power lines are
calculated
arcing
from
and when
salinity
it
and
sparks
temperature
out.
based on the
You lose some
outputs
smoke.
for
I'm not
the
sure it's
surface
starting
and
to
bottom.
fire. It's just because of the arcing. 2-4. I'll be heading that way.
Okay, so
I do see fire
top panel here
coming in on
is
these
showing the
they haven't got it
facility
wrapped yet, so.
at the outer inner harbor. So to Dr. Hershka's point, there are differences, right? So you can see here the dashed line, that's the bottom salinity, and this is the solid line, so that's without the desal. So you can see in the bottom, there are
July 20.
increases in salinity. So if you look at the scale, that's of the order of 1 to 1.5 ppt. And you'll see this in the different plots as well.
Female will be
But I
sitting on
want
a
to point
yellow
that out
bench
here that,
near
that's where
the
those
business.
differences actually happen. In the surface, not as much, right? They're about more or less the same throughout. There are some periods where there's a little bit of separation that you see, but
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
And that's where you see all three, there is no difference at all, so that probably is a very strong tide coming in and pulling them out and mixing them in. So these events periodically set up in, and I want to say that this is a spring neap cycle signal that you're seeing here. I wanted to put the tides on this, couldn't get to it in time, but we'll try to do that in our final report to have that. So I wanted to basically put the tides on this, on the y-axis, so you can see which tidal phase you're at. Essentially run a garden filter or some kind of a tidal filter so that you can see the spring neap signal in the water levels. So we'll do that, but right, so there is definitely sort of a 2-week-ish signal that you can see where it goes up and down, up and down, up and down, and so. All right, so temperature. Actually, the temperature was pretty boring. It's not that different, and you don't really see a whole lot of they're basically very close to each other for the most part. So really, the driver of your density is going to be your salinity here, and temperature is not as substantially different. So the density. So let's look at this here in some detail. So these are in kilograms per cubic meter. It's 1 grams per cc, 1,000 kilograms per cubic meter, roughly. Sorry, go ahead.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
The blue is the bottom, and the green is the depth average. And then the solid lines are without the desal discharge, and the dashed lines are with the desal discharge. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and there are going to be a lot more colors too, and we're all going to be tested on our color, distinguishing colors today. So.
And poor Brad, he's colorful.
I tried to do the dashed lines, but these things, it's really. Yeah. In the difference plot, some of them I tried to add some shading and stuff so we can tell which is the differences, but it's always a challenge to present these many number of lines on a single panel.
Can you zoom in to the part where on the top salinity where it's the greatest variant, where you have the dotted blue line at the top and then the red jaggedy line at the bottom, more to the right? And so what's the time period of the whole scale there?
So this is 2 years. This goes from roughly the beginning of 2023 to the end of 2024.
So one of those peaks, how is that a month or a week or a day or what?
I discovered something about terms. Term may refer to.
Each of these sticks is roughly, each of these is exactly a month. So the little tick in between that you see here, so this is a month. So half of that is, half of this is one spring neap cycle.
So when you go back up to the salinity and you go to the thing with the greatest variation, where the blue is way up high there, that's about a week then of a little arc of blues. That would mean that the salinity has gone way up for a week.
Yeah, about 1.5 ppd or so, yes.
And that's with desalination.
With desalination, correct. You actually, there's another figure coming up that will illustrate that a lot better. So we don't have to squint on this. The actual differences, the next plot that I'm going to show will show the differences. And it'll make that very clear what that difference is. This is more to show the long-term pattern on what it looks like, in general. Like, do we see, in this figure, what we were looking for is like, are you seeing this separate out and then stay distinctly different? Like, are you seeing completely different salinity regime, right?
Excuse me, Pradeep. Deanna, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I did. Actually, before you went to the next slide, I had to have
Did
a
you
question
contact
on the
AEP? Tell them
animation.
got
You said it was
down wire
in real
in the backyard
time,
of 210.
but it does not include the ship channel and
I
wind
discovered
velocity.
something about something. Something may refer to.
It includes the wind velocity.
It is on the ground.
Not
And it looks
ship
like it's a
channel?
ground wire.
It doesn't, these set of simulations do not
caused
include the
damage
ship
to
traffic.
some other wires that are on right below the wire.
So it's in real time, but it's not in actual real life. Is that correct?
Well, it is as close, it's a conservative estimate of real life currently, right? So and we are working on putting the ship traffic in, and that's hopefully will be done by next week, and we'll be able to present those results to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It does. So it actually underestimates mixing, right? So it overestimates potentially like stratification. So that's an important point to keep in mind. Okay, so this is at the Outer Harbor. So what the next set of
to the jail, not the courthouse.
We're still in the Outer Harbor. Now here, we're looking at the difference, exactly the question you were asking, Carrie, in the last one. It's like, what is the difference? So this one is actually showing us that difference between with and without. So now we've reduced 6 lines to 3 lines, right? So the blue is, again, your depth average, the bottom. Red is your surface, and the green is the depth average. So those are the differences of the corresponding lines in the previous figure. So here again, the main thing to note here is the change in
I discovered
scale
something about
shows
commonly.
differences,
This
and
is a
also
list
you
of
have
common
negative
physical
and positive
constants and
values, right?
variables
Because
and their
sometimes
notations. Note that bold text
the
indicates
desal
that the
is
quantity
higher,
is a vector.
sometimes it is lower, and they bounce around, right? And that's basically what you're seeing here. So to keep things simple, we're really just for the difference plots, we're focusing on density and salinity. Keep in mind that temperature is integrated into density, so we're indirectly also looking at temperature, but really the biggest driver of density is going to be our salinity, right? And you can see some parallels in those patterns too, but there are also,
Fire department that we don't have an
it
active
goes up and
fire
down,
at
it
this
bounces
time.
around the 0 line in all 3 depths. So the magnitude of salinity is anywhere between, if you ignore this isolated one, there's some numeric tidal facing. I would say about -0.2 to 0.3 to about like 1.5 to maybe 2 in very rare instances. The duration part, which we'll get to in the next figure, and which is what your point was, like, it's not just one day, right? It can be extended, and that's important from a biological perspective, right? So if you have so in the Clean Water Act, that's why you have a duration, magnitude, and frequency, right? So all 3 components are important when they step.
You have hot water on one side,
as far as I know,
and
there's
the
no
opposite
salinity
side
standard here
is
in
cold.
Texas. So, but I just
The
wanted to
whole
capture the
line
duration,
all the way down.
and
I discovered something
see that
about
in the next
different.
the other
Different may
side is
refer to.
figure
All
that'll
the way
have
down.
like an average over duration.
I forgot to say about the CC polymers, whether or not, once that's in operation, is the effects of the salinity from CC polymers added into this already or not?
No. This one is just the existing condition. We will look at that in the hypothetical scenarios where the CC polymer is added in and all the other critical conditions are added in.
How many million gallons per day is this for the desal output?
Was it this?
You
35.
may have to crack it and beat it
I
out.
think it's the
but
water,
sounds like
right?
it's airlocked.
If I remember
Air.
correctly off the top of my
Well,
head.
Jessica, what was the
Possible.
question?
For the
we can
desal
just get a
simulation, how
bucket,
many milligram or
park the unit,
million
and
gallons per
lead it out
day
to
of desal brine is this modeling?
Oh, so for the, you mean for the
That's what I'm
cities
doing
or the
over
CC
here.
partners?
I have a
For the
sink where
cities,
I'm
if this is
running the return.
this is with the cities.
I'm running it through the faucet.
This is with the cities, yes.
Yeah.
And so this is with the full permitted capacity, so whatever that number is, and I'll look to Nick or someone from the city to answer that. I just don't have those numbers on the top of my head. I have to look in my tables to answer that, so.
Right, so the design is for 30 million gallons a day. The actual ride is a little greater, but I'll let Will answer that.
The permitted value is going to be 51.5.
I want to just make sure I understand the density difference. When you have surface, it's the density difference at the surface due to the addition of desalination.
Correct, yes.
It's not the difference, we don't see here the difference between.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, some national state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Pretty simple, I think. The house is 0, 1, 2, -1, -2. Earlier, we were looking at like 35 to 40. Is that like, say, 35, 36, 37? Is that what 1, 2 means?
Yeah, so basically, if you go back to this, what you were pointing out, right, in the, so let's just zoom into that part where we were looking at before. So here, we were looking at, the blue line was at around 35. The solid line, and then the dashed line is at about maybe 36-ish, 36.5, something like that. So the difference for this, and for all of these, I think the convention is positive means desal is increasing the salinity, negative means desal is decreasing, right? So in this case, it would be positive, right? Because the dashed line is more than the solid line. It's 1.5. Right, so if you look at the same period here, so what is that, around September, thereabouts, late August, early September, in the next page.
2801A to 2801B, can you please put the ramp down?
One right here, so you see that those two peaks here, about 1 to 1.5, 1 to 1.5 that we saw in the previous figure.
Florida, the elevate. Adam?
Does that make sense?
4001.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty,
so
the
this
quality
shows
of
the
being
differences
new.
themselves, like the actual differences. The next one, the more important one, I think, in terms of like, how does the stratification change? So this is more differencing. So now we have the bottom and the surface values for without desal and with desal. So we first calculate the difference
The vehicle is showing a 2012 Ford pickup expired December 2026.
right?
It is clear.
For the without desal discharge. We do the same for with desal discharge. So the top panel shows the salinity difference. The middle panel shows the density difference calculated similarly. And the bottom panel shows the difference in the stratification, meaning, so you have the bottom minus surface without desal, bottom minus surface with desal, and then it's the difference of that difference. That's the second area I was talking about earlier, right? Is everybody tracking that? Okay, so let's take this one at a time here. Oh, and sorry, I should point out. So these were calculated over 24-hour averages, and that was, this goes to the duration piece of the Clean Water Act, right? So is there a sustained stratification? So you would have a lot of noise, like, where things change rapidly. And
I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to.
Persists for a long time. And so, and we picked 24 because for dissolved oxygen under the Clean Water Act, your typical DO standard is made on the basis of the daily minimum, right? So the duration piece is daily. That's how this 24-hour average basis is. But we could, you can look at it sub-daily, you can look at it at 48 hours, it'll just smooth things out even more. And so we picked 24 hours, but, if there are any suggestions, we're happy to look at those in different ways.
The driver license coming back.
Generally, the longer you average, the smoother it will
White
get.
female expires
The narrower the average
2033.
window,
The
the noisier it
show
will be. Right, so it'll be
restriction for
difficult to tell
preventive
what actual differences are.
lenses. She is
But
clear as power.
if you keep it at a sufficient enough duration, then you're actually going to pick up the signal from the noise, right? And that, I think 24-hour does a pretty good job of that. So.
1210, is it moving?
Okay, so let's zoom in here. So let's, again, just a reminder on the color convention here. With decel is blue, without decel is blue, and then with decel is red, right? And for the top side, that's for the bottom panel. Let's make sure that we get this right. Right, we're looking at stratification. Sorry, I need to remind myself. Yes, so you'll only have 2 lines here. I'm like, I was looking for 3
I
lines,
discovered
and
something
you don't have
about
3 lines
political.
here.
Politics is the activity
this
of
is just
settling
the
affairs in an
bottom
organized
minus
society.
the
Politics
surface,
is usually
and then,
concerned with resolving issues within a
some of the
society
differences
via a
for
government.
Without decel is this blue, and then with decel is this red. And you can see here over time that there are periods where it goes up, there are periods where it comes back down, there are periods where it's even lower. So it basically tells you like that stratification shifts a little bit in time, right? And then they'll be more apparent in the depth profiles.
B49.
So I guess I've always been thinking of this in 2 aspects. One is short time domain, like between tides periods, and then long term. So can fish die within 24 hours because at a time period at which there's little flow due to tide and we have no other influence other than power plant flow, does that for a period of time cause enough change to kill fish in a short period? And then the longer time, which I think we're kind of looking at here. And you just mentioned that there's too much noise in this model right now to look at, and it smooths it out, but it doesn't answer the question of, in a shorter time domain, would we do something kind of spiky to the salinity? So how do you speak to the short term? Is that another model study in order to?
No, I mean, we can calculate this instantly too, right? Like you can take the raw outputs and do the same figure.
Yeah.
So the basis for 24 hours, right, the duration part of it. So I'm not a biologist, so I'm not speaking for biological effects here at all. This is just based on my knowledge of
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
If it's a warm water habitat, they set the standard one way. If it's a cold water habitat, they set the standard different ways. So for example, on the west coast in salmonids, where you have the cold water fish like salmonids, the DO standards are like 10 milligrams per liter, right? Because they're very sensitive to oxygen. And so there, the Clean Water Act aquatic life use is set on the basis of the daily minimum, because that's the duration component of the Clean Water Act. So essentially what they're saying is there's an acute piece and then there's a chronic piece, right? So if fish are exposed to dissolved oxygen below that on a daily basis, then it can have
go ahead, can you hear me?
Adverse effects on biological use. That's one of the rationales for that. Again, I'm not a biologist. I don't want to speak for what I don't even have a good understanding or handle of what the species are here. So I don't want to speak for Corpus Christi Bay in general. But the 24-hour duration has like a grounding in the Clean Water Act and how they promulgate the standards for DO. So that's where that rationale is coming from. And that often is based on, aquatic life protection. So.
I have a question for Nick. When this goes to council on June 2nd, this modeling, I suppose, it will just have what they're saying as far as, the modeling, but it won't have any input from the real world effects that the biologists, professionals
I discovered
here
something about
might
violence. Violence
might
is
not even have
characterized
time
as the
to
use of
run it,
physical
you know, to
force by
say,
humans to
okay,
cause harm
this
to
is what
other
the
living
modeling shows,
beings,
then
such as
this is
pain,
what we're
injury,
predicting,
disablement,
actual
death,
impacts to the
damage,
bay
and
to a
destruction.
biologist perspective. That won't be brought to council on June 2nd, right?
Sure, Carrie. So I'll just review the time frame. Of course, the modeling team is working through this. There's another step, and that's May 28th, a week from today. They'll provide those, and it'll be another meeting just like this. On June 2nd, we are asking the modeling team to present all of the data as per the scope that all of us has put forth. And they are the modelers that this committee and city staff jointly selected. So that's what they're going to be presenting on. They have not been asked to develop a biological or marine aquatic life assessment, I think is what it's called. So this is what they'll be presenting as these findings. I mean, the critical component has always been the salinity in the bay, ever since day one.
Since council is lay people, like myself, if they just know, oh, it's going to go up 2, you know, or whatever, they're not going to know what that's actually going to mean to the health of the bay. And so I was wondering if there's going to be anyone at council to interpret through a professional PhD's perspective, you know,
I discovered
from
something about
UTMSI
form.
and HRI
Form
and
is
all
the
those
shape,
people
visual
who are
appearance,
here.
or configuration
Anyone
of
is
an
going
object.
to
In a wider
interpret
sense,
it
the
for
form is the way
council.
something
What
happens.
does this mean? How is the council going to know, oh, 2 above, that's totally cool, let's go for it?
So I think that's a complex question. So I think we've got a lot more work to do. I'll speak for you, Pradeep. You've got a lot more work to do between now and then.
Yes.
And this committee will see that next week. I mean, you're right. What we're seeing right now is 1 to 1.5 parts per thousand.
Female at the
And we
Valero,
know the salinity
8140
of the
Highway
bay
77.
naturally
8140 Highway 77
fluctuates
Valero.
15,000
He's got 2
parts
dogs
per
in
trillion.
front of the store.
So we know
She's
that's
sat down
going
near
on
the
naturally.
food
All
area,
of that
and she's
being
refusing to
said,
leave.
I think we've got to let Pradeep and his team continue to work through this process that's been outlined. All of us has to digest this information, and then of course we'll all come back together in a week.
Okay, thank you.
I will say that Mr. Zanoni, back, I believe it was in March, is on the record in this room stating that he wanted fisheries impacts from the modeler in their final report. And he wanted that in the contract. Unfortunately, I have a copy of the contract, and that's not in the contract. So we really have no way, like to Carrie's point, council members, you know, they have a million things on their mind. The whole purpose of this, and I think it was stated many times in the past, was what impact to the fishery is this going to cause?
I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above.
Fisheries report and this and that. But unfortunately, the contracting department never put that in there. So I think we have a gap to fill somewhere in that point.
So I just wanted to ask Jesse, because he's a marine biologist, uses this water on this site and uses it to take care of a huge number of animals from the bay and from elsewhere. Is any of this worrying you?
648,
Not yet.
Okay, got it.
You know, to that point, I would recommend we let Pradeep and team finish going through all the data. And to Jesse's point, I appreciate that. We need to see what's being presented. I mean, we've got a long meeting scheduled today. There's a lot of information we want to go through. We want all of you to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, and I'll also state that, you know, we're presenting the key objective of this modeling exercise is to see whether the brine discharge is significantly altering the stratification regime of the Corpus Christi Bay at large, right? The salinity itself doesn't give you that. It is one component of it, the part that is important is that difference, right? And that's, to that extent, this model is doing what it was designed to do, to provide the information you need to assess the risk. So just taking this in isolation would not be appropriate. So I just want to say that
I discovered something about it historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Probably not, right? Because that is well within the range of what's happening in the Bay. So that's what I want us to make sure that we don't lose sight on, like the stratification piece versus the actual numbers themselves.
So maybe I'm slow today, but bear with me. So I have ruptured cells, algal cells in seawater with a salinity change as a potential oil separation process. So I guess when I'm looking at short term versus 24-hour average, from an osmotic pressure change standpoint, I'm looking at, could this affect fish in the short term? So you went to what the standards, the EPA, the 24-hour. That's kind of that's not picking up what I was looking for. Is there, during the slow interchange times, again, the predominant flow is going to be, I believe, from the power plant in terms of what happens at the ship channel and then transfer into Nueces Bay. But I just want to be assured that we're not missing something that happens on a 6-hour basis that is it gets smoothed out by just picking up 24-hour points. You're saying I'm seeing instantaneous?
Well, this one is instantaneous. I showed you the instantaneous results right here. Okay. So these are the actual, like, real-time different, like, instantaneous as in at the frequency at which the model outputs it.
But the time frame there is months, right? On the bottom there?
Yeah.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
So these are the actual magnitudes of the differences in high frequency.
Okay.
So this is what we're averaging for the purpose of. Just when you do the differencing, like it just gets very noisy, right? You're trying to line up data, but once you smooth it out, then what you really do not want to miss, you do not want to miss the forest for the trees. That's a good analogy here, right? So the instantaneous values are here like trees, right? The averaging smoothing is going to show you whether there is a forest or not. So.
Well, it's the smoothing that concerns me, that we're smoothing out something. I just want to be assured that I'm not missing short-term fluctuation.
Yeah, the short-term fluctuation is reconciled in that 24-hour average. Right? So if you have a huge difference, that would pull the average up.
That would what?
That would pull the average up, right? The difference. So.
Let's go ahead and continue with the presentation so we can go through all of the information. And then we come back to the questions, but any clarification that needs to be done on the graphs, please let us know.
Yeah, thank you. So this is showing the stratification, and we've only looked at one location so far. So we got maybe 20 to go through. So, and 2 times that with 2 scenarios. So,
can you show the bottom graph?
Yeah. So the bottom graph is showing the salinity and the density both. So the purple shaded part.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to.
Differences, so keep in mind that salinity units are in ppt and the density differences are in kilograms per cubic meter. This actually shows like where you have like periods of sustained increase in salinity and density, right? And so that's important. This is where you can have a potential anoxia set up, if at all, right? And so, and then what it also shows that is really important is that it goes in both directions, right? Sometimes it's actually like, your existing conditions are more stratified than the brine. And that simply has to do with how that salt wedge is moving back and forth, right? Just shifts the position of that. And then also important to point out here, right? During the tidal cycles and the tidal changes, it does mix up when the tidal energy is high enough, and then that happens frequently as well. So it's not like it's persisting over years. It's not what would be really troubling is if this was just starting to deviate, and then you just have this salt pit sitting there and not moving anywhere, but you're not seeing that. It sits there for a while, and then the tides mix it up. It sits there for a while, and the tides mix it up. And that's kind of what you're seeing throughout in the edge of the outer harbor. So now let's actually look at the other locations, similar figures. So I'll try to go through them quickly because we're already at 12:40 here. So this is in the central inner harbor. If it's okay with everybody, can we just go to the differences, because the differences are a lot more meaningful? Yeah, okay, so.
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state is sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation. Constituent state, a political subdivision of a state. Federated state, constituent states part of a federation. State of nature.
So what this is telling us is that you're increasing the salinity of the inner harbor on the whole, which kind of makes sense. You're putting salt in there, so it's going to increase the salt concentration, and that's what you're seeing there, right? And you're taking fresh water out, so that has to concentrate it. So intuitively, that's the kind of result you'd expect. The question is, what's the magnitude of these differences? It's typically 1 ppt or less. There are periods where it goes up to about 2. But for the most part, it's like, 1.5 in the inner harbor, and then it dies down. And what's also interesting here is that, you generally see an increase in the surface salinity overall, right? And that's the tides mixing up that salt. When you have a strong tide coming in, that brine gets mixed up, and then everything, the surface salinity increases as well as a result. So that's why it's relevant in 2 ways. It doesn't necessarily overstratify.
First one can be female 3958073.
Kind of like a little mind bending. I had to think about it a bit. I'm like, okay, this is what's happening. So it's like there's a mixing process happening, but there's also a stratification process, and we'll see what the stratification effect is in the next one. So the bottom one shows the density differences, and again, when you have more salt, the water is going to be denser overall, and that's what you're seeing here. What is interesting here is like there are periods where the bottom is denser than the top, but again, which more or less coincides with the periods where you have.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east, and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
Okay, so in the third one, this is the stratification, bottom minus surface, and then the differences with and without desal. So let's actually go straight to the bottom panel here, because it kind of shows the overall effects on the inner harbor. Similar to what you have in the outer harbor, a little bit higher than what you have at mouth. So going in, you're seeing more of that effect in terms of the brine discharge as opposed to at the mouth. Okay. So let's look at. So this is all the way at the Viola Turning Basin, and let's actually go right to the differences. Again, similar to what we saw there, except here the duration parts are a little bit lower than where the bottom is separating out. Like overall, you're seeing higher salinities, and this just has to do with the farther you go out, the more it mixes, right? And so that's what you're seeing in the water column there. By the time you get farther in, it's more or less mixed, but that salinity concentration overall is higher. That's why you see the difference is consistently positive for the most part. Same with density, right? Overall, it's somewhat denser.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
There are periods where it also sort of balances out and mixes up.
Clear. Oh well.
Okay, so now let's get to the more fun part. Oops. Okay, so this is just the inner harbor. So I think we can, I'll minimize this, we can come back to this if we need to. So the next we'll look at the Corpus Christi ship channel. I'm only showing the stratification plots here, but we have some figures for all of them. In the interest of time, I'm going to just stick to this one as our primary way to show it, but there are places where we'll go back to the other ones, like U.S.C. Bay. We'll look at all of it. So this is Corpus Christi ship channel 1. So if you look, if you can picture the overall map that I showed earlier, this is a little further out in the ship channel in Corpus Christi Bay, not all the way out, not, but maybe like, I want to say like a mile and a half out from the mouth of the harbor. Maybe a couple of miles out. So the key thing to point out, very similar patterns in terms of the, the salinity differences. Interesting thing here is that the salinity, the differences in the surface, in the stratification for the current conditions are actually more showing.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
It's farther it's persisting farther out into the channel now. It's getting pushed further in with the brine discharge. And also the second part of it too is the
646. 646.
Under current conditions, you don't have any, overall, there's less salt in the system too. So that's important to keep in mind. So the density one, the bottom stratification one, surface minus bottom, is more interesting here. So again, the channel is somewhat more stratified under with the brine discharge than it is without, right? So you see a lot of positive differences here. However, you also see a lot of negative values. There are periods where the channel is actually less stratified compared to current conditions. So there are periods where the channel is more stratified under current conditions, and there are periods where it is less, and that timing shifts a little bit back and forth between the two. And of course, in winter, it does mix completely because the tidal energy is very strong, and there is good amount of mixing happening.
When you said 1 mile or 2 miles, do you have a map showing
Yeah,
where
we
this
do.
is measured? And did you measure at the mouth of the harbor as well?
Yeah, that's what we were looking at before them at the mouth of the harbor. Now, so sorry, let me go back to this. Yeah, we probably need to have a cheat sheet for this map so we can keep coming back to this.
I discovered something about Islamic Republic. The term Islamic Republic has been used in various ways. Some Muslim religious leaders have used it as the name for a form of Islamic theocratic government enforcing Sharia, or laws compatible with Sharia.
Right, so I just took a guess that it's 1 or 2 miles, but I didn't actually measure it. So, yeah.
I just wanted to, the point of the buffering, I guess when I did some models myself, I caught myself misunderstanding. I was always thinking of we're going to be moving the salt out towards the Gulf. But then when I looked at the Gulf salinities, they were higher. So we got a buffer that's up here. And I think what we're really doing is raising the salinity of our precious inland freshwater where we have the fish hatching. So it's not moving the salt out as much as getting enough freshwater inflow to maintain that lower salinity along the bay. So as we're doing this, I just want to go back to your input conditions that you went to. Everything out there was higher salinity at the Gulf interchange point, the boundary condition.
646
this new one was a HICOM.
It was around 34 at the boundary.
It was around 34.
Yeah.
So we get above that, I guess, in a little of these cases.
Yeah, we get more than that actually. In the ship channel, even under current conditions, it's higher, and in U.S.'s Bay, it's higher to it. There are periods where different subamines actually are higher than the
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
Are we preserving here against this buffer that's typically higher. And we go above that at times here, that's true, but our best conditions are when we stay lower. So I think as you're looking at it, it's, you got to the time duration. Does this additional salt input cause for those durations of higher salinity in the areas we'd like to maintain lower? Does that persist longer? So again, it's back to your question.
So I'm going to clarify something here. We're not actually putting more salt in. We're putting the salt that we're taking back. What we're taking out is fresh water. So
right, it's conscious anti-dilution.
Yeah, we're concentrating it.
Right.
Yeah. So from a mass perspective, the mass of salt remains the same, right? Like, more or less the same. Like maybe there's some evaporative differences, but.
Well, except as to where it ends up, Nueces Bay.
Right, so you're shifting the salt balance, yeah, absolutely, so.
You're also adding in a little bit from the process that the plant itself puts into the water, right? Like defouling agents or something, or some other kind of chemicals that would be discharged that's allowed through the EPA. But it's not just exactly how it comes out of the bay. They take out the fresh water and they put it exactly in. There's more that the plant adds in, right?
The plant isn't adding in additional salt or salinity.
Not salt. They're adding in.
I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
But still, it's something that wasn't in the bay before the desalination happened. It's something else that's added, just statement of fact.
But you wouldn't be able to detect that.
Mrs. Tobin, don't we extract a lot? There were 4 or 5 truckloads heading to the landfills in the coagulation process. So really, we're taking out rather than putting in some of these other suspended solids, basically, right?
That's correct. So there will be solid removed from the process and deposited at our landfills.
Can we move on? It's
Yeah.
not related to the model.
Yeah. Thank you. So this is, did we already see ship channel 2 or no? No, this is the first time we're seeing this. Okay. So, yeah, we finished ship channel 1, right? So this is ship channel 2 that I've moved down to. So everybody good with that? So, so the key thing that I want to point out here are that the stratification patterns overall are actually not that dissimilar between current conditions and with desal, right? So by the time you get here, there are differences still. There are some periods where you see the blue and red start to deviate from each other. Again,
I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29.
But the patterns start to mimic each other a lot closer as you go farther into the channel, right? So the difference is like that you had more of those separations and shifts once you were in the inner harbor, but those shifts are not as apparent here. And that is also clear in the overall sort of like the difference between the two, right? There are still periods where it's different. It's not as extensive. It is more short-lived here, those differences. And it's also not as big as it was. Like you had 1 to 1.5 PPT difference, but now it's, you rarely get to 1, right? Most of the time it's a lot smaller. So that's really the key point here is like as you go farther out, those differences are starting to diminish. So, okay, so depth profiles. Now let me walk through what these are first before we, this is an animation, so it's going to challenge you all to watch wiggly worms, and you'll have to track 2 worms together, so at 5 different locations. So the blue line here is I got the wrong animation here. This was supposed to come later. does say hypothetical worst case, isn't it? So I think I put the wrong animation in here. We can come back to this because I was going to present this later.
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
That's a shame because it's actually quite fun to watch this. Let's see if I got the spring one right. My apologies. Oh, they both say hypothetical worst case. Sorry, my apologies. I just put the wrong animation in here. We can come back to this. This essentially, so this is still very meaningful. What this will show us is how that salt wedge moves between that spring, the spring neap cycle that we saw, and in both when there is freshwater inflow and when there is not freshwater inflow. But the interesting part is here you can actually see how that salinity pattern shifts between the 5 different channel locations that we've seen so far, starting from Yellow Basin, coming out to Ship Channel 2, and you'll see these move around. You don't have context for the hypothetical worst case simulations yet, so we'll come back to this. We'll look at it at the end of the presentation. But I also would, next week I'll be sure to put the right depth profiles for you all and show you the ones for the current conditions as well. They're actually not, spoiler alert, they're not that different. They look very similar overall. So looking at this is more or less like looking at the other one. So.
Right on, Devin.
Okay, so I'm going to skip those. And again, I apologize for that. That was very fun to watch. So this one, now we're coming out into the shallower parts in
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
From a surface area perspective, this can have broader impacts than a very narrow channel in terms of differences. So that's sort of the importance here. So really what we're looking for when we start looking at these figures is do we see the duration of persisting extended stratification in the shallows because of the model, the brine discharge, meaning it's increasing the salinity, but is it increasing disproportionately, or is it concentrating it in some parts of the bay more than others? Oh, sorry, did you want to? Okay, so we'll start with, actually, why does, oh, I was going to go click on that, there, open file here. So I think it's worth just looking at the salinities and the temperature share at these locations in just, go away, right? Again, so now we're actually looking at the actual predictions. The solid lines are without desalination, the dashed lines are with desalination. Red is surface, blue is bottom, green is depth average, right? Top panel here at North Beach, you're looking at salinities, salinity predictions, both with and without desal. So the important point here is that, first of all, there is not much of it in terms of stratification, right? They're all on top of each other. And you'd expect
I discovered something about one. One is a number, numeral, and graphing. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Some level of stratification, but that's very short-lived. It's not nowhere near as what you're seeing in the channel. And more importantly, there's barely any separation between the predicted salinities between the two scenarios, with and without discharge. So all in all, what this is telling us is that your conditions don't really change appreciably when you come to the shallow, at least in North Beach. Now we'll look at all of the locations. Right, I mean, that's right, and it's important, right? So you have a lot of habitat habitat is a surface area concept, right? So most of the surface area is shallow. And so for an extended area, you're not impacting it. The impact is more in the differences are more in the channel, right? Which is a relatively deeper portion. So
Copy, your first part of your transmission came through, the second part broke up.
Resolution is, for instance, at the
10
northeast.
for attention
northeast
EMS.
side.
I need you en route to J.C. Barnes Boulevard. It's
Everywhere
going
there
to
should
be
be at
for
least 2
a
layers. There can
reference of a
be
man that
3
fell,
or
hurt his
4
back,
depending
bleeding
on
from
the
his
depth.
arms. He's not doing
So,
good.
yeah.
Need
So the
you en
model will
route to
have
about
at
627.
least 2.
627.
So,
Okay, all right, thank you.
yeah.
Pradeep, just as a note, we have 1 hour
Yeah,
left.
yeah.
So we can have time to
Information.
review the hypotheticals and leave time for the discussion and the
Yeah,
questions.
thank you. Thanks for the reminder. Yep. Okay, so let's actually go right to the differences here.
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and
So
as
this
such
shows
the
the
term
difference
is a
in some
metonym
case
for it in
between,
governmental
the
topics.
existing and with and without, right? So this is, again, surface, bottom, and depth average. The differences are very similar to begin with, right? So you do see some positive differences, and consistently, so that just shows like this overall more salt, right? But from a stratification perspective, which is a bigger interest, we'll see that in the next slide here. Even the 24-hour average is actually quite noisy here, but really the bottom one is going to tell us the story. So these are, even on a 24-hour average basis, it's literally, for all practical purposes, this is 0, bouncing around 0, right? So you don't really see any difference in stratification in the shallows. You wouldn't expect that, it just confirms that, and which is good.
About 42 Bay Team, courtesy call to Ms. Ray and
Next
Ms.
slide
Martinez.
is the bayfront.
I'm out for
This is
entry
to the
as you know yet. I just want to do a courtesy
the
call.
channel. Again, very similar, not a lot of difference in between the lines. There's some spiky behavior here, right? And that's the difference. These are the instantaneous differences. And then when you look at the depth, the changes in stratification.
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
It's, the current conditions actually stratify more. But to me, it's, they're practically the same. Just the magnitude of that is important here too, right? In the previous ones, we saw a bigger magnitude. Here, they're all very small overall for both salinity and density. So. Okay.
0 around.
So I'm going to quickly go through the other locations here.
That subject from the church is in the lobby. I wanted to speak with you.
Oh, that's because that's all I have there. We have to go back to the slide here. Okay, let's put that back up here. So this is in Portland on the other side to the north, farther out. So it's not as close to the inner harbor. And so as you would expect, these differences are even smaller here, but the pattern itself is like, you don't really get a whole lot out of it other than, there are some subtle shifts, nothing really in one direction or the other. They're all for the most part, it's very similar. So this is at the Tamu location. This is that was to the north, this is to the south of the channel, farther out. And again, this is.
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction, distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction, sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
The Gulf there, and I think this is on the south side, yeah, this is on the south side. Small differences like before. and South CC Bay. Oh, so that was to the north, so this is to the south. So got my locations mixed up. So again, like, it's a pretty consistent story. Like really the only place where you're seeing the duration of like higher salinities and stratification is in the channel and within the inner harbor in particular, and then it starts to diminish as you come farther out so far. Okay, so that's Corpus Christi Bay proper. Now let's look at New U.S.C. Bay. So the interesting thing to keep in mind for New U.S.C. Bay is that anything that happens in the inner harbor gets withdrawn by the power plant and released in there. So you're going to see the effect of some of that here in terms of the salinities and the density differences. So we'll start looking from New U.S.C. Bay 1, which is right under the bridge here. New U.S.C. Bay 2 is the closest to the discharge for the power plant. And then these two would have more freshwater influences, 3 and 4, right? So, Redfish Bay snuck in here. That's because I clicked too fast. I had to open this one. So, okay. All right, so again, it's worth just looking at one of these at least for New U.S.C. Bay. And we can look at New U.S.C. 2 if you want, because that's the
I discovered something about Iran. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Top panel is salinity. Both show some mild stratification in U.S.C. Bay, right? But meaning like you see the difference between the bottom and the surface salinities. There are some gaps here that you're seeing in some areas, like where it does start to deviate a little bit. But again, I want to point to the differences here, like. It's really just less than half. And you're going to see that more clearly in the next slide. So this is where you probably, if you're picking up the signal, this is where you'll pick it up right away. And maybe there are some times of the year where you do pick up that signal from the brine discharge. But it's not a persistent one in general. Really, like the density differences are even smaller. That kind of tells you, like, that small salinity increase is really not big enough to make a big impact on the density. So, if you look at actual differences, though, like it's very similar to what you're seeing in the Corpus Christi Bay proper, right? It's both up and down, meaning like sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative. Overall, you're not seeing a persistent, like you saw in the inner harbor, a persistent positive trend of density differences or salinity differences. Like those small periods that I pointed out earlier, that's where you actually see that, come about.
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
So we can do the same for the other U.S.C. locations.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that we're all interpreting this correctly. So the top graph here is showing us that the maximum, salinity difference between the bottom and the surface waters in the top panel are on the range of
709 South to Qual,
so it's not
as
very
in
high
Foxtrot, Uniform, Quebec,
between the
Uniform
surface and the
Alpha.
bottom.
Yep, U.S.C. Bay, because it's shallow, it's not stratifying, right? That's basically what it's saying. To begin with, it doesn't stratify. So the question is, by adding the brine, are we actually creating more of a stratified conditions? Yeah. So thanks for that.
We're not seeing that when we look at the density difference. We do see that there is
Do you
a
happen to have a
density
meter number
difference
by any chance?
between the bottom and the surface of up to 1.
The customer did not provide that meter number for me.
Correct.
Followed by CP.
On the
density
second
difference
panel.
in the second panel, right? So
Okay, that's fine. You can
this
go ahead
is
and send me,
again. So This shows that there are density differences within U.S.'s Bay, right?
Without desalination.
Even without desalination.
Exactly.
Correct, exactly. Thanks for that clarification, absolutely.
And that's an important.
Go ahead.
So this is showing without
Did you want us
desalination,
to
you do
just
see
bounce
that
north
there is
and head back,
stratification,
or you want us to walk the
a
jetties again
density
and take
difference
the
between the
sargassum?
bottom and the surface in Nueces Bay.
Really?
Without
You can reverse it in.
desalination, we're not seeing a huge difference relative to what is already there.
Correct, yeah.
That is what this is telling us.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in
And we need to
acting.
keep coming back to that as a reminder, is like, is it shifting it or not, right? That's what we're assessing, as opposed to whether it's actually stratified, which is important from a model validation perspective, but not, and an interpretation perspective, but the goal here is not to say whether or not it's stratified. It's to recognize that it does stratify, but it doesn't shift the stratification regime, so.
Super deep. I'm wondering if you could maybe help me work this out in my mind a little bit. So in a shallow location like this site, I'm guessing it's probably, what, 2 meters deep at most?
Yeah, maybe 2 to 3 meters, something like that, yeah.
So if you have a vertical resolution, let's say you have two layers, right? So that means the bottom layer would, that would take an average of conditions in, let's say, a meter of water, right? So in terms of stratification and hypoxia, what we know, at least from Corpus Christi Bay, even from the shallow areas, is that stratification layer, the natural layer that occurs, it's on the order of like 0.1 to 0.2
radio
meters.
check today from York.
So it sounds to me like at this resolution, you might not be resolving any
full-way and take
stratification just because the vertical resolution.
I discovered something about something. Something may refer to.
Yeah, but that's not the scale at which the question is supposed to model, right? So the goal here is to see whether you have a persistent pattern. And what this is telling us is that you don't.
Let me think on that one a little while.
Yeah. I mean, like, your point of, like, can we resolve it finally and will you see a difference? You can, like, you can always, at infinity, you're resolving nature perfectly, right? And so the more finer you go, the more precise you're going to get. Doesn't mean it's more accurate.
So I think also the magnitude of the difference in the density, so again, the second panel is important. So just to give people a rule of thumb, 0.1 is slightly stratified, so that's not, that probably would break up with a wind event or whatever. A value of 1 difference in the density between the bottom and the high would be considered stratified, like highly stratified, where you would have more of a lid on the surface layer to allow oxygen to go down to the bottom layer.
Several other calls, the property might be located closer to TxDOT.
Yeah, thank you. So then that's the key, right? So the picnic line, is there a real picnic line or not? And there is not a real picnic line.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to.
Yes, you'll always see some level of stratification happening, and then the energy in the system through wind, through tides, through freshwater inflows, even through discharge probably, right? Like all of them is going to mix it up. It's not.
There are events like the last several days where we see, values of 0.25 to 0.5, which means that there is some stratification in the system.
Yeah.
What happens with the oxygen right now, we're not
Just
seeing,
outside of
there is
Stinson,
some
just before the bridge, before TxDOT.
and conditions under which it does happen.
Yeah, I mean,
This has been documented for the Bay. So
right, and also, there is freshwater inflow into the system, right? So naturally, the freshwater is going to come in on top and stay there, and the salt water is going to stay in the bottom, right? So there'll be some of that happening, and the model does capture that. So.
Pradeep, is this with or without desal in operation?
It's got both.
It's got both.
Yeah, they're on top of each other. You're not able to tell them apart.
Okay.
So.
Oh, okay.
So that's the point.
So because of the the depth of Nueces Bay, and this is it consistent throughout Nueces Bay, all about that 1 to 2 meters, or?
It differ, I think the bathymetry changes a little bit.
I boat in Nueces Bay, kayak and motorboat. You have to really watch where you're going and know where you're going, or you'll hit a sandbar, or you'll hit a shallow part or oyster reef. And there are some channels for boats that they've marked out, but I would say maybe.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Okay, yeah, that helps, Gary. I was just curious. So what we're seeing is without those external conditions, under normal circumstances.
Correct, yeah.
Except for wind, tides, freshwater events. I think that's what the doctor said.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically this is saying, because the prediction, the correction to the salinity regime in Nueces Bay was much more reasonable, much more realistic. What this is saying is under natural conditions, you do have some events of stratification. And when you're adding the desalination, the model is saying that it doesn't look like a huge difference. It's not like there's no stratification without the desalination, then all of a sudden you have a lot of stratification with the desalination. That's not what the results are saying. But there is stratification in the system, right? So that can lead to certain effects. But
yeah, and to your point earlier, does the desalination discharge exacerbate that stratification? It appears it does not. So, okay, so same in Nueces Bay 3, further out, more freshwater influence, but the story is pretty similar, right? So the differences are pretty much, bouncing around that 0. And again, the magnitude is important here, very, very small differences. So this is actually,
I discovered something about knowing. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
So when there's freshwater inflow, it's obviously going to flow on the top. It's not going to, then the solid will boom in the bottom, right? So that's what you're seeing here. Okay, so Nueces Bay 4, so 115. Okay, let's just keep going here. Nueces Bay 4, even further closer to the boundary, and then very similar to what you saw in Nueces Bay 3. So these gets a little bit more spiky here than other locations. Recognize that this is getting closer to the boundary of the model too, so you're going to have some boundary effects as well. So. Yep.
That upper end is a lot more shallow.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to our PowerPoint. Oops, sorry, wrong one. So this is at Redfish Bay. Again, similar to Nueces Bay here, the model is saying that there is some stratification in Redfish Bay. This is also influenced by freshwater inflows from the north. The differences with or without desal is really not substantial, right? It's more or less, around the 0 part. So, okay. Now we're going to start looking at.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need an individual, please. 3066.
We're done looking at. Well, we can go
I
back
discovered
and get
something
that.
about state.
I wanna
State
get to
most
this
commonly
one, so
refers to
you'll
state
perspective
polity,
on
a centralized
how we
political
shift with the
organization that
diagonal
regulates
case.
law and society within a
So
territory's
here,
sovereign state. A sovereign
all
polity
the
in
conditions
international
that we
law,
talked about
commonly
earlier
referred to
apply,
as
right?
a
So we have,
country-nation state. A state where
sea
the
level
majority
rise
identify
condition,
with a single nation
temperature
constituent state,
increase,
a political
temperature
subdivision
increase,
of a state federated state, constituent
additional
states part of a
brine discharge
federation
into
state of
the
nature.
harbor, no fresh water inflow. And yeah, those are all the main ones, right? And then also in Allison, discharges have been removed in this. So those are all similar in this one. So the base case is all of them without desalination, and then the scenario is all of them with the desalination discharge. Right? So that's what we're comparing here. So the first thing.
Hey, where are y'all coming in from?
highlight before
You
we
go
get
down
in to provide some
Stratford all the
context.
way down to
This is not a
Rion.
comparison between with and without desal. This is more a comparison between what does the hypothetical scenario look like relative to existing conditions when you have sea level rise, when you have additional salinity. So just to give you context. So these are the observations compared to, and again, we don't expect run 23 to match this. Run 23 is the hypothetical worst case existing condition without desal. The reason we're showing this is to see that you've shifted the water levels up because you're simulating sea level rise, right? So in general, what you're seeing is that run 23 water levels have shifted up. So these are at, which location is this? USS Lexington is just outside the inner harbor. So this is more a check to make sure that, we are racing when we raise the sea level, like the water levels in the bay go up too. So this is more a check. And the second panel here shows the effect of, without desal, what is that?
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
And I think that's also true for temperature. For temperature,
intersection.
The tidal noise makes it hard to pick that out, but generally, if you really zoom in, you can probably pick it out a little bit. The slight increase overall. It's usually, it's more obvious near the ocean than it is.
Never mind, I didn't send you Robert's number. I accidentally sent it to him.
That was just to provide context that, that's what how the base case shifts everything. So there's a little bit increase overall baseline higher salinity under the hypothetical worst case. And that's what, so that everything shifts up or down by that.
Before we move,
18 cases.
are the contexts clear so we can move on?
No, sir.
Try to keep it at 20 minutes with no interruptions.
On your way back, can you stop
and then come back for the questions.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
All right, so channel location. So we'll start with the channel.
Good, man. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Similar patterns like what you saw before. Again, the dashed line here, these are actual salinity predictions from between the model with and without desal. There are periods where you see a persistent difference, surface that is not really a big difference, and on a depth average basis, maybe less, a little bit somewhere in between the two. You see some of the unique signals that we talked about under the current conditions. So you see those patterns here too.
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons.
Okay, so there's temperature, very similar.
1210, TechDot's been notified.
For both of them, it's pretty close to each other. And then for density, you're starting to see like, oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
For alarm company. You said cancel?
Yeah, so the density again, like, they tend to, there is a little bit of separation depending on the time of the year. And then they tend to come close together, and then again, they tend to stratify again. So you see the same patterns like we saw before. Okay, so the more fun plot, which is the stratification, are you seeing persistent effect, comparable in magnitude to what we were seeing before with the desal? I wish I could remember that number off the top of my head, but it's generally in the same ballpark of 1 to 2. And I want to say, like, as we go further out, you'll start to see more of these, break down. Like here, it persists. Once you go into the harbor, it persists longer. You go outside, it'll tend to break down more. And that's the general pattern that we saw under current conditions, right? So let's see if we see those same things here. So you're going now into the harbor, right? So there's the inner harbor. So let's just start with this. So you're starting to see like a little bit about the same.
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
Again, in the winter, you're seeing that breakup happening here as well.
605.
In terms of the difference, so then let's go to the Baylor Trading Basin. So here, so we saw the surface, overall the salinity levels were going up, right, within the Inner Harbor.
Open the top a little.
And that's kind of what you're seeing here.
Any available
It's not as much it's not as much a stratification per se. I mean, you do see stratification as well, but you're also seeing higher surface, bottom minus surface. So, all right. So now let's look at the ship channel. I'm just going to go straight to the differences. So again, same pattern. Like you're seeing these duration events break up in ship channel 1, right? That's kind of what we saw earlier too. And then, there are periods where they completely break up. But the magnitude is about the same, right? It's about the order of 1 to 1.5 for salinity, maybe of the order of, 0 to 0.5 for density. So, ship channel 2, similar pattern. Now you're seeing those durations condense for both salinity and density. The magnitudes are starting to shrink. Right?
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new.
I'm not 100% sure. We have to put them side by side to compare this. But because the overall water levels are higher, I think there was a little bit of a shift inward, further inward. But I have to look at it more closely to definitively say that. But that's just me still trying to grapple with these hundreds of figures that we produced. So, yeah, okay. So I think that's on the ship channel. Now, if you look at the shallow parts, let's go back to our slide here.
Hey, John, can you hear me, John?
Further out, Bay shallow locations, Redfish Bay. I thought I put it in here. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I actually put it.
I'll have a radio.
Might be in that folder. I guess I didn't drop it in here. I want to make sure that. This is probably the current. This is the current condition link, I think. Sorry.
3 Charleston, 206, 1041.
I usually
I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
Have fire alarms at Oldham ISD. 2 pole stations have been activated. One in the gym, the other one, she just said pole station 5. She advised they requested dispatch.
In the shallow areas, not primarily, I mean, to Dr. Hirsch's point earlier, it does stratify. There are periods where it stratifies, but very mildly.
Yes, sir. It's good. I just checked it right now. I painted it. I'll send
the Bayfront,
go around me afterwards.
Again, bouncing around 0, like what we saw before. Not an appreciable shift in the patterns overall.
Not a problem, sir.
Or at least not a persistent pattern that we can pick out.
One quick question. So those peaks that you see on the
Yeah,
middle
he should be
panel,
arriving shortly.
you are not smoothing it with a 24-hour average. That's probably just the nighttime, daytime difference in the surface temperatures, because the density is actually fluctuating.
Oh, it could be, yeah, you're right. It could very well be, right? So there is a diurnal fluctuation in temperature. There's also a tidal component to it too, right? When you have a slack tide, combined with warm temperatures, it can really have a situation where you
I
have to start
discovered
making
something
stuff.
about
Yeah, totally
organization.
possible.
An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising
Yeah,
one or
Carmel,
more people and having a particular
again, I just
purpose.
want, this is more confirming that there is not a different trend that you're seeing with climate change, right? So this is at Portland, again, all these magnitudes are relatively small and in both directions. Same here, and same for Shamrock. So. Okay, so and then let's go back to this one. Let's see what else we have here. The nuisance base is worth definitely taking a look. Oh, I did have a link here. I just didn't open it. Okay, so this is for nuisance bay. Again, for context, right? So this actually shows the actual salinities and temperatures and density. Like before, really not an appreciable difference, primarily because it's
39, you're unreadable.
Overall, you're not seeing a persistent signal between the two.
Jim, the alarm was going off? The main jam.
The differences are about what we saw before, right? Between very, very small, less than 1/20th.
A quick point. So when you combine the flow, the 335 MGD coming out of the power plant, if we were taking all of the effluent from Inner Harbor.
I discovered something about Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
Intake to outtake of the power plant.
Oh, it's not, I mean, there is very minor consumptive component to it. We don't, we have inflows and outflows information. It's not really, most of it, the flows for the intake and the discharge are the same. So there is not really a consumptive component from which would concentrate the salinity. So it's more or less whatever is coming in is going out as
I think what he's asking is if effluent from the Inner Harbor makes it to the Nueces Bay Power Station intake, how much is that increasing the salinity at the discharge into the Nueces Bay?
Yeah.
You're asking the end of the pipe, right, for the power plant, not in U.S. Bay proper.
Let's look at.
Here, they're still doing testing.
Power plant effluent and said we're mixing that, call it for right now 35 MGD. To make up 335, we need 300 coming in from probably Corpus Christi Bay, sort of, into Inner Harbor. And then those two go together. I could do it myself, but I mean,
did I look at the mass budgets for, I want to say it's like a 1 to 2 PPT increase, but I've not actually, I have to zero it out to really figure out exactly what the difference is. I could also look at the mass budgets, which I've not done yet.
One of the things that, you typically do when you're doing computational modeling and the 3 legs of research, you do these closed form solutions to say, does this make sense?
Yeah.
That's what I'm kind of saying.
I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to.
That's a good mass conservation question, right? That's what you're asking. It's from a mass balance perspective, does it make sense to increase in salinity, what you're saying? I think it does, but I have not I've not done a back of the envelope calculation myself to cross-check that. So, yeah. Yeah, I can definitely do that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the tricky part about that is going to be the volume, the tidal, the residence time, right? The effective residence time with the Nueces Bay. That's always challenging.
39-10-4. They need to call the alarm company.
No, because you're just looking at the pipe exit.
The pipe exit, I know what's happening here. That pipe exit doesn't change. That's what I was saying earlier, because it is not the inflow is almost equal to the outflow. So the changes is very marginal. But how does that change the Nueces Bay salinity?
The alarm calls you had previously, they just called and requested an officer respond back out there. I know it was canceled earlier, but they're requesting dispatch. Yeah.
I see. So yeah, that's an even easier calculation. Yes, certainly we can do that. I'll be sure to present that next week. Thank you. Yeah.
Pretty like, this is, my question is, say that none of the bays are really affected and the only really rise you see is kind of minimal in the inner harbor. That's kind of what I'm gathering?
Correct.
In salinity?
Yeah.
Overall. So that's for like
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to.
Over a period of years, as the salinity increases, if it continues to increase, I guess the modeling doesn't really show how that affects the bays then after a period of years, maybe 5 years or so. If it continues to build in the inner harbor, then would that eventually spill out into?
Yeah, no, it does show that actually. That's why we are looking at it over a 2-year period, right? And so in a lot of these simulations, and that's the first thing we were looking for, is it just there and doesn't go anywhere? And which means that then you'll see the conditions in Corpus Christi Bay in general start to deviate substantially. And even within the inner harbor, you'll see that it's just those two lines would separate out. But what you saw instead was like there were durations where they separate out, but they come back together. Meaning the tides are still strong enough to mix it out even within a reasonable sort of seasonal or even like spring neap cycles, right? And then over winter where you saw they all basically came back to zero, meaning like there is nothing really persisting from year to year. So there is no what we call in modeling parlance a memory in the system, so to speak, that would persist and build up over a period of time. So that is actually a very good question and important. That's the first thing I was looking for is are they starting to diverge like this or are they bouncing up and down? Then if they're bouncing up and down, how long is that event going to last in a particular location, right? So that's the next sort of your risk
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Okay, so we've looked at U.S.s. I think that's all the results, right? So let's see, U.S.s 3 and 4, very similar. Let's see what else we have. Oh, let's look at our fun wiggly worms here. Okay, so this, now that you've seen this, so you can actually appreciate how it's going to look for the current conditions as well. They're actually very similar, the depth profiles. What you're seeing here, this is without desal as the blue. So these are the depth profiles at each of the deep location, right? Starting from inner harbor central, outer harbor, ship channel 1 and ship channel 2. And somehow Wheeler got dropped off, but that's fine. And then this starts so this is the spring neap cycle. So if you recall that tidal figure I showed earlier, there were 2 windows we identified, one in spring with freshwater inflow and one in summer when there's no freshwater. So what we're looking for in these figures is what does that brine discharge do to the bottom salinity, surface salinities? How does that change that depth profile of salinity? So the top panel is showing the salinity, the bottom panel is showing density, okay?
Is this showing the full depth?
I discovered something about peace. Peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
But there is some averaging in that, but it should be, yes. I don't think it's getting cut off if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I think it's 17 meters in the channel, which is about twice as much as.
Oh, you know what? Maybe we fixed the scale. Maybe you're right. I'll check that.
These are all in the channel, aren't they? So they should all be the same depth.
Yeah, so I think Jason's point is that it can go up to 17 meters, and I'll check to make sure that that's not picking the layer next instead of the bottommost layer. But the pattern should be very similar. And I also don't know if it's 17 meters everywhere, is it? It is everywhere? Okay. So maybe it's just we're off by one segment, or that might not show the exact towel leg. So two things to fix is one is don't put the right animation, and then 2 is make sure that it's exactly at the top line.
And the exact location, because I put a note in there when I sent the coordinates, because I don't have a bathymetry that you have, to make sure that those locations are actually in the channel.
Yeah, I mean, I automated that calculation to find the depth, like either pick the next segment, or that calculation is this, didn't pick the towel, like one or the other happened here. But I mean, this gives you a good flavor for what is actually happening. You saw the bottom salinity in the other one, right? So you can already see the differences in some of these locations.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Just the top of the profile, to Jason's point, right? If this is only the top 8 meters, then
It appears to be, yes. I mean, either I actually didn't look at the depth scale.
but when you
I
extrapolate
guess you can put
those lines,
go back on our no-shows.
it suggests in several
And
cases
now they're
that
coming
the
out.
delta between the two is larger, would be larger at the bottom of the profile, and considerably so if you, right? I mean, if you scroll over again, yeah, like those lines are beginning to diverge at the 8 meter mark. The channel is 54 feet or deeper in the main channel.
Yeah, so the
Implication is that if those trends continue to diverge, you could have considerably more divergence at the bottom of the channel.
Yeah, I mean, we will double check that. I think the bottom, like we also saw the figures of the bottom salinities before too, right? In the other time series plots. So
930.
it may diverge to some extent. I don't know if that, it may also settle down, right? Below the picnic line, you wouldn't have a gradient that goes all the way down to your bottom. So I think it's the latter generally. Like this is a good example of that. See, this is the picnic line right there, and then it's starting to stabilize right here, right? So that's typically the way
to the base, send you a message.
What do you think you think it's most likely what we're looking at is you're not at a node, a line at the
Yeah, like I'm thinking like you have to grab the exact.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
Grab the one next to it, or like it's just off center is my guess.
401
Or it could be a plotting error.
1044.
Again, it's a lot of, like, this is where, that's why we put preliminary, we need to check it, like, there's a lot of, QC that still needs to happen.
So how deep is this again? How deep is this?
So this is about 25 feet, it goes down to about 25 feet right
And the
now.
ship channel is,
Yeah.
in the inner harbor is 55, right, more or less. And that's because the ships draw so much water and they are already, can't even go against each other like this. They have to go single file, and there's turning basins where they can turn around. It's really narrow and deep, it's like a box. And so that bottom part is where the salt's gonna build up. So to not have the bottom of the ship channel on your graph, to me, seems like a red flag.
Well, we're gonna look into it, it's, we did show the bottom salinities earlier. So it's not like we didn't look at the bottom salinities. This is probably a plotting error, or we just picked the wrong cell for each of them, right? So it just didn't pick the deepest cell. So we have results for those, obviously, so we can present them at the next meeting. So, well, maybe it's not even worth looking at it then. So let's just wait until next week, and now that we're, 145 anyway, so might as well just stick to next steps. Because I don't know how much good it does if it doesn't go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so last thing I want to just touch on is we started looking at ship traffic. Thanks, Jeff, to your team for all the data. What we tried to do here
I discovered
is,
something about population.
Try to parse out what are some representative vessels that we can put, and what are some representative routes that we can simulate. And so based on the traffic data that we got, so majority of them are barges, but you also have a decent number of ships, right? Like 1728 over a period of like a year and 4 months or so. So that's roughly more than, 2 to 3 ships transiting the harbor, right? In more than that, like, per day. So something to think about is like, we have this information. So what, the next thing that we did was what were the most common routes of transit in it, for ships specifically, not barges. it turns out that it's this route from right at the mouth of the channel to coming out to Black Eye 1. And these names really, you're all probably a lot more familiar with this than I am. I don't have a specific reference to like what kind of dock there is or what activities happen there. But that was, just statistically, that was the most frequently used route. Hopefully that chimes with your knowledge of the system. And then in terms of ship sizes, right, so these, this is just a box plot showing the distribution of the ship's size in terms of tonnage, gross tonnage, beam length,
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a culturally universal that is present in all human societies.
Let's go back to the previous slide here. On this path, back and forth, right? And then we have to make some assumptions on whether it's coming in empty and getting loaded or whether it's coming in full and going back empty. We could probably try it both ways. We originally were going to do it for 2 years. Given that we have a week, I think we could still try to get a 2-year simulation in, but the most meaningful sort of analysis of this is how much mixing do you get for periods where it does stratify, where you see that persistent stratification events. And so we'll try to capture those both with and without freshwater inflows when there's a high tidal amplitude and low tidal amplitude. If it's easy, we'll probably just replicate that for 365 days in two years in a row. But that was one question I had for you, is like, how realistic is that? Like, do you have ship traffic every day? Can we just replicate something like that?
Yeah, I mean, so if you can go back to the box plots for a second.
Sorry, this one?
Yeah, I mean, so the mean draft to me is probably, I understand how that would be derived, but I think it's probably skewed shallow.
Okay.
Because the problem with using the mean here is that it's really there's clear polarity in the data. Coming in empty is very shallow. Going out fully laden is almost always going to be kind of in the more mid 40-foot depth or deeper.
Okay.
For the vessels that we want to model.
I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Whether mean or median, or whether you just want to pick representative classes that sort of represent kind of the extremes of mixing, I'm not sure whether using mean makes sense, right?
Okay, so maybe like a large ship scenario and a small ship scenario, right. And try to bound it a little bit.
Yeah, because I think it's a better representation of sort of the reality of the divergence of the data, right? It's not a smooth curve in terms of draft. But I think doing a single vessel and then sort of talk about how you would extrapolate temporally and how frequently that happens, because the limiting factor is what is the longest period between transits. That's what really matters, because that's when you would have quote unquote worst case conditions, right? Because you have zero chemical mixing.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're simulating the worst case, right? We have zero mixing from ship traffic, so we're already doing that. So this is more if there is ship traffic, how much does it mitigate potential onset of stratification?
So I think to the extent you're modeling a single vessel loaded, I would suggest a deeper draft.
Okay, so deeper draft, maybe a larger ship with a deeper draft.
Call it in somewhere between 35 and 45 feet of draft. Probably is a better representation of
I would suggest that you need to do barges and ships separately. The barges are much more frequent, almost an order of magnitude higher than.
I discovered something about within. Within may refer to.
They're going to have different impacts.
Route 49.
Barges are
Can you
continuous. They're every day.
I accidentally performed
we've been talking about this a lot.
Can you put it back on my laptop?
A matter of barges, it's a tug prop phenomenon in some upper portion of the water column When it's vessels, it's truly a displacement phenomenon that dwarfs the signal of the accessory tugs that are assisting them.
Yeah.
Right, so it is from a hydrologic standpoint, completely different mechanical phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so, and that's the important point is like, when you have a tug, it mixes primarily the surface water. It's not gonna have as much effect on a deeper stratification, right?
So there's a lot of, there's nuance here. I mean, tugs
That
move.
isn't really true.
Okay.
But it may be more true for tugs moving barges, tugs moving vessels. You do get full water column mixing, but you're already getting that from displacement from the vessel, right?
From the vessel
Because
itself,
they're
yeah.
harder moving vessels in different directions. So
I mean, like, the more we dug into it, it's like, oh, this is like a whole universe of options. It was really challenging to narrow it down. And so we'll definitely look for some guidance here, is like if you have specific guidance on like, this is probably a good representative.
just give me a call when you're ready.
Yeah.
Could you go back to that slide where we have vessels, all of them, how many's coming in and out?
Oh, okay, yeah. This one?
No, one minute.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Yeah, because it moves, it doesn't go out another way, it comes right back.
Comes back, exactly, yeah. So this is just one way, you're right. So for, and
Or double the amount every time you have that vessel in the ship channel. So it doesn't go out another direction. It has to maul back and come back, so you have triple the movement.
yeah, and it seems, and my colleague, if he's online, he can chime in here. He's the one who's looked into this data in detail. They don't always go in the same path either, right? So they go make different stops within the harbor, some of them. And
Yes, but it's a diminutive part of the total movement.
okay, so
right?
the majority movement is just along the
Yeah,
channel.
and it would be unusual for one to go deeper, right? It may stop to lay berth on its way out, but it's still the same net pathway, right? Same
Yeah.
net distance,
Yeah.
just multiple movements. I mean, that's not the first principle component here, and I would not worry about.
Okay, so just stick to like the main path on the channel, pick a representative large ship and a small ship to bound the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you
And
guys
it-
get that,
Yeah,
like in the ballpark, I mean, that
Yeah.
seems like it's a stretch as it is.
yeah,
But
yeah.
it's probably,
I have one point here, it's not on there, but in terms of priority, again, looking at max conditions is, for me, primary interest. This will make it better, but one of the
I
things was
discovered
concerned
something about
is that we
states. State
had
most commonly
conditions
refers to
recently,
state polity,
the
a centralized
New York
political
York
organization that
parts
regulates
of
law
Powell
and
out
society
there.
within a
And I just
territory
wanted
sovereign
to
state. A
dig
sovereign
into that
polity
a
in
little
international
bit,
law,
that
commonly
have
referred
we-
to as a country-nation state.
have we
A state
looked
where the
at those
majority
conditions?
identify
I mean,
with a
in
single
this
nation
kind of
constituent
study we've been
state,
looking
a
at,
political subdivision of a state
mid-30s
federated
and so
state.
forth,
Constituent
and have we
states part of a
captured
federation state of
doing this
nature.
study, the worst case condition. I know we've been in drought, but this is that time frame. But this is now. Is there something worse that we're still not picking up with the more recent conditions? This is 23, 24. I guess it's kind of to you.
More up to you guys. Do you even have data from 25 that you could?
I'm actually not tracking. Can you explain, like, in terms of worst case? We are doing the hypothetical worst case scenario.
No, I
which is-
understand, but
so-
there was recently, I think it was a couple of meetings ago, you said you'd seen 50 out in Nueces Bay.
That was Terrorism.
Okay, so that's quite a bit different than the worst case we've been looking at here, is there?
Well, I mean, we can only simulate it for a period of time that where we have data to support it, and we've already projected it out into an environmental scenario, right? I guess I'm trying to see, like, what is there a specific worst case condition that we can frame
water heater before I go?
that we've not looked at? It seems like we did. We've given it some thought and we've come up with the worst case condition.
I guess we haven't captured the condition where we hit 50 out there, and I'm just digging into it. I'm not saying I know something more, other than it was kind of surprising to see a number that high. And I guess I've heard there has been historic times where Nueces Bay has been that high, but I'm just, if you look at it,
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
Or maybe because in the interest of time, instead of trying to gather all this data, maybe we could just gather some of the information from 2025 and use that as initial condition and see if things make a lot of difference.
I was having some idea. I think you're trying to get at what is happening during kind of extreme conditions, even within the time series. So maybe some of these data that you have for like density differences between the bottom and the surface, or salinity difference, you could do box plots. We look at the distribution, like what happens or how often do you have these sorts of events within the 2 years that are already modeled.
Yeah, somehow we've seen this recently, and we haven't captured a condition where Nueces Bay was at 50. That's because it matters in terms of fish too, right? Because you got fish that die at 38 or something, you know, so being the model has all been done in this range of 30, 35. We haven't seen the condition.
The model is simulating whatever the boundary conditions are, right? So if the ocean salinity, or if, actually in South Bird Island, you see some pretty big spikes in salinity too because of evaporation and so on in Laguna Madre, right? So the model simulates evaporation. So all of that is there in the model.
Do we see a 50 in Nueces Bay?
Well, we don't see that in the data. That's my point. It's like we have continuous salinity data.
Maybe we have 5 minutes left. Can we go to the next step so everyone is clear on what?
I would like to add just a quick, to Aaron's comment.
I discovered something about
there
refer.
was some aquatic life work studying done. What we want to do is compile that, and we'll send that out to the committee. So there were previous efforts on aquatic life. So we want to make sure, and I think probably all of you have seen part or of it, so we'll just resend it out to the group.
Tower, medical tower.
I wanted to get that in before I forgot. Thank you.
No, perfect. I just want to make sure that we cover everything and we are all clear on one of the next steps, what to expect next week, and what to expect to close the process. So.
Yeah, so let's just wrap here. So our efforts are actively ongoing, so Jeff will reach out probably the next day or two, because we need to get this correctly set up, and we don't have a lot of time. So really appreciate the help on that. So, and then there was a request to do the 2021 flood. That simulation is ongoing. It's really like just two-month period. That's when that flood happened, right? The freshwater event in Oso Creek in Nueces River. I think that's what you were referring to, correct? I want to make sure that I captured the right flood event.
Can you repeat that?
The 2021 flood in your list of scenarios, that was that Nueces and Oso Creek inflow event, right? In 2021, there was a big freshwater,
Yes, because it could lead to more pronounced stratification.
Yeah. So that simulation, I mean, we're not going to do a whole 2-year simulation for that. We'll just center it around
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics.
I had a quick question. Earlier you mentioned that on your run for the desal, you're going to use the fully permitted volume. It was like 51.5 million gallons a day. So that's assuming a 40% recovery rate. In the city's application to TCEQ, they also mentioned having a 50% recovery rate, where the outfall would actually be 35.2 million gallons a day. And the intake would be about 15 million gallons a day less. So it's a more concentrated effluent. I was wondering if y'all were planning on including that at all.
As of now, we're doing only the 40% case. That would just trigger a whole additional set of runs.
And CC polymers, I forgot what you said, if you're including that or not.
In the hypothetical worst case, it is included, yes. Yeah.
Wait, so it's not included in the regular with decel discharge?
Well, as a permitted discharge it is, but not as a decel facility, because that's still not operational, right? So whatever your DMR is included in our current condition.
Okay.
But the specific CCP as a desalination facility is included in the hypothetical worst case. So, yeah.
One question, I might have missed.
I discovered something about term. Term may refer to.
For the inner harbor intake and outflow is already included
Correct,
in these
yes.
runs.
Yes, in these runs, yes, it's already included, yeah. And I didn't go into the details of that, like there's a lot of nuances, we didn't have time to cover it, but we did that for Barney Davis as well. We did that for the power plant, we did that for American Crow. CCP in the hypothetical worst case, we did that. And then for the city of Corpus Christi's desal plant for the with desal scenario, yeah.
And would it be possible to get these runs on our hard drive next week so that we could inspect the runs?
Next week is going to be a challenge. What is the?
I mean, we've got, you're going to be working up until you present it on Thursday.
Yeah. I mean, like realistically, yeah, we have to, you know.
Ideally, it'd just be those two main ones without decel and then with decel, and just have them like give a hard drive to the city. It sounds like you already have them done, right? So you just have to put it on a hard drive?
Yeah, we do, and then we want to make sure that, you know, we're giving you everything you need and we're documenting it, giving proper metadata, and, you know, so you know what was done and how it was done. And so as a modeler, I hate to just receive somebody's files and, you know, people run it and you don't know, you may make some assumptions when you run it and you don't know, like,
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
There's a demo mode where you just open the run and then you're not modeling or running anything, you're just viewing the results. And so that way you can view the results however you choose to, because there's a lot of ways to look at this.
And importantly, to look at the input conditions that we're actually seeing.
Yeah, I think we have to talk to the city about how we make this model available. You know, that it is our deliverable to the city, and then the city owns the model, and it's their decision, right? And for us, it's going to be really challenging to get it out next week. I don't think it's going to be practical for us to be able to give packaged model runs next week, but we will give all of our work to the city with proper documentation and metadata, and that's part of our deliverable. So, and then the city owns the model, and then it's up to them on how they distribute it. So,
cool, thanks.
Yeah.
The question I have for next time we meet, Pradeep, is, okay. The salinity, like I was talking about earlier, built up mainly in the inner harbor, and we're not seeing a lot of salinity build up anywhere else. And over a 2-year period, you're seeing that. My question is, if it builds up in 2 years this much, how much does it build up in 5 years, and how much does it build up in 10 years? Or does that scale stay the same? Because you're saying that the tides move this salinity that's been raised up in the inner harbor in and out. I don't know how that happens.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area.
And you explain how you know that this tide is moving it in and out.
17 to 60.
Yeah, I think that's the explanation for it, right? If it is persisting, you will start to see that diverging. And you're not seeing that divergence in the salinity or the density patterns. You're seeing some duration of the event, and then the event dissipates. That's how we know, and that's the evidence from the modeling work that says that, like, you know, you don't have persistently higher stratification with decel.
That's a big quality mic.
Of, like, you know, and the model simulates the physics, right? So that's how we know that the tide is going in and out. And you have the NOAA tidal gauge shows that data too, right? You see the tides, the water levels go up and down. And that's the forcing that moves the water back and forth. It may not, I mean, I know it's, when you look at the water, it doesn't seem like, oh, it's not going really fast, and it doesn't, right? So, but if you really, the data tells that yes, that's how tides work. It just moves the water in, and when the tides go back, it moves the water back out. And that's the mixing process, right? That's the physics. And
Yeah, but to me, there's just very little current. The tide is not moving a lot, so I don't know how it moves in and out of the Inner Harbor. Now, I'd just like to see, a little more information about that if possible.
Sorry, I know we're over time. I just wanted to point out, and I brought this up with Jordan previously, but we need to have a hydrogeologist talk to y'all about the groundwater budget in accordance to the Bay, just because that hasn't been considered at all, but it will be affecting the Bay. So
I discovered something about distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction, sociology, as social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
But I'll let a professional explain that to y'all.
Oh, I disagree with that. There's plenty of confining layers in the Gulf Coast aquifer.
Could I ask a few questions? So, Carrie makes a good point, and it's something that I'm just conceptually struggling with, which is the influence of the tides. You are correct that tides go in, tides go out. In a more macro tidal system, that is definitely the case. But in a system like Corpus Christi Bay, where you have tides of 0.2 to 0.4, meters, and very long residence time, I still struggle with that. And then, I circle back to some earlier work from the 70s that I think Ned Smith did. He was an oceanographer, and his work seemed to indicate that any tidal influence, it's really dissipated by the time you get up to Inner Harbor and where Carrie's talking about. So conceptually, I'm still struggling with, that high frequency variability that you're seeing in the data. So I guess what this gets at is also following up on what Jason said, which is that, we've been told we have to accept that there's not going to be any independent peer review of this work. And so I think what I'm asking is, will the city commit to releasing all of the modeling information, including the model inputs, the model parameterization, and everything that somebody would need to actually replicate this work? Because I
discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
Can be utilized. I would think that this would be on a scientific standpoint, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be a kickoff to probably further assessments within the Gulf, within the Bay, and other things. There's probably a number of additional studies where, today the great work that Spheros is doing is focused on Inner Harbor, but as things happen, as there's going to be potentially new desal plans, that this would be a kickoff to all of that. And
sure,
we're absolutely open to that.
Okay, so you are open to releasing all of their modeling outputs?
Yeah, what we've got to do, and I'm not a modeler, I don't, and Brad's got good insight into modeling all the data. We want to make sure it's done appropriately instead of giving out just a slice of the data and not all of it.
Yeah.
Things
I mean,
like that. Right.
As our deliverable, we'll give all our inputs and outputs to the city. We'll have a metadata saying, here is the base case scenario. Here is the hypothetical worst case scenario. So you will have we'll make all of that available to the city, right? But it's not mine to give you.
Yeah,
the city.
That's why I'm directing my question at Nick. The city is committing to releasing all of that information that will be shared from Spheros?
Yeah, right. All I'm saying is we need to make sure it's in a good, good format and a good.
I discovered something about
that's gonna
create.
be his
To create
job.
is to make
Right.
a new
Like,
person,
that-
place,
you know, we have
thing,
to
or
document
phenomenon. The
it
term and
properly
its
so that,
variants
like,
may
anybody
also
who picks it
refer
up,
to
I mean, in future, if the
creativity,
city it's just-
phenomenon whereby
we're building a
something
tool for
new
the
and
city,
valuable
they might
is
choose to
created.
use it
Character
in future,
development
right? And
in
they
acting.
whoever picks it up should be able to run it independently.
Yeah,
right, reproduce the
totally get
results.
that, but,
Yeah,
so what I'm saying is, when this project is fully done, the contract is met, Jason or I or whomever can just reach out to you, Nick, and say, please share that modeling, information?
Yeah, it probably does, it can be to me or it can be anybody else, but I mean, we're not, absolutely, yes.
Can you just send the content that you presented today as soon as possible so we have some time to look it over before next week? I mean, this is for the city, right? We usually get the PowerPoint presentations. Just try to send it this week so we have some time.
So this one's a tricky one because it gets all the links in there, so we have to, yeah, I mean, you know, we have it, but we just make sure that it's not
In a
just.
folder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need the folder that goes with it to have all the information. I can provide that to you, Katya. So,
On Tuesday, there was a question about the vertical resolution of the model in the proposal. It was stated to be increased. Originally in the 2023 model, it was like a meter tall for each layer. Now it's decreased to about 2 meters. Can you explain why that decision was made and why it's still accurate in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I want to reiterate that this is not a near field model. This is a far field model, right? So the goal of this model is to give us a long enough simulation to assess far field effects and effects that persist over time. And by reducing the resolution, we are actually like limiting.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the 4 cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the
I
earth.
think 10 layers is not necessarily poorly resolved. You know, as you saw in a lot of the pictures, you do get the stratification, you capture that. We are matching the data extremely well. So the model is accurate for the intended use for which we're building it. So that is really just our professional judgment call that we made to deliver what we need to deliver here.
So would a 3 meter layer height still be accurate in your opinion?
Well, we've not tried a 3 meter layer, right? The model validation would be the proof of that.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure whatever y'all decided, it could be somehow demonstrated that this is like the Goldilocks resolution where it's not wasting computational time, but still is giving us very accurate results. If possible, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can,
make a right and then back in down here towards the end.
you can always increase, like I said, we had this conversation came up earlier in this too. You can infinitely increase the resolution. That's going to make your model more precise. Doesn't mean it makes your model more accurate.
Right.
You know, so and you know this very well as a modeler, right? The smaller you go, your Quran condition is going to really limit how fast you can run the model, right? And so there are all these numerical issues too that you have to deal with, and model stability and so on. And so you have to optimize it to some level. And so I think, you know, 2 meters seemed appropriate here, and it seemed to work well. And
I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Your question of like, you know, can you do a 20-layer model? We can. That's not, you know, certainly we could do it. It's just, can we do it before next week? And we're going to try to see if there is anything we can do. The challenge with changing the vertical resolution right now is that you have to go back and rejig all your point sources to match the layers and elevations. And, you know, so the question is like, you know, where do we spend our time?
Right.
And to me, if the model was inaccurate, it was not capturing some of the stratification events that would warrant that investigation.
49.
But I'm not seeing evidence for
Down
it.
that.
I guess my concern is that it might hide the
down.
persistence of
6
longer periods of stratification because the resolution isn't high enough.
Can you explain that a little bit more? How would it hide it?
Because I guess the idea is if the chunks are really big and as a plume kind of decreases in size, wouldn't it sort of average out as it keeps?
I mean, the city already did a core mix modeling study, right, to look at exactly how it mixes with the diffuser porch and the momentum and everything.
Right.
And so the reality of it is that, like, you know, as the way I understand it, at the edge of the mixing zone, they're already pretty well mixed. There's not like really, the diffusers are doing their job of mixing it. That's a near field study that you're talking about, right? But once that salt is in, then the question is, that load, that salt load, how does that propagate through a big tidal estuarine system? This model is suitable for that question.
Okay, so Texas Parks and Wildlife released a study in 2018 about marine discharges.
I discovered
and
something
they made
about
a
world. The
recommendation
world
that
is
at
the
a minimum,
totality of entities, the whole of reality,
evaluation
or
for
everything that
desal plant
exists.
should
The nature
look
of the
at
world has been
potential for depressed
conceptualized
oxygen
differently in
levels,
different fields.
due to poorly dispersed brine discharges at a particular location. Do you think this kind of meets that, where basically answers whether or not there will be low DO events from poor dispersion?
I think at the resolution at which it is built, you're able to tell whether there's a risk of stratification.
When you're on Claudia, right? Get on Rex, go down Claudia,
right?
and then back up to Claudia
When you're
to
seeing
the
that
address.
channel, it is persisting, and it
Yeah,
is telling
once
you
you get to
giving you
the
that
Rex and Claudia,
information.
the word T's off,
And
make
to
a
me,
right.
it is
Or if you look
answering
to your
the
left,
question
you'll
that
see
was
it down
posed
here
to
on
the
this
model,
end, but
right? Like the
make a right
question
and
is,
then back up down this way.
is it
That was gonna load
persisting
the machine,
in
and then
half a meter increment versus 2 meter increments is what you're getting at, right? And how important is that to answer that? Versus is it a risk or not? I think we've answered that first question already with the current resolution, right? Do you need to get more precise about it? And does that add value is what I'm trying to get at. To me, it doesn't add that much value unless you're really specifically interested in okay, there is a particular habitat at this depth resolution. Then yes, you would increase the resolution of this model and address that's a very specific scientific question you're looking to answer right at that point.
Yeah, I guess the thing is we were trying to identify potential low DO hotspots. And so I just had the concern that decreasing the resolution sort of made it harder to do that possibly. And so I just wanted to hear that explanation, which I think you gave.
Yeah,
I went there, but I'm looking 100% sure on that one.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, summational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Here at this depth interval.
So I'm going to go back
that's
to
what you're
Chase.
losing. But to me, we've already answered the question that was
okay.
posed to the model.
So while we're 15 minutes over time, and out of respect to the committee and everyone's schedule, I think I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I understand.
One more question, just real quick.
I would prefer to close it down, and maybe we can go offline with Pradeep or send him an email.
It's a follow-up to what Jason basically said.
Let's
keep it very.
One more question, Mike, and then we'll move on.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so basically, I think what Jason's trying to get at is, and I'll try and demonstrate, is I'm 2 meters, right? So natural hypoxia in Corpus Christi Bay is usually down here. So if you're taking the average all the way through this water column, you're going to be missing and blurring out whatever is happening there with that low oxygen water. So then aside from that, you've got oyster reefs, which are probably going to be down in here, but your model is it's taking this whole water column, so you're not seeing what's happening at the level of the oysters. The flounder, they're living down here on the bottom. So again, this 6 meter or this 2 meter 6 foot resolution, you're missing a lot of the relevant processes, whether it's stratification or in this case, we're not even doing dissolved oxygen, because that's all happening down here, and this model is just kind of taking an average of that whole column there. So I think that's what Jason's kind of getting at, right?
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens.
Very fine resolution, right?
Yeah,
so.
Right, and it's only the first 500 feet. And it did show a 5 meter plume that persisted for 3 kilometers. And so we were hoping the far field model wouldn't do near field modeling, but would answer, is there persistent stratification past that 500 feet? And if so, is it long enough to create hypoxic conditions?
Which it did show, right? Like you saw in ship channel 1 and ship channel 2 locations, you're seeing a difference in stratification. So it's already answered that question, right? So from a biological perspective, does it change the stratification potential? Yes, it does in the channel. And I think that's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, you can increase the resolution, you probably come to the same conclusion. And I don't think it'll be that different.
Remember also that the inner harbor process absolutely increases the amount of oxygen. The
It supersaturates it,
is a
right?
dissolved air flotation. So the effluent at the point of the sparger has significantly more oxygen in it than the water had when you took it out of the ship channel.
Right.
You are increasing the oxygen concentration. You're not diminishing it, you're increasing it.
Right, so it gets a head start, but it still has the potential to run out due to the lid that Hertzko was talking about earlier.
I discovered something about officially. An official is someone who holds an office in an organization or government and participates in the exercise of authority. The term officer is close to being a synonym, but it has more military connotations.
Forget to talk about, but that's an absolute fact in the design.
No, excavator.
Okay, let's thank you all for your time today. Go ahead.
We just want to thank you, everyone, for your time, your patience, and all your inputs today. Again, you can keep communicating via email. We'll be taking care of that. I'll coordinate with Pradeep to share the information and the materials. And next week, next Thursday, in a week's time, you will be able to see these next steps and discuss the closing of the
Bay 2.
Thank you so much.
Copy that.
King comes
3C38, Rockport, and it's Lowe's and Ranch Pass. Stand back at 3 Charles 308, Hollister. Zero.
6
I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall and welcome to Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And this morning, our invocation will be given by Father Raju with Saint Peter, Prince of the Apostle Church.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we begin this City Council meeting. We thank you for the privilege to serve our community, and we ask for your presence to be with us as we discuss and make decisions.
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
And the humility to listen to each other with open hearts and minds. Help us to set aside personal interests so that we may work together for justice, peace, and the flourishing of all in our city. May your grace be upon us as we strive to serve with fairness, compassion, and a spirit of unity.
I wanted to
We ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. And our pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Jonathan Zach Hinojosa. He attends Los Encinos Elementary. He has perfect attendance and he excels. That's right. Where did he go? Just kidding. And he excels in perseverance in completing his work diligently. That is what the teacher said about him. So go ahead, Zach. That's right.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
John Henry 4922. King John Henry.
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
John, thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, he's walking off on his own, yeah. It's like, bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Gil Hernandez. Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. So now we'll go to item E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. We have two items on the city manager's report today. And the first one is to make sure everybody is aware of the Texas Jazz Festival that will take place later this week and into the weekend. And so it is the 63rd annual Jazz Festival, and it's held at our Heritage Park beginning this Friday, October 18th through Sunday, October 20th. And according to the Texas Jazz Festival Society, the Jazz Festival has been a staple in our community and is the longest and largest free-running jazz festival around, with many visitors coming to Corpus Christi from across the state and as well as the U.S. to hear the performances.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
The time, so Friday, October 18, it will begin at 5:30 p.m. and it'll go to midnight. And then Saturday, they'll resume at noon, and that'll go into the early morning hours to 1 a.m. To participate there. And then Sunday, October 20th, it'll pick back up again at noon, and it'll conclude at 6 p.m. on Sunday. So 3 good days of jazz. The city and the Texas Jazz Festival Society, as they have in the past couple of years, have partnered with our partners at RTA to provide free shuttle service as a park and ride service to Heritage Park from 3 locations. So if you don't want to deal with parking in the vicinity, you can park your vehicle and take a free bus ride. Those 3 park and ride locations include the City Hall parking lot right here, Nueces County Courthouse parking lot, and then down at Texas A&M University near the bus stop, or at the bus stop on Ocean Drive by the Performing Arts Center. So that would be the Texas A&M University park and ride location. So at this time, I'd like to invite Nick Martinez. He was here the last couple of years. He is the president of the Jazz Festival Society. He's going to say a few words, and then he's going to introduce a video that they prepared as well to highlight the event. Nick, thank you for being here today.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sinoni. First of all, I want to thank Paul Eduardo for supporting us and the council. You're a great staff, great, wonderful people helping us. Mr.
I discovered something about study. Study,
and,
or studies
Mr.
may
Bob,
refer to.
Robert Dodd, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chief of Police, Mr. Marco, thank you, sir, and his staff. And they all help out, just to let you know that these guys are on call at all times and do a wonderful job. This year, we won't have the Texas Guard helping us this year, so they might have to do a little bit more than they usually typically do, but they do a very good job. Thank you.
They're up for it.
And again, thank everybody that's involved. I'm probably missing some people, but hopefully not, right? And but I do want to say that this thing started in actually 1959 as a jam session, and if you know what a typical jam session is, these band members got together and they were trying to have a little good time, and they decided that people wanted to come and listen to them. So it started at Del Mar College, and of course Beto Garcia and his staff, and his group, Eddie Olivares, the Galvan family, Wanda Gregory, and all these people got together and decided to make a band and set up a jam session, right? Well, people came from all over. They came from all over the city, and some people came from out of the city, from San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas. And we continue to have that support to those cities. And I just want to, let everybody know where our money goes to when we do raise funds, and we also give money to.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to.
Kingsville and Del Mar College. We also give money to charities, churches, and things like that ask for support. So with that said, I want to thank everybody. Thank the staff of Corpus Christi City Police, and also the fire department. They also volunteer as first aid groups, so they'll be there, and they've always been there. So thank you very much. And with that said, I can continue with the video.
Yeah, we're going to roll that video now. This will give you just a quick highlight of some of the festivities that take place.
Since 1961, music has filled the air of the Texas Jazz Festival. 3 solid days of live music on 3 different stages. Fantastic food, charming market vendors, and more. The largest, longest-running free jazz festival in the world. It's one of the best ways to leave your troubles behind, soaking in the sounds of cool jazz. As fall begins in the Coastal Bend, it's free, fun, live entertainment at Heritage Park, October 18th through the 20th. A unique music experience that is the Texas Jazz Festival.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, everybody.
Great. Yeah, Nick, thank you so much for being here today and for putting this on.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Start going.
Great. Okay, Mayor and Council, our second item is to announce a completed project. And Kevin Smith, our airport director, is here as well. Just want to point him out in the audience. But this next item is to highlight improvements at our Corpus Christi International Airport that include a new outdoor patio and an indoor lounge to be operated by Nueces Brewing and Barbecuing. So the 1,200 square foot elevated outdoor patio space that has been in the works for some time.
I discovered something about humans. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
That are nice and cool to relax and enjoy the great outdoors. Spa Glass is the construction firm that managed the improvements for this project, which was completed earlier this month on October 3rd. The grand opening, though, will be this Thursday, right? Thursday, people can start to use it. A good thing about this is 90% of the funding came from the federal government, from the Federal Aviation Administration, and 10% came from airport revenues. And those revenues do not include the city's general fund. It does not include property tax or sales tax. So it's all the revenues that come from the airport rentals and airlines paying to use our space there. So located in front of the patio between gates 1 and 3, is the new lounge, New Oasis Brewing Bar, which is a locally owned, and we know a locally owned and town favorite for their local craft beers and Texas barbecue.
44,
The
not
lounge
42.
features a horseshoe-shaped bar. There's several TVs, there's charging ports for your cell phones and computers, and separate seating that accommodates up to 23 people. And this will open on Thursday, so we'll get a chance to use that beginning Thursday. Construction of the new lounge was completed by South Texas Building Partners.
sir.
They've done a lot of projects for the city. And
Okay,
this
10-4.
project was funded by Tailwind Concessions, which is our concessionaire at the airport. They're our food and beverage provider, so they paid for this construction, and they'll recoup the cost for the construction with the leases that they'll have in the future.
I discovered something about
Tailwind,
commonly.
just as a side
This is a
note,
list of
working on
common physical
several
constants and
projects on
variables
Connex
and their
at the
notations.
airport.
Note that bold
Including
text
Joe's
indicates that the
Coffee.
quantity is a
There'll be
vector.
Amazon Just Walk Out store. There'll be a VIP lounge, and we know from council approving this action some time ago, Salty Oak Barbecue will be a concessionaire there as well at the airport. See, these are projects that come on board now that these two projects are done. So the recent enhancements at the airport offer a multitude of benefits for both the travelers
Okay,
and our
10-4.
local
Just
community,
make sure, like I said,
providing
it's not
a
in
new
the
relaxing
theater limit.
space to unwind and a wider variety of drinking
Yes,
and
sir.
beverage options for people that leave Corpus Christi and then people that may arrive and may be waiting on people to pick them up. So the enhancements also contribute to the airport's overall image and visitor experience, positioning us to be a modern and more welcoming facility. I should say we're a very modern and welcoming facility, but this helps us to get even more so. The new amenities, as I mentioned, will be open to the public Thursday. Is that Thursday morning, Kevin, if you're leaving out? I don't know if you're going to buy a drink that early, but Thursday morning. And it's expected to generate revenue through increased beverage and food purchases, further benefiting the airport. That's a self-supported enterprise. It doesn't rely on any local taxes to run. So Kevin, congratulations to you. I know many times I've been up there, you've been actively engaged in the project, even looking at some of the real fine details to making sure they're absolutely perfect, and that's what we like. So thank you for that. We do have a small video to show in case people won't be going out there anytime soon, to show you these features, and we're going to roll that now.
The Corpus Christi International Airport completed a significant upgrade with the addition of a new outdoor
I discovered
patio
something about
and a new Oasis
peace.
Brewing
Peace is
Bar.
a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or
Seating
groups.
for travelers to relax and enjoy the scenery. Located in front of the patio is the new Oasis Brewing Bar. It features a horseshoe-shaped bar, TVs, charging ports, and separate seating accommodating up to 23 people. These enhancements offer a multitude of benefits for both travelers and the local community, providing a new relaxing space to unwind and a wider variety of dining and drinking options.
That's great. Yeah. Beautiful. So that's it. So make sure you stop in and see it for traveling public. Kevin, I don't know if you want to add anything else. Okay, I think we have it all covered. So congratulations to our contractors and especially our local businesses who will make this a new destination for our traveling public. Thank you. So Mayor and Council, that concludes the City Manager's report for this morning.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Well, it's 11:46, so we're going to go ahead. Well, no, we don't have the. Do we have the
We do have
list
some
yet?
presentations, Mayor, if you want to start one.
You know what? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not used to them being
switched.
ahead. Yes, we have a couple more items before our public comment period. So item number 3 is the Nueces County Appraisal District Appointment Process Briefing. Ryan, okay.
Jesse, coming from Jesse.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. Here just
I
with a
discovered
brief
something about
reminder
development.
about the
Development
new
or
process
developing
for the
may
Nueces County
refer
Appraisal
to.
District. So moving forward, City of Corpus Christi will participate with the other eligible taxing entities to now vote on the available seats on the NCAD Board of Directors. For perspective and context, that's where the City of Corpus Christi ranks in order of taxing entities under NCAD's jurisdiction. You've seen this slide before, and this was sent to you via a memo from the NCAD Executive Director as well as our City Secretary. But this gives you some perspective on the number of votes that the City of Corpus Christi will have in this voting process. The City of Corpus Christi, under this formula laid out under state law, is entitled to 1,100 votes in a total universe of 5,005 votes. Your current NCAD, well, actually, your board of directors prior to the legislature making changes to appraisal districts was made up of the following individuals with their appointing entities. So where previously the City of Corpus Christi had 2 direct appointments to the NCAD board of directors, that obviously is changing.
Have an individual, please.
So if you'll recall, the City of Corpus Christi went through a nominations process where we sent a resolution to the appraisal district. All the other taxing entities have the same opportunity to do so. And the ballot has been returned to the City of Corpus Christi in early October.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
You, council, will have to return your ballot back with our votes allotted to our preferred candidates. And so these are the nominated individuals that will be present on the ballot. And then we've also shown here who the nominating entities are that have put them forward. As you can see, almost every nominated individual was put forward by one entity, with the exception of Mrs. Sullivan, who was put forward by several. So next week, you'll have the opportunity to hopefully have gotten all your thoughts together on this brand new process we're all participating in the first time for the City of Corpus Christi, and allot your votes accordingly as a council. Mayor, I'm standing ready for any questions.
Okay. I don't see any questions, Ryan. We appreciate the briefing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our next item, number 4, is a briefing from the Art Museum of South Texas.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I already swapped
Good
out.
to see
We already
you all.
swapped out. I'm on the way back.
Sarah Morgan with the
It's
Art
just
Museum of South
Jennifer on
Texas. Thank you
66.
for
Jennifer.
inviting
She's
me
in
to
72.
be here today to give you an update on what we're doing
Oh,
down
got it.
there.
10-4.
Do I have my presentation? There. So everything we do at the Art Museum of South Texas
Hanging on the
relates back
outside
to our
of the
mission,
door.
and that mission is to advance the awareness, the appreciation of the visual arts, and we do that through providing exceptional exhibitions.
I discovered something about music.
dynamic
Music
education
is the arrangement of
programs,
sound to
actively
create some
collecting
combination of form,
and
harmony,
preserving
melody,
our art
rhythm,
collection.
or otherwise
And we do
expressive
that for
content.
all of our
Music
community,
is generally
all of our
agreed to be a cultural universal
So,
that is
how do
present
we
in
do
all
that?
human societies.
Our exceptional exhibition program. We just closed the King Ranch, A Legacy in Art, Paintings by Noe Perez exhibition. It was very popular. The significance of the King Ranch in our area really brought people to the museum to see that work. And then also the fact that we could honor Noe Perez, who's a local artist. He spent his career as an engineer, and since retirement, he has really just taken off and become an internationally acclaimed artist. So we were really happy to focus the spotlight on someone local like that. The next exhibition that we just opened in September was Target Texas Studio Practices. Target Texas is a biennial exhibition that we put on that always focuses on Texas artists, some emerging, some well-established, but we always have a theme around that. This year the theme is studio practices, so it kind of dives into how are these artists influenced by the area that they work in, and so there's a great mix of artwork there. It does feature one local artist, Elena Rodriguez, and then also Kermit Oliver, who was born and raised in Refugio. He lives in Waco now, but we'll forgive him for that. That show will be on display until January 26th. Then our 2025 exhibition schedule, we have a wide array, lots of variety for next year. We will start the year with
I discovered
Home,
something
Love, and
about
Loss.
Islamic Republic.
We are
The term
co-work
Islamic
with
Republic
3
has been
other
used in
Texas
various
museums.
ways. Some Muslim
Amy
religious
Carter
leaders
Museum
have
of
used it
Art
as the
Fort
name
Worth,
for a form of Islamic
Amarillo
theocratic
Museum of
government
Art,
enforcing
and
Sharia
Ellen
or laws
Noel
compatible
in
with
Midland.
Sharia.
And this is the 3rd exhibition that we've worked on as a cohort. This exhibition will focus put the spotlight on kind of everyday life and things that happen to all of us, experiences that we all go through, and it will all be pulled from the collections of all 4 of those museums. So we really are trying to work together to get the artwork that we hold in public trust out so the public can see it, so it's not just sitting in our vaults. So we'll start the year with that exhibition. Then the next one we'll open in May is the Wyeth's 3 Generations from the collection, works from the collection of the Bank of America. You may all be familiar with Andrew Wyeth, but his father was also an artist, and 2 of his children were artists. And so this is 3 generations of the Wyeth's family artwork, spanning from early 1900s to present day. I think the popularity, the notoriety of the Wyeth's is really going to bring people in there, and I think they'll be surprised to see so much creativity in one family. At the same time, simultaneously, we're going to have a really important exhibition for Corpus Christi. It's the Chapman Collection. It's the personal collection of Louise Chapman. And she started collecting years ago with her husband. I think that what people are going to, visitors to the museum are going to really see is the art of collecting, becoming a collector. It really doesn't take a lot of you know, start collecting with what you want, and then she's been able to amass a really important collection here, and I think people are going to be surprised.
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign state is sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state. Constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
They're so exceptional. They are the ones that are teaching and instructing our future artists, and so we love being able to put the spotlight on them and showcase what they're doing out there. Education, of course, is at the forefront of everything that we do. Every 2 years we do a youth art exhibition, and this summer we did War Toys Ukraine. It's a photographer that goes into war-torn areas with art therapists and works with the children. And so the children are able to recreate through drawing experiences that they've had, and then the photographer takes those drawings and he recreates them in the devastated areas using toys. And it really was, the benefit of this exhibition was so amazing. I mean, not only did it help the children, there was a lot of art healing for them, but it created a lot of empathy in all of our visitors. It was hugely successful. The staff spent a lot of time in there. It was a pretty amazing exhibition. We'll start the year next year with Visionarios, our youth art competition. It's our 23rd year to do this. It's the largest art competition in Corpus Christi. Gives kids the opportunity to put that art back into their core curriculum. It gives us an opportunity to recognize them for their creativity and their hard work. It's a juried exhibition. The top prizes.
I discovered something about Within. Within may refer to
scholarships with the university and with Del Mar, and very popular. And each year it keeps increasing. I mean, you can see the line of people that come out for the Family Day Awards presentation. Hands down, our most successful, our favorite exhibition of the year is the Christmas Tree Forest. This is our 15th year to do that. We could bring Pablo Picasso back from the dead and have him painting in the galleries, and more people would come out for the Christmas Tree Forest. I mean, they just love this exhibition. So we partner with the Junior League of Corpus Christi and HEB, and we invite local schools and homeschoolers to pick a tree and come decorate it. It's based on a popular children's book. Visitors to the museum get to vote on their favorite, and then there's cash prizes provided by HEB for the top 3 trees. Oh, and the best part, the trees go to families. So we take them down, and the trees are able to go to homes that might not have a Christmas tree that year. Summer camp, we have a 10 one-week session summer camp, fine artist summer camp. It focuses on building those art skills. There's a drama component, and there's also the ability for gallery exploration, and it ends with a really powerful performance on the final day. So that's very fun. We've also, I'll say, we've also been able to build up our scholarship on that. We really sought funding for that. So I would say
I discovered something about known. Knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
Camp. Again, it's drama and art activity focused. But then we also provide during the school year our Arts After School program. And so kids can come there, kids that live in or near the area can come there after school. And we provide art activities and art enrichment activities for them. And then the university provides tutoring. It's a safe environment for those kids to go to. We're super proud of the fact that we're able to provide that for them. We do a holiday camp, a spring break camp. Basically, any time that school's out, we're trying to help the parents that need to go to work. And then we also have, for our little ones, we have preschool Picassos. That's for kids 2 to 5. We do ask that an adult helper come because we do not want those 2 to 5-year-olds on our own. But they have projects that they do, usually related to our exhibitions or to, a certain artist, and they're very fun. Very excited that we just established the AMS Teens program. It's a group of teens council. They work closely with museum staff. We set up seminars with them, workshops with artists. Last year we did a financial literacy group with them where we were able to kind of break down, okay, if you're valuing your time for this much and your supplies cost this much, how much do you need to be charging for your artwork? How are you going to make a living?
I discovered something about Islam. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
We try and collaborate with certain classrooms out there to get the kids out of the classroom, the young adults out of the classroom and into the community so they can start to build those relationships. And so usually around a certain exhibition, we'll try and create a project that allows us to get them either in the community working with us or down to the museum working with us. We're going through reaccreditation this year, and so we just approved a new strategic plan with 4 main pillars: accessibility, merit, sustainability, and transformation. Accessibility is really important for us. We want everyone in our community to come to the Art Museum of South Texas, or at least have the opportunity to come. And so we're trying to take away those barriers that might keep people away, and one of those is the cost barrier. So we now have 4 free days every month. First of all, we have First Fridays. Museums has extended hours. We're open till 9 o'clock that night, and same night as Art Walk, so people can go back and forth, and we're open all day long. Then we have Second Saturdays. We just started this last year. It's more of a family focus, I would say. We have a lot of art activities. We have entertainment. We also have a shuttle that goes from the Garcia Center that we provide, so people can go to the Garcia Center, shuttle to the museum, and then they do a brief art tour on the way back. So it takes
I discovered something about Refer.
It goes to K-Space and does some of the murals, goes to the art center. So we're trying to provide that so we get, take away also the transportation barrier for people. Thursdays, by far our biggest attended free event. We create lots of unique experiences for that night. You can come do yoga in the galleries, educational programming. We have local vendors, entertainment. And then we just introduced 4th Sundays. We're open for free on the 4th Sunday of every month. It's just another opportunity for people to visit us without having to pay. And then one of the projects I'm really proud of that we just started this summer is Sensory Mondays. We partnered with Driscoll Health Plan, and we invited families in that Actually, they did the inviting because they identified the families. And we're closed to the public on Monday, so we have more control of what we can do. We can dim the lights. We can, less sound. We set up sensory stations that directly related to, so for the summer we had King Ranch, so we might have an area where you could hear a cowbell or smell grass. We had docent-led tours, we did art activities, but I think what was the most important aspect of that is, you're only as happy as your unhappiest child.
I discovered something about constituent.
When
Constituent
has a
or
sick
constituency
child,
may refer to.
all the focus kind of pivots to that child. And this was an opportunity for the family to come together. And so the siblings that may be overlooked are getting to go do something fun. The parents who are exhausted are able to come. We have someone, an adult person there that can talk to them on their level. It was so well received. Everyone really appreciated it. So we're definitely planning on moving forward with this one and increasing it. We'd like to open it to other areas. We're currently working on doing some 3D printing so we can bring in people that are sight impaired. So we're done a lot of training also on dementia. So we really want to start moving into some of those areas. In conclusion, we're so grateful for our new windows. Thank you. We can definitely see a difference with that. We're so excited with the HVAC upgrades that are going to happen. I don't know what the solution is for the barge dock, but I know it scares me. And these are pictures from Alberto and Beryl, which were not direct hits. And so you can see the water was, feet away from penetrating the building. I would just, welcome the conversation to start. And I'd rather be proactive in this instead of reactive. And like I said, I don't know what the solution is, but I'm here to
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia, as defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions. The sub-region consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
All the time. We acknowledge what you're doing. We love the fact that you acknowledge that we are a city building and a city program. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, that's great, Sarah, and a city partner that we acknowledge, right, for the past 5 years. So thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Ms. Campos. Oh, excuse me. Hang on. Hold on. I'm out of practice.
Sarah, I just wanted to also sing your praises. Thank you so much for all that y'all do for the community. This is so many programs, and I am getting educated all the time. Every time that I take the opportunity to go to the art museum, it's always in awe. You go to different events and you're thinking, you're just going to go and eat or what have you, but it is an awesome space. And I also took the advantage this last time that I attended, that I took advantage of the water gardens. How has that been for the art museum?
It's been so fun. I love seeing people out there. I mean, it's like any day, any time of the day that I arrive or I leave, there are people out there. And we're so excited to see all that activity out there.
I was hoping to hear that. But anyway, thank you again so much for all that you're doing for the community.
Yeah, thank you. And this is just a portion of what we're doing. They wouldn't let me have 8 hours.
Yes.
So I just picked a few things.
Yes.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to colon novelty,
Sarah, thank
the
you so
quality
much.
of being
Thanks for
new.
all you're doing. And we have taken note on the water issue.
Can I just add that Proposition F that's on the ballot, the reauthorization of the 1/8 cent for the seawall? The seawall parameters go all the way down to the art museum and around to the ship channel, so it would be an eligible use of those tax dollars if the community reauthorized it under Proposition F. So we could improve the seawall, and then we also know that Proposition E has monies for city facilities to include the art museum. That's under Proposition E, so we could can make continued improvements at the art museum, like chiller replacement, window replacement, that type of thing. So both propositions E and F that are on the ballot could address those pictures that we saw from Sarah this morning.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, it's 12:07, so we're going to proceed to item F, which is public comment, and I'd like to take a quick moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance
I discovered
of
something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
Will also be displayed on the television above for our audience's reference.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and address prior to your comments. You have two opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at this time, and second would be when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing that allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information that you would like us to have, if you'll please hand it to her first before you speak, and she'll distribute it to us.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Is Mr. Sean Flanagan.
Address on Jose for grade 3 underground.
Good morning. My name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. The American Library Association has funded and originated a banned book campaign. This book here that I hold in my hands, Gender Queer, I checked out of the Neyland Public Library.
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to.
Here is a copy of the book that I got online. Here is, if you want to, you can get it on Amazon. Or if you want to go half-price books, you can get it here. So the most banned book in America is widely available, as is every other book on the banned book list of the American Library Association. Their campaign is built on fraud. Second misconception, I've given you the first thing that's folded over. This book, which is in the Neyland Library, available to minors, has is its autobiography. The author has chosen to illustrate throughout the book her sexual fantasies. If you look at what I have folded over, that's just 3 pages from this book that's currently in the library. So why do we have sexually explicit books in our library right now? It's because the library policy was cut and paste from the City of Austin's library policy. City of Austin goes with the American Library Association's viewpoint that any censorship or any age restrictions on any material is censorship. That flies in the face of why you appointed a new majority to the city library board, because you wished them to come up with a policy that says, hey, parents should have some control over the type of materials, especially sexually explicit materials, that their children should see. I draw your attention to the other page.
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
Control if their kids are going to see adult books or not. They specifically define, taken from Victoria County, what are sexually explicit material. It's not an opinion. Further, if you look at where I've illustrated, or I marked out, if you look at the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, you will see language that explicitly has a diversity and inclusion section in it that's really good. In other words, a lot of stuff's been put out saying these new policies are going to ruin diversity and inclusion. Absolutely not true. The critics of this policy, I've asked if have you actually read this? The assistant city attorney at the last library board meeting had not before she went up to make comments. If you've read it and you still disagree with this, I got one question. Why is it so important to you that sexually explicit books are available to minors in our libraries? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. John Weber?
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I will be addressing the mayor and city council regarding city-related matters within my constitutional rights, according to the city attorney, section 5J. This email was sent on March 27th, 2023.
I discovered something about population.
The media reported on the secret MOU that council members were working on. The email is from Councilmember Puzley to Councilmember Hernandez and Councilmember Suckley. It is titled Walking Quorum. Quote, to my knowledge, there has not been a challenge to the appeals court ruling. Signed, Mike Puzley. Why would Councilmember Puzley send this email to the other 2 council members that helped write the MOU? Did he do it to try to reassure them that they had not broken the law, or was it for another reason? This email contains 2 links. The first link goes to this page that addresses the criminal conspiracy provision being struck down because, quote, we conclude that this provision is unconstitutionally vague on its face. The second link goes here regarding gutting a part of the open meetings law. These both came out around March 1st, 2019. This slide is from the state-required training for city council members. It references the bill that revised the section that was ruled unconstitutional. All the council members on this email should have taken this training and should have known that the links Councilmember Puzley gave them were to a law that had been since revised. It is possible that they did not take the state-required training. It reads section 551.1.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development in acting.
Involve a quorum of members deliberating about a specific item of business of the governmental body. Only the council member can tell us why he sent the links to a ruling that no longer applied to the law in place at the time he and the other two council members wrote the MOU. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Yes, sir. Hold on. Hang on. Yeah, turn your light.
Once again, Mr. Weber presents a very unsubstantiated account of why I sent emails or didn't send emails. He makes accusations that have no basis and no fact.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Joe Hopkins.
Hello, City Council. My name is Joe Hopkins at 6009 Lago Vista Drive. I'm here to talk about item 17 in regard to the job development internship program at Texas A&M University. I just wanted to tell you a success story regarding my CPA firm. Been a CPA for 29 years, member of the area since Hurricane Celia.
I discovered something about politics. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
Unbridled in this area. I have reached out to many other places across the nation, and we have a very valuable tool here in utilizing that program. The intent is to keep people local through the university. I have since hired 7 people through this program, and it's been very powerful in retaining people, not only through the accounting firm, but through any industry. Not only do I think you should approve it, I think we should even market this even further. I think a lot of y'all have businesses. Are y'all even aware that y'all could hire through these through this program? A lot of people aren't. So I'm just here to, reinvigorate that. Within 4 years, these interns have turned over the reins to them. Today is October 15th, tax extension day. I am here with y'all
Toyota Avalon parked on the side of the road on the right after the EBC
we have
building.
clients in 35 states and doing a bang-up job. What they do is they just reimburse $7 per hour for a maximum of 20 hours per week. This is not a budget-busting, target idea, but just wanted to let y'all know that we need to grow this program and do what we can to take it to the next level.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area.
Oh, I sure did. He lied to you. I'm sorry. Elena Martinez was before you. Is she here? Yeah, you can just have a seat right up front here. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Councilman.
Elena Martinez, 9320 SPID. I made public comment at the City Audit Committee on September 24th. Since I stayed for the rest of the meeting, I made note of some things the committee said that I'd like to address today, since the public doesn't have the ability to respond in real time. First of all, I'd like to join the Audit Committee in congratulating Mr. Zanoni for updating the purchasing policy after only 5 years of being in office. I'd also like to introduce the City Council and the citizens of Corpus Christi to City Policy HR 39.0, signed into effect in 2012. This policy defines types of fraud such as abuse and impropriety. Moreover, this policy outlines the responsibilities of city management. City management is responsible for instituting and maintaining a system of internal controls to provide a reasonable assurance for the prevention and detection of misappropriation and other irregularities. So again, congratulations, Mr. Zanoni, for finally doing the job after 5 years and $101,000 in raises. I'd like to address one of the regarding sales tax exemption and how difficult it is for the average employee to have that information on hand when traveling or out shopping. The form for sales tax exemption is publicly
I discovered
available on
something
City
about
Comptroller's
sovereign.
website.
Sovereign is a title
It
that can
takes
be
about
applied to the
1
highest
second
leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin
We
superinus,
have the
meaning
name and
above.
contact information for the exempt organization and the seller, a description of what is being purchased, the reason for the exemption, I entered city government here, and the signature, title, or positions of the individual making the purchase and the date. Please take note that no EIN or tax ID number is required for this form, and the form actually has a note to this effect on the bottom. Next, I'd like to take a moment to look at some statistics published by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. On average, organizations will lose 5% of revenue to fraud each year. According to the city website, revenue for fiscal year 2024 was over $1 billion. 5% of that is $50 million. A typical case of fraud lasts 12 months before detection. In government, 19% of cases happen within executive and upper management, and in those cases cause the largest losses. More than half of the occupational fraud is directly related to poor internal controls or overriding and failing to enforce existing internal controls. Here, you'll see the 8 most common red flag behaviors. Maybe council and city management should review these and think about anybody that may fit these behaviors. You may have noticed I have a red flag and I am wearing red. The people of city are taking notice of the red flags, and we're starting to wave them. I do have more red flags. If anybody would like them on a break, I will not disrupt the meeting. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Hilario Ortega?
I discovered something about human. Humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
7765 Woodard, Corpus Christi. Dedication, loyalty, and commitment. When you own your own business, these are the must-have qualities needed to be successful. These are the same qualities of the Del Mar College Apex Accelerator advisors. Their assistance has elevated my business to grow each year and become successful in government contracting. In 2010, I started my company and heard about the no-cost services provided by the Del Mar College Apex Accelerator. Since then, I've attended seminars, meet the buyer events with local, state, federal agencies, and received small business certification assistance, all at no cost. Also, each week, I receive a bid list from the plan room announcing open bids from around the coastal bend. Over the course of 14 years, Apex Accelerator Services have aided me in winning about 90% of the bids I have submitted to the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and several state agencies. As a client, I've had the benefits of 5 different procurement specialists. Each one has proven to be as knowledgeable and helpful as the next. I could not have accomplished this without the expert guidance of the Del Mar College Small Business Development Center, an invaluable source for any small business. And I can't forget the help of the Lift Fund program, who's also provided loan assistance. My business would not have achieved as much success had it not been for the Del Mar College Apex Accelerator program. It would be extremely difficult to continue my business without their service and expertise.
I discovered something about term. Term may refer
also
to.
Make it a level playing field.
Well, go ahead.
For competing with big business nationwide. I've outbid nationwide companies because of their help. These forms to fill out
you can show me
are not
all
easy.
complete over here
You
on
need help. And I'd like to thank them for that, their staff, and my mom and my brother for being supportive of me since day one. And that's all I have, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Thanks for being here.
I have nothing right now.
Okay, next we have Christopher Takachek. Did I mispronounce your name?
Oh, you have to
I know.
That out there.
Sorry.
With it. So no big deal. Yeah, I can do that tomorrow, but all right, I'll stand by. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know, but for too, so it's okay. It's a great program.
All right, everybody have their literature?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, hello, my name is Tyler Tahasic, and I'm at 7002 Yorktown Boulevard.
I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
This was for a verbal argument with her husband, Matthew Bates. Male has location in a white ward with Arkansas Police.
Shout out Dr.
She
Escamilla.
requested a deputy.
When I first learned about the small business internship program, I was working as a front office manager at a local hotel. While yes, I was in my field of study, I felt unfulfilled for various reasons. The stress from work was beginning to affect my home life, and I found myself struggling under an autocratic boss who wanted things done their way and nobody else's. I'm sure you guys can relate. I felt like I was outgrowing my position and the company that I was at. But I stayed for two main reasons: for financial stability and because they were able to work around my school schedule. Ironically enough, well, you see, finding a new job that met both of these needs was a challenge indeed, no pun intended. Ironically enough, at Del Mar job fair, right, that had nothing to do with SBDC, I met Michelle. How awesome of a school. I had the chance to assist Michelle with a few events while still working at the hotel, but unfortunately I wasn't able to give her all of my time. She provided the flexibility that I needed for school, but unfortunately she wasn't able to match my then current earnings. Thanks to the internship and the unconditional support from not only Michelle, but from Jackie,
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
That is able to accommodate my school schedule and pay the bills. Our city's futures and future success lies within this school. Just think of the impact that this extraordinary program can have on our students as they strive to secure a Corpus Christi career, not an Austin career, not a San Antonio career, but a Corpus Christi career. The SBIP not only supports struggling students by providing financial accommodations, but also offers invaluable experiences and networking opportunities. And I'm sure you, as politicians, know how important that is to gain these experiences and these networking opportunities early on. This program is a great way for us as students to get ahead of the competition. So I will leave you with this thought. Is there anything more vital than the future of our future leaders for our community? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Michelle Riddell.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Michelle Roddle, 2417 Nemec Street.
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
And the South Texas region. I had the honor of catering for City Council on numerous occasions over the years. Thank you. The food service industry is notorious for three things: hard work, long hours, and low profit margins. So in my business, every single penny counts. One significant challenge has always been recruiting and training quality employees. We typically see many candidates with little, very little, or no experience. They're chronic job hoppers and those that don't really know what they're doing, so they're just using us as a stop along the way. The constant cycle of the recruiting, interviewing, and training is very disruptive and costly to day-to-day operations. I've been so pleased with the quality of interns that the Small Business Internship Program has provided with me. I have utilized students in the culinary, hospitality management, and the business administration programs. They're all dependable, hardworking, and motivated. They're very eager to learn, and they offer fresh new ideas and perspectives on recipes and processes. This program has proven to be a reliable source of talent, which has helped me significantly reduce my hiring expenses and stabilize my team.
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an object. In a wider sense, the form is the way something happens.
What we pay them has helped me to offer competitive living wages, retain the talent, and afford me more time to focus on growing my business. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your ongoing support of this vital program. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Gary Aguilar.
Hello, my name is Gary Aguilar, and I'm at 6017 Garden Court here in Corpus. And I'll start. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here today to talk about someone who has been instrumental in my journey as an entrepreneur, Darcy Shaw. I first met Darcy in 2019, right after retiring from the Department of Homeland Security. At that point, I was ready to transition to entrepreneurship, but wasn't sure where to start. That's when I reached out to the Small Business Development Center at Del Mar College, and thankfully, I was connected to Darcy. Recently, I was excited to hear that Darcy had become a leader in cybersecurity. Naturally, I attended her main cybersecurity event just a few weeks back, and it was eye-opening. Her knowledge in the field is not only impressive, but practical. She gave us tools that I've already begun implementing, and we continue to apply new parts of her strategies each month. If it wasn't for Darcy, the SBDC, the Apex Accelerator, I'm not sure where...
I discovered something about organization. An organization or organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
The best firearm oil in the world, endorsed by retired Navy SEAL Don Mann, who stated to me that he uses Alpha Gun Oil on all of his guns and knives. But now I share with you our proudest moment with Darcy. And with the whole group here. We opened Premier Martial Arts, bringing discipline and exercise to the kids in our community. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you to the City of Corpus Christi for working with us and allowing us to conduct a 6-week self-defense course for the kids in Corpus Christi. We will never forget being warned that only a few kids would show up, and then being told the day of the event that the admission had to be shut down at 150 kids. Because of this, my wife and I saw a huge need for martial arts in our community for underprivileged and youth at risk. We have donated our paychecks so we could sponsor these kids in our community. After donating our checks and still seeing a huge need for more funds to help more kids in the community, we were compelled to open a nonprofit to the martial arts programs. Operation Kids Foundation was born a few weeks back. Now we are pounding the pavement looking for sponsors to help with our mission. So to anyone looking for a coach, a mentor, or a cybersecurity expert, look no further than Darcy Shaw and this group out here. She embodies the value of strong, insightful leadership that makes lasting impact. Thank you, Darcy, and the City of Corpus Christi. I was looking for Mr. Gonzalez, but I think he's already at the Jazz Festival, maybe?
I wasn't sure if you guys had been invited.
I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
The RP's advising it's been there from 1:30.
Darcy, come over. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Susie Saldana.
September 26th on a 2012 Chevy pickup. Your driver, Donald, out of Rockport. DL is not eligible. Showing ALR suspension, failure.
Susie Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you today because I'm really appalled that our city is being sued. It's being sued because of all the lack of process from this council. Our illustrious mayor is named 31 times in this lawsuit. Also, one of the things that really bothered me in looking at this lawsuit is that it says Mayor Paulette Guajardo privately solicited a fellow councilman's vote during the public meeting in violation of Texas Government Code Section 551.021 and 551.143. You know, to me, you are the keepers of the process of Corpus Christi. Your job is not to run the city, it's to set up policy. I was also appalled that Councilman Barrera went on television and chastised the city manager, which to me is a violation in itself for publicly reprimanding an employee.
I discovered something about west. West is one of the four cardinal directions or points of the compass. It is the opposite direction from east and is the direction in which the sun sets on the earth.
And review what their job is, to set policy, not to run the city. Set policy, not to run the city. So I am very appalled at this behavior. I'm grateful that the person filing the lawsuit is not asking for money from the taxpayers. He's making a request to get it straightened out in your process. It's a shame that we, the citizens, have to go through this extreme in order to get things done by this council, and especially the people who I've named. So have a great day.
You too, Ms. Saldana. Brian O'Callaghan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Brian O'Callaghan, father of 3, grandfather of 5. First, I want to thank you or
Mr.
whoever.
O'Callaghan, can you please state your address? I'm sorry to interrupt.
414 Chase.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank you or whoever's responsible for all of the cool flashing amber lights on the left turns. I really appreciate that rather than having to sit there for a while. So I appreciate that. The one that affects me most often is turning left onto Airline off of Ocean. So I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to make a couple of suggestions. I understand that the machinery that adds fluoride to our city drinking water has been either in disrepair or is not working. And what I'd like you to do,
I discovered something about commonly. Arachnids are arthropods in the class Arachnida of the subphylum Chelicerata. Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegar
around fluoride in drinking water. Currently, the rules say 4 milligrams per liter. And the study by the National Toxicology Program in August report came out in August, found that 1.5 milligrams of fluoride in the drinking water is sufficient to pose neurodevelopmental risks in children. So they're going to be in the process of it. 3 cities so far in the U.S. have decided not to put fluoride back in their water. 2 of them in New York, and 1 of them here in Texas. Abilene has decided not to put fluoride back in their water. So I'd like you to at least, all the smart guys in the water division, the civil engineers and all those guys that do the work, that they at least think about not putting it back in for us. Last, I represent 5 generations of library lovers. A couple of library stories. Back about 40 years ago, I took my firstborn son up to visit his grandparents, Katie's folks in Pennsylvania, and then went up to Boston to visit my grandmother and aunts and uncles. We got there and we're telling stories over the kitchen table when my grandmother walked in with a bag of library books. And she proceeded to make quick book reports on each one of them. She got to the last one, she said to my aunt, "Constance, take this one back. It aroused my passions." 82-year-old woman. And a 30-year widow, by the way. So after a brief report, she said, "Take it back." We all chuckled. Flash forward to about 2 years ago, when we almost lost a middle school grandchild to sex trafficking.
I discovered something about Iran.
Mostly due
Iran,
to a
officially the
mixture of
Islamic
sexually
Republic of
explicit
Iran, historically
material
known
in
as
the
Persia,
library
is a
and
country
sex
in West
tapes.
Asia. It borders Iraq to the
We
west,
were within
Turkey,
hours
Azerbaijan,
of losing our
and Armenia
grandchild,
to the northwest, the
to
Caspian Sea
sex
to the
trafficking.
north, Turkmenistan to the
If you as
northeast,
parents or
Afghanistan to the
grandparents
east,
want
Pakistan to the
introduce your minor
southeast, and the
children or
Gulf of Oman,
grandchildren
and
to
the Persian
sexually
Gulf to the south.
explicit stuff, be my guest, but please check it out from the adult library section and then share it with them.
Thank you, Mr. O'Callaghan. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Thank you all for the welcomed hiatus of spending less of our tax dollars. Unfortunately, with a full-time elected mayor, conspiring was still going on. I want to say a huge, huge thank you to our Corpus Christi firefighters for handling and protecting me and my building from a fourth-floor stove fire a few weeks ago. It required 4 trucks, hustle, and proper guidance to the community to keep us safe. So thank you so much for jumping into situations like that. I would like to make a suggestion for adding a requirement that the city council approve the city manager's monthly reimbursement expenses. It is idiotic to have his subordinates approve his expenses. That's why you guys are in the situation that you're in. I would also like to request an immediate audit on OVG, Oakview Group, the group that manages the American Bank Center. A report out of Dallas has shown misallocation of $5.7 million in donor funds to cover day-to-day expenses. Could this be why the American Bank Center
I discovered
has been
something about
running at a
country.
loss
A country
for
is a
so
distinct
long?
area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Finances? I mean, this is common sense. Also, I would like to ask for a requirement that city council members have to actually sit through the public comment before they can make a statement of fact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Juan Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to.
My bad. She's on Bennington heading towards Guadalajara, off of Alameda.
Saying, Holy Spirit, I'm here. Use me as your instrument. I want to pray for your council members. Open eyes to see, open ears to hear.
Bennington.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. I just want to say a little prayer for you guys and ask the Holy Spirit to come in here and open eyes to see, open ears to listen. I ask for insight, for discernment, and to give you guys the courage to stand up and do the right thing. I've been listening to this argument for a while. I've heard that we want to ban books and there's no sexually explicit material in our libraries. In your hands, I printed a couple of pictures they're from books that are currently in our libraries. One of them you can hang on your fridge, the other one put on your bathroom mirror whenever you get ready in the morning. Would you do that? I think not. And if your answer is no, it's probably because you find it offensive, and I thank you. Because as a father of 5, I also find it offensive and not educational. The only reason that nobody's sitting in jail right now is because they're illustrations and not photographs. But these images will plant bad seeds in the subconscious, which are harmful to our minors. They will grow
And those branches will be sexual deviance, promiscuity, early pregnancy, fatherless homes. You get the idea. It was said that it'd be better for me to hang a millstone around my neck and cast myself into the sea than to harm one of the little ones. I'm asking you to trust the science. This harms the little ones. But don't believe me, go to NIH.gov, read the harmful effects that this material has on adolescents.
I discovered something about one.
Nobody's
One is a
asking you to
number,
ban books.
numeral, and graphing.
We're
It is
simply
the
asking you
first
to make
and
this material
smallest
restricted to
positive
minors.
integer of the
Gas
infinite
stations
sequence
have got
of
this right
natural
for
numbers.
years. They put it behind the counters. They don't mix it with the comic books. So why can't we get this one straight? Years ago, my dad gave me a book. It's called The Naked Communist. I can't find it in our libraries. I know it's not banned. I have access to it right here, along with any book that I want. This one is actually entered in Congressional Record, January 10, 1963. You don't have to read it. I printed the highlights for you. I hope that someday you look at those things so that we can see how we got to this moral decay. I'm here today to ask you to make a stand. Pick a side, no more fence riding. Voting's about to open up, and I want to vote my values. Karl Marx said his objective in life was to dethrone God and destroy capitalism. And I say, hey, thank you, Karl, for letting me know which side you're on. Thank you for taking a stand. From my understanding, yes, you do set policy, and the manager carries it out. Isaiah 10 warns, woe to those who write unjust policies. Woe to those who write unjust laws. What are you guys going to do? Voting's about to happen. I want to vote my values. America's a healthy body, and its resistance is threefold. It's patriotism, it's morality, and it's spiritual life. If we can undermine these three areas, America will collapse from within. I pray that you can see the undermining that's happening right now, and I pray that you take a stand against it and do something about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I discovered
Joel
something about
Gonzalez?
something. Something may refer to.
Hello, my name is Joel Gonzalez, 6013 Oriental Avenue. I'm here today to talk about, well, let me start off by saying I lived in Corpus Christi all my life. I'm a product of CCISD. I'm a product of Del Mar College and Texas A&M University. I recently retired about 2 years ago as a lifelong educator, teacher, and assistant principal administrator with CCISD. So I know what I'm saying when I have roots in Corpus Christi. I decided to open up a business as my retirement plan, and was looking online for some resources, and I came across Del Mar College and Del Mar College's Small Business Development Center. So I reached out to them, and in January of 2022, they reached out back to me. Victoria, who's back there, is my mentor. And even with all the books that I read, all the online resources that are available through our government, I was still a little scared of opening up a business. And so we talked regularly for about 6 months, and then I had the opportunity to buy out a business that had gone out of business. And it was scary. It was frightening. Even though I had schools sometimes of 1,000 students, it was very frightening. But Del Mar provided that opportunity. I can still now, even 2.5 years later, I went from 2 employees to 10 employees. We sell about $600,000 of products
I discovered something
year.
about study.
Study
Study, or studies may refer to.
Off Alameda, many of y'all might know, it's called Antique Row. It was originally Betty's Trash to Treasures, and now it is Boxes from the Attic. It had gone through 2 different owners that did not make it in that area, and we are thriving. I've gone from 2 employees to 10. Our sales continue to increase, and we have a lot of business, and I'm very pleased with that. Having said that, Del Mar provided a lot of information: how to file reports, how to file my LLC, how to help me with taxes, how to do certain banking things. Even though, again, I was very comfortable with reading the literature, it was always great to have that mentor right there tell you exactly what you were doing was correct. Even going downtown and filing a DBA. Things like that. And so I cannot sing the praises of Del Mar College and this program, the Small Business Development Center program. has helped me extremely more than I can say. I sing their praises all the time. I constantly refer new small businesses to them. Some of them have taken me up on it and have come back and told me, oh my God, that was the best advice you could have ever given me. So again, I just want to thank Del Mar College. They are extremely a valuable asset to our community. And the Small Business Development Center has helped me continue to make my business successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Jan Robertson.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. She's handing out.
You gonna pull that? Yeah, there you go.
That good?
I discovered something about distinct. Distinction, distinct, or distinctive may refer to distinction philosophy, the recognition of difference, formal distinction, distinction law, a principle in international humanitarian law governing the legal use of force in an armed conflict, distinction sociology, a social force that places different values on different individuals, distinct mathematics, distinctive feature, a concept in linguistics, distinción in Spanish, separating consonantal sounds.
Good morning. My name is Jan Robertson. I reside at 3933 Wagner Lee Drive here in Corpus. I want to thank you for allowing me the time to summarize the issues happening at our gateway community at Padre Island National Seashore. I am a volunteer at the seashore at the Sea Turtle Lab. And I know y'all had the opportunity to listen to Mr. Eric Brunham on June 18th of 2024. And I just wanted to kind of summarize what exactly is happening and how it started and what's taking place. In 2017, some sea turtle scientists in the state of Florida demanded that the pens seasonally and permanently disallow public access by vehicle to the beaches on the park and to allow sea turtle nests to remain in situ by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Region 4 Nesting Management. An administrator who seeks sea turtle grant programs by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and distributes billions of dollars of Deepwater Horizon fundings informed the PEN's chief of the sea turtle program that they would no longer provide any funding for sea turtle and nest detection unless the park permanently gets the vehicles off
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics.
And PEN's enabling legislation protects the right of public access to unrestricted beaches within the park. In 2010, the Park Service initiated a National Environmental Policy Act called a NEPA. After extensive public input, a preferred alternative was selected. The National Park Service and Regional Director signed a finding of no significant impact, a FONSI, and it carefully represented the balance between beach access interest and the international critically endangered species. In March of 23, only 11 years after management under the 2012 process, the motivation of the National Park Service to abandon the plan to develop that project is unclear. No effort was made during the pre-NEPA process to provide a rational explanation for this change. We feel the superintendent should explain clearly what circumstances have changed in the last 11 years that require a new approach to beach access and the sea turtle program. A seasonal or permanent closure of beach is not feasible due to the public's constitutional and unrestricted beach access. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Daniel Wesley.
Daniel Wesley, 2313 Louisville Drive, Corpus Christi. Aren't you all getting tired of hearing about our library situation? Please encourage the library staff to consider the seriousness of this issue and make updating their policy a priority. I presented you a copy of the recommendations by the library board for changes to the Corpus Christi Public Library collection development policy. I understand that a lot of your current collection development policy is from the city of Austin. Come on, really? Austin? I'm surprised anybody is following anything that comes out of that city. So, I hope you all didn't toss that in the trash can when I handed it out before. Examples of these books, as you've seen, are readily available. I don't understand why anyone would be opposed to protecting the minds of our children, just like we do with movies and music. Anyway, bottom line, why is there so much opposition?
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Somebody sent me something that I didn't realize, but you all have a code of ethics. If you're going to be violating any code of ethics, well, you're asking for Pandora's box to be open. I'm one of the most unethical persons alive. So be careful what you ask for. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Resley. Michael Steinman.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Steinman. I reside at 7522 Vaquero Drive. I'll read from a prepared statement for the purposes of brevity. Madam Mayor, good morning, good afternoon. City Council, Mr. Zanoni, thank you for having me here today. My name is Michael Steinman, and it is my distinct honor to speak before you today. I'm here to offer a testimonial about the Contractor Resource Center at Del Mar College. The Del Mar College Contractor Research Center is a partnership between the City of Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi Type B Corporation, and Del Mar College. Their program is designed to assist local businesses by expanding their capabilities in different areas needed to compete in the commercial arena for current and future projects.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
3, access to the plan room at Del Mar College Center for Economic Development to print plans and specifications for local commercial projects at no cost for their clients, of which I'm one, by the way. Publish a contractor-ready list of their clients and capabilities that is shared with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Corporation and large industry partners. And 5, distribute the weekly leads list by email. I first became aware of the CRC when I was a program manager in Del Mar College's Corporate Services and Workforce Development Department. They were my neighbors across the hall, as well as being my neighbors in assisting small business here in the Coastal Bend. I've recently established my own small business consulting firm called Steinman Financial Holdings, LLC, here in town. And of course, Martha Ruiz, who is the program manager for the CRC, was one of my first calls. She has connected me with job opportunities, provided opportunities for my professional development, expanded my professional network, and been a trusted friend and advocate for me and my business. So impactful has been the influence of the CRC on my business that I advise each of my prospective new clients to join the CRC as well. A notable example of the CRC's capability is something that I experienced with my first business client, which is the Galley Bistro and Bake Shop, located just down the street at 924 South Staple Street. Within only a few weeks of the Galleys association with the CRC, they were able to secure a contract with Gulf Coast Growth Ventures to cater both breakfast and lunch.
I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
In the coastal bend, but also a whole new area of our population in Portland and Gregory. I genuinely believe that the CRC is a critical resource for fostering partnerships in between business small and large in our community, and well worth your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinman. Jason Hale.
Hi, Jason Hale, 211 Lemming. Hi, council members. Today I wanted to ask, what is the city doing to help residents deal with climate change? The reason I'm asking is because of the storms last month, Hurricanes Helene and Milton. According to scientists, storms like these are becoming more intense because of climate change, and they are more likely to become more intense because of climate change. I think we should be making an effort to reduce the severity of storms, of future storms that may come our way, and we can do that by lowering our carbon footprint. Right now, insurance companies are leaving Florida. Texas saw rising insurance rates last year, and this year we were looking at a 10% rate hike on windstorm rates, but that just got shut down. Anyways, people are upset. Owning a home is becoming less affordable, and running a small business is becoming more difficult. I'm concerned that if we don't start doing something now, we'll miss an opportunity to create a more livable future for Corpus. So what can we do about it? I think the best solution would be for the city to create a climate action plan. I think the city is best suited to do that because it is able to bring together all the
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, summational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Grant opportunities become available. What's cool about these plans is that it's a one-time expense, and you can design it to where different stakeholders or city departments implement different parts of the plan. It's not a new city department, and I think it would be a huge benefit to the city. So something like wetlands restoration would be a great way to sequester carbon while also making us more resilient to floods and hurricanes. Also, right now, there isn't even a web page on the city's website talking about climate change. I think that could be a good first step. I think it'd be cool if residents were able to go to the city's website to find out how climate change will impact them here in the coastal bend. It'd also be cool to identify what communities are most vulnerable to the impacts from climate change and try to address those as well. And that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Melinda De Los Santos.
I discovered something about Islamic Republic. The term Islamic Republic has been used in various ways. Some Muslim religious leaders have used it as the name for a form of Islamic theocratic government enforcing Sharia, or laws compatible with Sharia.
Good afternoon, Melinda De Los Santos, 611 Gulf Shore Place. I'm speaking on my own behalf, and not as a representative of any board or committee. In reviewing public comments made in City Council and Library Board meetings regarding the recommendations to the existing Corpus Christi Public Library Collection Development Policy, I want to address some of the questions of concern. I provided y'all with the questions there. If you want to take out your pens and pencils, you can mark them in case you didn't do your homework. Okay, so was the Library Board Subcommittee dissolved? Yes, it was, August 9th, 2024. Can a library advisory board review an existing policy and make recommendations? Yes, in accordance with the City of Corpus Christi Board, Commission, Committee, and Corporation Manual, page 11, and the Texas State Library Archives Commission Public Library Advisory Board Handbook, page 7 and 17. Public library advisory boards assist library management in developing policies and budget proposals, advise their governing body on actions to take for the library, may review existing, revise, or new policies, and may recommend policy adoption to the library's governing body. Number 3, can members of the library board submit recommendations to the board for approval? Yes, in accordance with the procedure for submittal of recommendations to City Council. Are diversity and equity in the recommendations? Yes, in the selection and displaced sections. Was the policy changed since August 2023? Yes, in February of 2024. Did the library board have the final decision and reconsideration
I discovered something about refer.
Of August 2023? Yes, it did. Was the policy changed in February 2024 to the city manager having the final decision? Yes, it was. Do any other benchmark cities use the city manager as the final decision? No, they don't. I gave you a copy of the benchmark cities and then other cities too. There's another city that does in Abilene. And Austin and Plano, I just didn't fill them out, but they weren't. Do any other benchmark cities require the patron to read the library book in its entirety? No, they don't. Have any books been banned since the new library advisory board members were appointed? No. Are there any recommendations of getting rid of the LGBTQ books? No. Are the rights of a parent or guardian taken away in deciding what they want their minor to read? No. Are there any books containing pornography or otherwise known as sexually explicit books in the minor section? Well, according to, I gave you all the definition there, U.S. Code 9134. The term child pornography has a meaning given such term. Harmful to minors, the term harmful to minors means any picture, image, graphic image, file, or other visual depiction that, taken as a whole and with respect to minors, appeals to prurient interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. You can read the rest on your own. All we're doing is trying to work with the city library and relocating.
I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to
minor if they so wish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Katie O'Callahan.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Council members, Manager. I'm Katie O'Callahan. I live at 414 Chase. I see that many items on the agenda today are about rezoning, and I would like to talk about rezoning in regards to our public libraries. I offer a generational perspective of our city library system. My father-in-law was a regular visitor of Corpus Christi libraries. He tutored adults in their reading skills at various branches, introduced our oldest son, now 40, to the world of books. Now, while my husband served in the Navy, our children visited the library in every state in which we lived. Our children now take their children to the library. We have a granddaughter here, age 5, who loves the library. She started participating in Story Hour as COVID restrictions were easing up. The library provided a safe, fun, and welcoming environment where she's made friends. She knows many librarians by name. And last month, at the promotional time, she received her first library card, which we celebrated.
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state. A state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
Unit 3030, I'm going to leave it to shop. My ramp slammed to the ground when it was deployed
in her
earlier today.
She might pull out a book that contains explicit material. Well, I'm here to say that once you see something, you cannot unsee it. The library is not the place to lose your innocence in that way. Our local library, Nayland, went through restroom renovations. I found out this week Nayland is still going through restroom renovations. And this all started during the summer. 4 months now, the only restroom option is 2 porta potties sitting out in the hot sun on the street. Our librarians and I have seen a decline dramatically in use of that library over this period. But the library saw the need to do this for the future. I fully support updating our library policies. These changes will clarify some language that has turned political, and it will rezone rather than remove explicit material. And all of this is to protect our most valuable resource, our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Callaghan. Adam Rios?
I discovered something about officially. An official is someone who holds an office in an organization or government and participates in the exercise of authority. The term officer is close to being a synonym, but it has more military connotations.
I'm not being politically correct, that's just what we say. I'm here to talk about some events that are coming up.
State your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. I'm glad we're bringing up Texas Jazz Festival because I did want to talk about that. I think we're on 65 years now. It's something that I did growing up here in Corpus with my family. The fact that it's free and fun should be an open, like just welcoming to anybody who has a chance to go. Take your kids. It's a great time. Learn some music. Also this weekend, we have the Halloween Skate Bash, where my company, along with 8 other companies, are offering another free fun event at U.S.C Skate Park. We're providing prizes for the kids for best tricks, best costumes, and the indigenous peoples of Corpus Christi have offered to show up and also pass out candy for the kids. Again, another free fun event here in Corpus. The following weekend, as a member of K-Space Contemporary Board of Directors, we will be once again throwing our Day de los Muertos Festival, which is a multicultural event that drew over 35,000 people last year and made it the 3rd largest Dia de los Muertos event in the country, a number that I'm sure we will exceed this year. Also free and fun. The following weekend after that, we have Art Walk, which, as you know, now has an attendance average of about 15,000 to 16,000 people every month. Also free, also fun. The day after that, Makeshift Company out of San Diego.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created, character development in acting.
Has stepped up to become a major sponsor for this event, also bringing a lot of attention statewide. The day after that, my company is getting together with the Exchange downtown to promote a documentary premiere that is actually happening here in Corpus Christi. The surf and skate community is excited about this. It's the story of a gentleman named Sid Abruzzi, who was an idol of mine growing up. He had a surf and skate shop in Rhode Island, of all places, if you can imagine. And he was just completely rooted in his community. He wanted every kid to surf, every kid to skate. Through hardships, unfortunately, and decades later, his shop got unfortunately torn down. He wasn't able to maintain it anymore, but he really was a cornerstone of the culture. This also is a fun and free event. I brought him up because the question has been asked to me several times, and I usually bring it back up again. Why do you care so much about skating and surfing and the BMX community? Because those communities welcomed me from day one. I always felt like I was part of something. I always felt like I had a home. It created a legacy. And that's all I aspire to do with this city. I love this city very much, and all I want to do is bring more people to enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Philip Magash?
Hello, excuse me, Philip Magasich, 14313 Scallop Street.
And I've been involved with the Sea Turtle program since 2010. And I'd like to comment on Superintendent Eric Bruneman's
I discovered something about population.
In June. And he did have some, what I would consider, misinformation. And the biggest factor that he was talking about was the economic impact to the city. And he created a straw man when he said that it's $10 million that people were claiming that they would lose from the sea turtle releases, the hatchling releases that were no longer happening. By the way, there was only 3 this year, so they used to have 20 or even more than 20 generally, and now they had 3. So if you think there's no lessening of an impact from that, well, then it's just not true. And I'll use his numbers that he gave you. He said that they figured that about $31.9 million is added to the city merchants because of the existence of the National Seashore. And he also said that 3% of the visitation to the seashore is generally what we have. So if you take his numbers, 31.9 million times 3%.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Is that zero impact to the city? I think it is an impact. But they've also done many other things at the seashore to hurt the program. And a major thing is they have lessened the visibility of the program. And one of those is by less hatchling releases. Another is the Sea Turtle program no longer has their own Facebook page. And he used that as an excuse that, oh, we can't do that anymore. But the problem is, when the Sea Turtle had its own web page, they can put timely things on there. Now what happens is when we want to put things on there, it's never done in a timely manner if it's done at all. If you look at you should visit that web page and see. I guess that's all I got time for, but I will write something up and give it to you as far as his testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Glass.
Hello, I'm Susan Glass, 617 Catalina Place. And because of you, City, and the Council, and Lyft Fund, I am the proud owner of the Singer store and the Avon store here in Corpus. I got the Avon store by myself, but it was very small. I needed to expand. I ran into many brick walls. I met Lyft Fund. They are the nicest
I discovered something about state. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory. Sovereign states, a sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state, a political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Wow. Well, we know that program works. Okay, so that concludes our in-person public comment. I think we have one person who is, no, they're here. They're just out of town. Somebody, okay, Jeb Bradshaw? Yes, Jeb, come on back down. So sorry.
Good. My name is Jeb Bradshaw. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. My second home, I like to be about 30 to 50 miles down Padre Island National Seashore. I am a co-founder of
I discovered something about area. Area is the measure of a region's size on a surface. The area of a plane region or plane area refers to the area of a shape or planar lamina, while surface area refers to the area of an open surface or the boundary of a three-dimensional object.
Being dishonest. As an NPS superintendent, he has been less than honest with you when he spoke here. We aren't crying the famous Texas battle cry, "Come and take it." We didn't ask him to come here. And we certainly didn't ask him to take away a world-renowned successful program. A program that brings in millions of dollars to this local economy. I appreciate you listening today. Because Eric Bruneman has not listened. He hasn't even allowed us to speak at past hearings. We're not going to stay silent. We're not going to go away. We're in this together. I urge you and the council to reach out to your federal elected officials. You can find us at pescadorcoalition.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. And that concludes our public comment. So we're going to just pass the consent agenda, pull any items, break for lunch, and then we'll return to continue with the agenda. So is there anybody, would anybody like to pull any items between items 5 and 21 for specific discussion? Yes, sir.
17 and 21.
Number 17 and number 21. Anyone else?
I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal.
17, 21, and 16. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your votes. Okay, the motion carries.
Oh, Mayor, I just wanted a quick reminder to the council and the public about the 2/3 vote requirement that goes into place today. So Article 2, Section 15 of the Charter states that within the period beginning 30 days before any regular election and extending to taking of office for the newly elected council, any council action whereby any appropriation of money not included in the budget is made, or a contract or an obligation of the city is to be created, or a franchise granted, or any zoning or rezoning ordinance passed, requires a 2/3 vote of the council to pass. And that's 6 votes. If you notice on the agenda today, there's on the captions, you'll see that it says 6 votes required on those particular items that meet that threshold. And the most affected items are grants, contracts, and zoning cases. That's what you'll notice today. And again, these items will require 6 votes to pass instead of the usual 5 votes.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, and it's my understanding 32 was pulled? Is that correct?
The executive session?
Yes.
I discovered something about knowledge is an awareness of facts, a familiarity with individuals and situations, or a practical skill. Knowledge of facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification.
I think that's the only reason. So if you'd like to get up, I'd move to approve. Second.
Okay, so item number 17 was pulled to abstain. Councilman Klein will be abstaining. So we have a motion, we have a second. Submit your vote, please, on item number 17. Well, it's items 5 through, do we need to change that? Okay. Well, and just for the public to know.
Yeah, click abstain. Oh, someone hasn't voted.
Item number 17 is what we've heard so much about, which is a motion authorizing a Corpus Christi Corporation small business assistance agreements with the following entities for 1 year. Lift Fund, Service Corps of Retired Executives, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, and 5 with Del Mar College for a total amount not to exceed $1,076,700 to assist small businesses within the city of Corpus Christi to create jobs and investment. So that has passed.
Yeah, I'm not aware.
With Councilman Klein abstaining. Okay. So with that, we are going to break for lunch, and we will be going.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface
We
area.
will return.
Just keep on going. Don't get there talking to him. Just keep on going. I'll be right there.
I said, how much more time does he need? Did he say?
No, the sisters don't say how long more time. That's why I'm asking you. What do I do?
One project clear copy field monitor unit 6339.
Go ahead.
118139 118139. Total of 10 gallons. Lieutenant.
I think you can afford another 5 if you want. 4.
I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction.
Route 39 is going to be 10-7, 0 passengers.
I discovered something about harmony. In music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds in order to create new, distinct musical ideas. Theories of harmony seek to describe or explain the effects created by distinct pitches or tones coinciding with one another. Harmonic objects such as chords, textures, and tonalities are identified, defined, and categorized in the development of these theories.
Paper training unit.
One 50 back there, retention line clear.
10-4, thank you.
I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields.
Three. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Can you show me in service? I'll be roving till 9 p.m.
I discovered something about within. Within may refer to
127, same traffic.
One 6 covered.
163.
10-7, 10-42.
10-4.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
For 10 unit radio check.
Wall 55 Saber. 10 to 11 clear.
One 59.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. RTA ready buses 5 to 9.
Tempo.
I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
EMS, meet you route to 118 East Avenue C. I have a female, everything hurts.
.646 at the jail.
Simple.
Six 1042.
Go ahead.
.39 is 10-8 from 10-7.
I discovered something about music. Music is the arrangement of sound to create some combination of form, harmony, melody, rhythm, or otherwise expressive content. Music is generally agreed to be a cultural universal that is present in all human societies.
Still way too compared with the bar there. Vehicle?
Melinda Homer. Bravo,
I discovered
69
something about
Bravo.
commonly.
This is on the
Arachnids are
911 line.
arthropods in the
Go
class
slow.
Arachnida
Give
of
a
the
call back.
subphylum
Keep going
Chalicerata.
real argue.
Arachnida includes, among others, spiders, scorpions, ticks, mites, pseudoscorpions, harvestmen, camel spiders, whip spiders, and vinegaroons.
Negative. We didn't contact them. They were supposed to contact the mail there because he wanted a price quote.
155 Clear, 10 to 1 clear.
10, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
$34 today.
Let me see. Oh, that's the church.
Okay, 10-4. I'm gonna go back around.
You should be able to go into the parking lot. I think that's what drivers do.
Okay, 10-4.
I discovered something about musical. Musical is the adjective of music.
Go ahead.
Can I have you do an agency assist for 629 Bravo, 629 Bravo for a possible verbal disturbance?
Careful. 155 Clear, 10 to 1 clear.
10-4, thank you.
Careful.
Okay.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Flavor to any unit, radio check.
155 Clear, 10 to 1 clear.
10-4, thank you.
Careful. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm serving this. I'll be right down. Bravo call.
Gregory.
I discovered something about character arrest. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
I'm talking Romer, but we had Rampart Street, but he was saying there was a branch in there.
Careful.
I discovered something about 1. 1 is a number, numeral, and grapheme. It is the first and smallest positive integer of the infinite sequence of natural numbers.
Hey, Jacob, you have a copy? Can that one get loaded, or is it down? Ten four. 256 to keep. I need to start moving stuff on. If not, we're going to be working until 6 o'clock.
I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life.
I've been checking the board. Nothing's popped up, so I'm going to take a 22, unless you got any pending emergencies. No emergencies, you're good. 10-4. I'll check back with you here in a while. Okay. 512, 512.
Yeah. This is 512.
That's 713. I already took care of it.
10-4. So there was a branch out there? Just curious.
It looked like it was like it broke off. So he had it over the storm drain, like a little branch.
Okay, thank you, Homer. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to
155, could Robbie down at Area 51. Alright, right here, right. Vehicle.
I discovered something about single. Single may refer to
106, 227 is my name and date of birth.
106, correct.
First one is Laura Ramirez, 7/06/1992. Second one's going to be Ruben Gonzalez with an S, 8/18/1990.
I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
Which one?
The mail. Does he have a middle name?
Hold on. It's going to be Anthony.
Sure.
today. I have an appointment tonight, so I'm
I
not
discovered
working late,
something
but
about
plan on it
government.
the rest
A
of the week.
government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a
On the
metonym
mail,
for it
I'm
in
not
governmental
locating anything
topics.
with that date of birth. In-house, I am showing one of 8/28 of 90. West Rubik Anthony Gonzalez with an S. Possible 99.
One, Patrick, P342.
Tampa.
One on six. Can you send a picture of that subject, 99, to my phone?
Yeah, four.
Hey, cool, I'm coming to get loaded.
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, some national state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
3 Charles 705 Corpus.
One on six, can I get that?
I'm traveling the wrong way on the shoulder. I guess trying to get to their 20. I don't know if it's just 46, but I'll go and make scene. 281 southbound, just north of Chaparrosa Gate.
Do you have mental health forms that need to be signed in the show?
Clear.
I discovered something about land. Land, also known as dry land, ground, or earth, is the solid terrestrial surface of Earth not submerged by the ocean or another body of water. It makes up 29.
Alright, so aluminum trailer with grind middle bay two with scale. Aluminum trailer with grind middle bay two with scale. So
I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to
646. Clear the courthouse with 2 females and ran through the jail. Copy, Mom.
Go ahead.
73. 73.
10-4.
You want me to wait behind 2 or go to 1?
Wait behind.
Careful.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
(1222) of 93. I'll be adding CAD notes as first speakers in the area.
6 has. I got receipt that photo. Can you go ahead and send it to me? See if I get it.
Show me 1042.
I discovered something about organization. An organization is an entity such as a company or corporation or an institution or an association comprising one or more people and having a particular purpose.
999. You ready to go? Hey, what classification was it?
Misdemeanor. Motion to revoke.
Jail taken.
Hands for. It's an assault.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Show me a route to Berlin for.
Yeah, what?
Sorry, you want to find on the other side?
I discovered something about peace.
No, just
Peace
park
is a
behind the other
state of
truck.
harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
155 clear. I'll be down at your 20.
Six-10.
610.
One in custody. En route to the jail. Send that information back. Oh, 614.
I discovered something about development. Development or developing may refer to
663 quarters will be 10-7, 1042.
10-4. 12-10. 12-10. 12-10.
12-10, you calling?
10-4. You have a call just dropped.
10-4, where's it at?
I discovered something about population.
Drive. She thinks she's in apartment 66. Jocelyn Gonzalez. Going to be reference to harassment.
10-4, I'll be now.
10-4.
Waiting ready, waiting ready.
Oh.
I discovered something about Islamic Republic. The term Islamic Republic has been used in various ways. Some Muslim religious leaders have used it as the name for a form of Islamic theocratic government enforcing Sharia, or laws compatible with Sharia. I discovered something about sovereign. Sovereign is a title that can be applied to the highest leader in various categories. The word is borrowed from Old French souverain, which is ultimately derived from the Latin superinus, meaning above.
Alright, James, you ready? That should be the last one they were done up here.
Five, we're down 3 around plus 1.
I'm in the area. 12, 10, 10, 4. One 55 Corpus.
Clear the courthouse, 95-1 mail to the jail.
10-4. 12, 10, 23.
I discovered something about West Asia. West Asia is the westernmost region of Asia. As defined by most academics, UN bodies, and other institutions, the subregion consists of Anatolia, the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Mesopotamia, the Armenian Highlands, the Levant, the Sinai Peninsula, and the South Caucasus.
Well, 42 minutes. Let me get paper real quick.
Hey, radio check.
155 paper 10-2.
Ten four. 664-10-4.
I discovered something about form. Form is the shape, visual appearance, or configuration of an
There's
object. In
Arturo
a wider
Garcia
sense,
right here
the
from my
form is
house,
the way something
waiting for
happens.
his ride. ETA? Okay, 4.
Officer 62136. She's go for. I'm going to close it up.
I discovered something about refer.
Okay, 4. Officer 6. Access Bravo. Secure roll.
$38, 10-4.
46, same traffic.
10-4. 10-4.
I discovered something about historically. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened.
Six six four Joshua, work time check.
10-4.
Operations call tower. Operations call tower.
Full spin on tonight.
1210, 10-4. Have another pending call.
10-4, go ahead with it.
901 Bonita. 901 Bonita. Reference 3 loose dogs running around. They jumped on the Amazon driver today. They have destroyed the RP's yard furniture. He said he has spoke to the neighbors and nobody's claiming them.
I discovered something about create. To create is to make a new person, place, thing, or phenomenon. The term and its variants may also refer to creativity, phenomenon whereby something new and valuable is created. Character development in acting.
An RP calling a orange barrel cone in the middle of the roadway, 77 northbound, 5772. Oh.
661, Kevin.
661.
10-4, I'm going to be 10-8 working off duty this year until 0600.
I discovered something about Asia. Asia is the largest continent in the world by both land area and population. It covers an area of more than 44 million square kilometers, about 30 of Earth's total land area and 8 of Earth's total surface area. I discovered something about constituent. Constituent or constituency may refer to I discovered something about world. The world is the totality of entities, the whole of reality, or everything that exists. The nature of the world has been conceptualized differently in different fields. I discovered something about history. History is the systematic study of the past, focusing primarily on the human past. As an academic discipline, it analyzes and interprets evidence to construct narratives about what happened and explain why it happened. I discovered something about territory. A territory is an area of land, sea, or space belonging or connected to a particular country, person, or animal. I discovered something about violence. Violence is characterized as the use of physical force by humans to cause harm to other living beings, such as pain, injury, disablement, death, damage, and destruction. I discovered something about absence. Absence may refer to
Hi. 104596 104596.
I discovered something about new. New or NEW may refer to novelty, the quality of being new. I discovered something about Islamic. Islam is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad. The religion's adherents, called Muslims, are estimated to number 2 billion worldwide and are the world's second largest religious population after Christians.
Four 27.
664, go ahead.
23193196 23193186. I don't know return.
I discovered something about within. Within may refer to
Four 10.
I discovered something about hostility. Hostility is seen as a form of emotionally charged aggressive behavior. In everyday speech, it is more commonly used as a synonym for anger and aggression.
120741.
1207, 10-4.
RC 10-7 Rothschild, no riders.
Roger.
10-4, clear, clear.
I discovered something about country. A country is a distinct area of land in the world with a government that functions as a sovereign state, an unrecognized state, a constituent country, or a dependent territory. A country may consist of multiple nations, a structure known as a multinational state.
Flavor 102, show me in service.
Back on the radio.
Halo 6 was airborne out of the Driscoll pad at 9 after the hour. 3 on board at 7:90 on the fuel, heading from the Laredo Medical Center, 50 minutes.
Roger, 50 minutes, Halo 6.
I discovered something about different. Different may refer to
1207.
Go ahead.
Avenue welfare check, 700 Avenue F, 700 Avenue F. It's going to be on the children. Mom's going to be Melissa and Daniel. Dad's been calling on our phones. My line went down. I can't get it back up to get in contact with him. Stated that he was on the phone with a child, asking her how her day went and whatnot, and then all of a sudden, apparently, Mom snatched the phone, may have slapped the child, heard the child crying in the background. Question of welfare check, 700 Avenue F, Frank.
Yeah, 4. Be clear to the courthouse. Yes, office.
660, 10-4.
I discovered something about humans are the most abundant and widespread species of primates, characterized by bipedality, hairlessness, and large, complex brains enabling the development of advanced technology, culture, and language. Humans are highly social beings and tend to live in complex social structures composed of many cooperating and competing groups, from families and kinship networks to political states.
Ten four.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. We are on item J, consent agenda. We have item number 16 that was pulled by Councilwoman Campos, and this is a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to ASPCA for a national shelter grant for our animal care services department. Ms. Campos.
Yes. I had a question about, had we ever applied for this grant before? Who's
For the ATV.
Who's here?
The contract with them to get ready for the private property. The private property crash.
No.
I discovered something about May. May is the 5th month of the year in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Its length is 31 days.
The memo said it's first time.
Okay, I missed it then.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, it's a good job, though.
Thank you.
It says the city has not previously applied for this grant.
I know, but why is that, Peter?
Well, we just got the grant writer recently.
Is that what it's from?
Yeah, we added another one in the budget, so that may have something to do with it. We have a new fire chief. He may have been aware of the grant program. We're former staff man, Rodman. Good program, so we're continually looking for grants.
I can't believe it that quick. All right.
Yeah.
I move to approve.
Okay, move to approve.
Okay, do you have comment, Mr. Suckley? Okay, we're going to vote here.
Yeah, no, just to that point, I was going to take the opportunity to give kudos to staff. Whoever found the opportunity to apply for that grant, that's huge, $100,000.
It is.
So I hope that continues.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Only took me 3 years. It's paying off.
Okay. Okay, the item carries. Next item that was pulled was from Councilman Klein, and that is item number 21, ordinance authorizing a 3-year lease with Elizondo Tennis Foundation. Councilman Klein, your question or comment?
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a sec. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Robert, I asked you this by email. I just wanted to kind of answer it or ask it again here in the council chambers as well.
I discovered something about government. A government is the system or group of people governing a country and its administrative divisions, which is generally called as a state, and as such the term is a metonym for it in governmental topics.
Actually, yes, sir. It's a management agreement right now, and we pay them to manage the facility for us, and we're moving to a lease agreement, which will mean we'll be getting some revenue back. If you look in the presentation, there's 15%. We'll have either 15% of their net revenue or $2,500 a month, whichever is the greater.
So just for clarity, what has been a city expense is going to become a source of revenue, although slight. Is that correct? So what has been a city expense is going to become a source of revenue.
Yes, sir. And all that money will go back into the tennis facility.
Right. Right. The other question I had, and I asked you this as well, but we've had this conversation before, I wanted to ask you this as well in the city council chambers, has to do with public restrooms, formerly public restrooms at the tennis center. There was access to those restrooms for the general public utilizing South Bluff Park. That has been fenced off, I guess, I don't know, a year or maybe 18 months ago or thereabouts, something like that. I wanted to know if it'd be possible to reestablish kind of public access to those restrooms again for those, not just those who are using the tennis facility, but the general public using the park there as well.
I think once we get this agreement moving forward with our leasee, I think that can be some discussion that we will have with him as well. And we've had a little bit of discussion about it, so we'll continue that as once we sign this agreement.
All right, good. I'd really like to be able to kind of to reestablish that public asset, restrooms for the park going public there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Councilman Hunter?
I discovered something about republic. A republic, based on the Latin phrase res publica, is a state in which political power rests with the public people, typically through their representatives, in contrast to a monarchy. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, summational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics.
Once we, Josh, I'm going to let Josh take this question.
Thank you, Councilmember. Josh Cronley, Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. The rates published inside of our request for qualifications were just sample rates, and in the solicitation, in multiple places, we described that those rates would be negotiated with the high-scoring firm. So the rates published were kind of our hope and ask, but were not the final negotiated prices. And so if a different person had been the higher scoring firm, then that individual could have also negotiated those rates.
573-798, Mary. 573-798.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one question, and I know I appreciate the briefing and additional information yesterday, Robert, you and your team. But with respect to the financial statements and how the net revenues is reported, I didn't see it in the agreement, the type of financial statement preparation that was required. I always like to see personally, CPA prepared financials or something that, so there's no question as to how the books are kept, the chart of accounts, what's applicable and what's not, and so we all have agreement on what the bottom line is.
Right. In the agreement, we'll receive financial reports from net revenue, gross revenue, and expenses, and then we can ask at any time to review those.
I discovered something about nature. Nature is an inherent character or constitution, particularly of the ecosphere or the universe as a whole. In this general sense, nature refers to the laws, elements, and phenomena of the physical world, including life.
Acceptable financial reporting, just so there's no question.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
In regards to Councilmember Klein's conversation about the restrooms, one of the things earlier, I was really impressed with that restroom that was part of what we voted on earlier for the
Packery Channel.
Yes. And the problem that we've had in the past is just who's using the restroom out there in the Owl Cruise and some of the issues that we've had because of that. That doesn't mean that I don't think maybe we should look into having a restroom at that park there, but I think in terms of a cost perspective, that's an excellent idea. Is that a new concept? Is that type of a restroom that it's basically you take it and drop it on site, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it looks good.
Looks good.
You can secure it. You can put a security camera out there. You can do.
Yes, sir. They're very, very well designed, well used, and I last week I was able to spend some time looking at some of those restrooms and other facilities like that. So
well,
definitely, I think moving forward we'll use those more.
Yeah, keep those in mind. I was really impressed with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I got to ask this question again. So, Josh, on procurement, you are able to...
I discovered something about states. State most commonly refers to state polity, a centralized political organization that regulates law and society within a territory sovereign state. A sovereign polity in international law, commonly referred to as a country-nation state, a state where the majority identify with a single nation constituent state. A political subdivision of a state federated state, constituent states part of a federation state of nature.
The pricing was, again, something that we published as our ask, as our desire, but what we were doing is we did a qualification-based solicitation to try to find the most qualified group to run the tennis business at our locations. And so that was the goal.
This is going to be directed at the council. Just, did anybody else get informed of this information that I'm discussing? Well, everyone's on their phone, so I guess not. Basically, there was a percentage of net revenue for years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 at 25, 35, and 40%, and that's what everybody was supposed to bid on.
Councilmember, if I may, I apologize for interrupting, but there were no bid documents. There's no pricing included in anything that they submitted a statement of qualifications, and that's what they were graded on.
That individual was out here at this location.
I mean, we call that bidding in the private industry.
Sorry, sir.
So I just find this really strange, and it's not like every day we go back and rework the percentage numbers afterwards. I mean, or it's not very common that it comes up to us, maybe on these specific types, but it's rare that
I discovered something about study. Study or studies may refer to.
One, I'll be voting no, just because I feel like it's an improper process.
Okay. Any other questions? We have a motion. Please submit your vote. This is item number 21, yes. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Dodd. It's going to take us to item L, public hearings, items number 22, 23, 24, and 25. Item number 22 is an ordinance annexing and rezoning Clarkwood Estates subdivision and a portion of County Road 36 at the northwest corner of Clarkwood Road and County Road 36.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning and Community Development Department. This next item is an ordinance approving the annexation and zoning for a property located along Clarkwood Road just south of Highway 44. On here on the location map, the city limit line is that black dashed line. The site is identified in yellow. You can see it has a current subdivision that's within the city just south of it. We have a manufactured home park just to the east on the other side of Clarkwood. A mobile mini operations is recently located on the east side out there. And then we have border
I discovered something about characterized. Many proposed diseases and diagnoses are rejected by mainstream medical consensus and are associated with pseudoscience due to a lack of scientific evidence for their existence, proposed mechanism or action or manifestation that cannot be explained by something else.
Which would lead to 476 units on that site. They do have one lot that will be dedicated to stormwater. The developer's approximately, he said, a 5 to 10 year build on this. And at this time, he's saying $250K would be about the average price, but we know that can change a bit.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilman Klein?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks for the presentation. I asked you this by email as well. I just wanted to kind of double check and ask it again here as well. I just want to be sure that I'm clear about this. The memo indicated that the city will not be providing health or animal care services, public health or animal care services. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly, or am I mistaken in that?
No, that would be inaccurate. No, once they're in the city limits, all the residents would have access to our animal care and/or health.
On Catalina, am I good for a 22? Yes, sir, you're clear for 22. 10-4. On 21-20.
I discovered something about political. Politics is the activity of settling affairs in an organized society. Politics is usually concerned with resolving issues within a society via a government.
Dave Heasley, Corpus Christi, District 3. 55 years of living here, pretty much been to Bug Days Parade every time. Never in my life have I seen a mayor be booed as much as this mayor has by the people of this city. I don't know if any of y'all did what I did, but I kind of followed the parade around just to see what the citizens' reactions were. And this woman is continually booed throughout the whole parade. And I'm trying to figure out with that much dissatisfaction from her constituents, why is she still here? Why are we still putting up with all this? Why are we still putting up with this decel fraud? and we know this is a fraud. Why are we putting up with kangaroo crew surveys for far field models of our bays when everybody already knew it was a fraud?
Thank you, Captain Day.
This mayor's a fraud.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1, good morning, and thank you for being here and, excuse me, following our city charter. All I am asking as the originator and filer of this petition is that we follow the city charter and we pay attention to the things that are being put forth in the petition and the impeachment. Willful violation of any code of ethics or conflicts of interest provision, willful violation of any express prohibition of this charter, my goodness, misconduct, malfeasance, incompetence, inability, or willful neglect in any performance of official duties. So I thank you for your time and also for following the city charter and doing right by this community. If we want honest politics, then we have to hold people accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Saldana.
147-1044.
Susan Saldana, I'm asking you to do something today. You want to follow the city charter and do what's right. And that is refer this to the ethics committee as you should have done in the first place. It is a circus. Everybody in town believes this is a circus. That's what everybody's calling it. It's time that you wake up, do the right thing, and stop acting as judge and jury and witnesses in this case. It is time that you wake up to what is important. Look who's sitting here. Look who started it. Look who's costing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the city. Open your eyes and see what the citizens of Corpus Christi say. Not the ones up here, but the ones that look at you every single day. They're asking you to refrain from doing this thing and open up your eyes and do the right thing for the right reasons. Don't be political. It's time for you to stop.
Thank you. Sandy Fernandez.
I discovered something about
morning,
now. Knowledge is an awareness of
I stand
facts,
before you
of
today deeply
familiarity with
concerned
individuals
not
and
only about the
situations,
attempt to
or a
remove our mayor,
practical skill.
but about
Knowledge
this
of
process
facts,
is
also
becoming
called
and the
propositional
precedent
knowledge,
it sets
is
for our
often
city.
characterized
Many
as true
residents
belief
are
that is
looking whether
distinct
this
from
effort
opinion
is
or
truly about
guesswork by
serving
virtue of
the public
justification.
or whether it has been driven by political pressure, personal grievances, and influence of individuals with their own agendas. We have watched a disgruntled citizen who has repeatedly opposed this council and a hotelier with business interests in our city become central figures. Regardless of where you stand politically, the appearance of the outside influence should concern every citizen. Most importantly, City Council should not be acting as judge, jury, and executioner. That is not the role of this body. The people elected the mayor, and the people should have the final say regarding their future in office. If there's a serious concern, they deserve a fair and transparent process, but that process must be free from bias and conflict of interest. Thank you.
Jared Suarez. I may have killed your name.
Jared Suarez, District 2. We the people, Corpus Christi, Texas, have had enough of corruption from the top. I sit here today to tell the City Council that we need to set a precedent on impeaching the mayor so that future mayors may know that if they break laws, give way to corruption, take kickbacks, become highly unethical, or fail us as an elected city servant, you will be impeached. Gone shall be the days of just waiting to our next election. We demand action, and we demand action time now. The mayor has failed us and allegedly has
I
paid
discovered
others
something
to
about
harass
state.
those
State most
who are
commonly
leading the
refers
charge
to
in the petition
state
to
polity,
impeach her.
a centralized
Thuggery
political
cannot
organization
become
that
local
regulates
governance.
law and
It will
society
only
within a
consume
territory
itself.
sovereign state.
Ask
A
yourself,
sovereign
City
polity in
Council,
international
will you
law,
stand by and
commonly
support
referred
we
to
the
as a
people
country
or
nation
cave
state,
in
a state where the majority identify
to
with a single
immoral
nation
and unethical
constituent state,
corruption? Do
a
you
political
want to be
subdivision
known
of a state
in our
federated
city's
state,
history for doing what
constituent
is
states part of a
justified,
federation
or going
state
to
of
roll
nature?
over on your backs taking belly scratches by closed-door thuggery? Let us pray for the conversion of such politicians.
Thank you. Alberto Certuche. Did I kill your name?
That's all right. I joined the Marine Corps, so they checked it up pretty much every day.
Thanks.
My name is Albert Sartuche, District 3, veteran known of Hard Lives Bait and Tackle, and Team Hard Life YouTube. First off, I would like to thank Silvia Campos for her many years of service and wish you blessings on your future. We are extremely happy to see our city council members following our charter to remove our mayor, who has been shown numerous times to be incompetent and a habitual liar, which has cost us taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue, which will be billions if we don't stop it now. We are always looking for transparency, and that has always been hidden from us by the mayor and her friends. Time to stop the corruption, and we the people have been woken up, and more are waking up to the corruption in our city every single day. I spoke to just 50 of them yesterday coming through my shop that had no idea how deep this is. And they are paying attention to y'all's votes, guys. The charter is there for a reason. These are the rules y'all follow. And we, the taxpayers, are paying attention. We're waking up, and we'll be making sure our mark is left when it comes November. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian Hernandez.
I discovered something about Persia. Iran, officially the Islamic Republic of Iran, historically known as Persia, is a country in West Asia. It borders Iraq to the west, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Armenia to the northwest, the Caspian Sea to the north, Turkmenistan to the northeast, Afghanistan to the east, Pakistan to the southeast, and the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf to the south.
Things that kind of unfolded, and things that I've seen kind of go on and whatnot, but mainly for the citizens that are here that don't know about it, having to put up with it. And hopefully later on you'll see a lot more of my family, but what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Thank you.
White in color, when it comes back to Noah Jones out of Rockport, negative 29, insurance confirmed.
Could you explain on the next page for item 4, section B, the customer agrees to transfer part of its allocation to another raw water or wholesale treated water customer?
Can you read that? I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's technically page, I guess page 16. It's in the same section. It's just
So that is not, it's not a change. It was existing wording that was in there. What it's, and the initial drought contingency plan had a large section on wholesale customers, which is largely guided by the state requirements. They really they need some requirements in there. So what it says is that at request to the city manager,
I discovered something about population.
One wholesale customer can request for its allocation to be changed and potentially moved to another wholesale customer.
okay. Thank you.
There was no changes to that wording.
Reading it all with all the red lines, I was trying to make that kind of fit. So thank you for clarifying that. On page 18 of the drought contingency plan, my question is kind of as it relates to the sections of, to provide some reference, we're looking at stages 1, 2, and 3. There's different provisions in each. but on page 18,